Uncensored America, Patrick O'Neill, Arc Apologetics, Yonaguni International Cuisine, and SDA. Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainefirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org. Special thanks to our sponsor, Uncensored America. Want to host a controversial speaker on your college campus? Start a chapter now on your campus at uncensoredamerica.us. Huge thanks to our sponsor, Apologetics Arc. Check out their app today by downloading it. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be ready to give a defense. Huge thank you to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. Cuisine.
This is the debate. This is the debate. Yes, it's not so erudite versus Rachel Wilson. I got it muted.
Christians to fight for.
I'm not interested in listening to the music. There was a lot of people that wanted to watch it that did not join. They didn't want to pay Modern Day Debate $20. I guess you could do that. I did. They get banned. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Sure hope so. What? I'm not gonna get banned. Talking shit, bruv. Because I'm adding extra commentary. It's not like I'm just letting it roll without speaking. You know? Which is under the fair use. What did I say? On.
This debate may melt faces, but before we get into it, conferences are only possible thanks to our sponsors. I am thrilled to introduce you to Mike from Roar. Thank you very much, Mike, for being a sponsor of DebateCon.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you. I only get so much time. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I can't tell you how much. Last time you heard me speak, and most of you probably did, I told you about how the separation of church and state was making Christians whisper. Now let me just tell you, because we're whispering, we're transing kids, we're marrying gays, we're aborting babies, we're indoctrinating kids in schools instead of teaching them. The list goes on and on. That's what happens when Christians advocate their vote. When some Christians will say that you shouldn't use Christian values as part of your vote, that's what happens. That's why we need to roar. Roar is doing it one congregation at a time all across the country. Follow me on X. That's Revive the Roar on X. One of these two people actually do follow me, so that's pretty cool. I'll let you guess which one. And revivetheroar.app. Revivetheroar.app. Come talk to me in the back. Love you guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Mike. Check out Roar and Main First Project at the back table there. And with that, we're going to get into our debate. If you can, if you haven't already, please do silence your phones so there are no distractions. Also, for our debate, is feminism doing more good or more harm? I'm going to start by introducing Rachel, as she will go first. Rachel Wilson is an author and cultural commentator whose fearless research challenges conventional narratives about feminism, women, and family. Please join me in welcoming Rachel Wilson.
Okay.
And on your left, we are pleased to welcome Kyla, also known as NOTSOERUDITE.
Not
She is
so
a
bright.
thoughtful commentator who brings psychology, social science, and careful analysis to debates about gender and culture. Please join me in welcoming NOTSOERUDITE. All right, I am setting the timer for 5 minutes. One last thank you to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box below. And with that, I have the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours for 5 minutes.
James, Kyla said she's okay with 7 minutes. I probably won't need the full 7, but just thought I would let you know that. I'm probably just going to go a pinch over 5.
You got it.
All right, so is feminism doing more harm than good? I'm going to say, of course, that I think it's doing more harm. Let's take a brief review of what we've gotten so far from feminism and its 6 pillars of propaganda. So feminism inverted the Western social order in roughly 1 century through its 6 primary pillars and a 7th that I'm going to introduce to you today. We've got sexual liberation, abortion, vilification of men, no-fault divorce, demonization of tradition, and either rejection or reinvention of Christianity. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the measurable results of these pillars and introduce the 7th, what I call the she-economy. So if we, if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos across the entire West, we've got 40% of children in the United States no longer living with both married biological parents. In 1945, that number was only 10%. Children living without both married biological parents face more than 8 times higher risk of endangerment, standard maltreatment, which is a fancy term for all types of abuse. We have a fatherless epidemic, so roughly 1/3 of American children live without their biological father. That's a 3-fold increase over the historical norm. They account for 90% of homeless kids, 85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in incarceration facilities, and 71% of adolescents in substance abuse treatment centers. Let's look at unmarried births and the welfare trap. In the United States, only about 5% of kids were born to unmarried mothers in 1960. At present, that number is 41%.
Massive
At the
jump.
same time, we've gone from $50 billion a year in annual welfare spending in 1950 to now $700 billion per year. That's a 14-fold increase after you adjust for inflation. By 2010, 90% of all cash welfare payments and half of all food assistance went to single mother households. In 1940, only 6% of kids under age 6 had mothers working full-time outside the home. Today, that number is 58%. So you guys have probably heard all of those kinds of stats from me a lot in the past, but let's talk about the she-economy, which is the 7th pillar. And this is really consistent across all
she-economy.
Western nations, regardless of what type of systems they have. As soon as feminism is introduced, not only does it transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability into debt-driven consumer economies that prioritize short-term gains. Proponents claim that the surge in female labor force participation since the 70s has been good because it expanded the GDP and created two-income households. That view is incomplete. With the election cycle coming up, affordability, housing shortages, inflation, and labor shortages are going to be talked about a lot, so this is a good moment to discuss this. So who actually builds the economy? When we look at GDP across Western nations, men contribute about 60% of the GDP and women contribute about 40%. But if you look per capita, men generate 36% more GDP per capita than women do.
Good old per
women
capita.
own 39% of US businesses now, but they only generate 6.2% of total business revenue. Keep that one up here. It's very important. It basically comes out that about 22% of all women's efforts in the economy are either directly or indirectly subsidized by men. Critical systems remain dominated by men. First world living standards that allow feminism rest on complex physical systems that largely cannot or will not be staffed by women. Things like electrical grid maintenance, water treatment, food production. And a society can survive a temporary shortage of marketing ladies and HR women and kindergarten teachers, but it cannot survive a shortage of power grid technicians or water treatment engineers. Male labor force participation has fallen to a historic low of 69.5%. So that's almost 1 in 3 men are out of the workforce right now. So what's the labor force cost of abortion? One of the main things that feminists care about. They don't care if they have every other right, they care about abortion. It's their main measure of women's freedom. We've had 63 million abortions in the US alone since Roe v. Wade. If those children had survived and joined the workforce today, we would have an additional 45 million workers in the US economy. We wouldn't have to import them from other nations. The cost of abortion is 425 times larger than the earnings that the mothers would have lost by carrying the children to term. So yes, women make a little bit more when they don't have kids, but it's not even close to what you'd get if they had children who grew up and joined the workforce. So women's achievements in the economy are subsidized. Men pay roughly 60 to 75% of income taxes. Progressive tax codes mean the top earners, predominantly male, fund the vast majority of public infrastructure, universities, and social programs. Women get 60% of all higher education dollars because they are the majority of students on campus now. But if you look at fiscal return on that investment, governments get most of their money back from this smaller pool of male laborers, mostly because they make more money and they work more hours.
Yep.
So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic decline, and a generation in which nearly a third of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born. The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower women into lower productivity roles have starved the next generation of highly skilled, critical male workers that complex first world systems demand. Feminism has done more harm than good, and the data is not subtle.
Thank you very much for that opening, Jamaica Wilson. I've got the timer set for you, Not So Erudite. That was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. The floor is all yours. I'll start it on your first word.
Sure. Feminism, I'm sure you guys won't be surprised by what I say, has done more good than harm. At its core, feminism is the extension of a simple moral principle. Women are full human beings entitled to the same basic dignity, liberty, legal protection, and opportunity as men. That principle is not foreign to the American tradition. This nation was built on lofty ideas rooted in Christian theology. in Roman law and Greek philosophy. From those traditions came our understanding of human dignity, citizenship, justice, and government under law. Feminism belongs within that inheritance. Once a society accepts that people possess inherent worth and that the law should protect their liberty, the question of women's rights becomes unavoidable. That is why feminism is necessary. In a nation committed to freedom, some form of feminism is also inevitable. Women did not begin asking for rights because a university, foundation, or political organization manufactured their dissatisfaction. They encountered the principles their civilization already possessed and asked for those principles to apply to them as well. At the most fundamental, the feminism I am defending is the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity as something worthy of respect and social value. It does not require women to live in one approved way. It asks that women possess enough security and authority to build lives that reflect their talents, obligations, and convictions. It also insists that motherhood, care, and traditionally feminine contributions should not be dismissed as a lesser form of human achievement. There is an important difference between protection and dependence. A woman whose security rests entirely upon the goodwill of a father or husband may be safe when
Is that better, or does it need to go up a little more?
But human beings are fallible, as we all know. Men can be cruel, negligent, absent, or irresponsible. A legal system should not assume that every woman will always have a benevolent man standing between her and disaster. The ability to own property, retain earnings, receive an education, participate in government, and leave a dangerous marriage are not indulgences. They are safeguards against the ordinary failures of human character. Feminism did not invent abuse. It didn't invent abandonment. It did not create unhappy marriages. It gave women greater power to survive circumstances that already existed. Nor did feminism suddenly cause women to begin working. I'm sure Rachel will probably agree with me on this. Their labor took place on farms, inside family businesses, in factories, and within the home. Poor women rarely had the luxury of avoiding work altogether. The major transformation was not simply that women entered the workforce, it was that more women could prepare for sustained careers. Education became an investment in a future rather than an accomplishment expected to end at marriage. Women could develop the talents that earlier societies often ignored or confined in a very narrow range of uses. Society gained enormously from that change. Women became doctors, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and public officials in far greater numbers. Their intelligence could serve institutions beyond the household without ceasing to benefit their families or communities. None of this means that every feminist has been smart or wise. Some feminists have treated motherhood as a burden rather than a vocation. Others have shown hostility towards marriage, religion, men, or femininity itself. I have no interest in defending every slogan produced under the feminist label. A movement that has existed for generations includes millions of people who will contain foolishness alongside those people. But that is not the question before us. The question is whether the broad historical movement towards women empowerment, legal equality, education, and political participation has produced more good than harm. I believe the answer is clearly yes. The anti-feminist case often gathers every modern social problem and places it at feminism's feet. Divorce, failing fertility, loneliness, and declining happiness are treated as the predictable cost of women's freedom. That explanation is far too simple. The same period contained enormous economic and technological upheaval. Industrialization alone altered the household entirely. Urbanization weakened older community structures. Contraception changed family planning. Housing became more expensive, and the economy shifted away from manufacturing, while globalization and secularization changed the character of public face. Feminism participated in the modern transformation, but it did not independently cause everything that follows it. The fact that two developments occurred at the same time does not establish that one produced the other. We should consider the societies people most consistently choose to live in. The world's most prosperous, desirable nations generally possess strong legal institutions, broad access to education, political liberty, and substantial equality between men and women. It would be foolish to claim that feminism alone created their prosperity. It would be equally foolish to regard the relationship as meaningless. The nations most committed to human development tend to extend freedom and opportunity to women because both commitments arise from the same conviction. Human potential should be cultivated rather than needlessly suppressed. This is part of the triumphant nature of the human spirit. People want to learn and contribute. They want to build meaningful lives that they and their loved ones can live in. A society flourishes when it gives that spirit room to breathe. Great nations do not become great by permanently limiting half of their population. They become great by allowing talent and moral agency to serve the common good wherever they are found. Feminism, therefore, belongs with the broader American tradition of civil rights and equal protection. It reflects the belief that inherited hierarchy alone cannot justify domination. Choice matters because virtue requires agency. The ability to act otherwise. Obedience may reflect goodness, but it may also just reflect powerlessness. We cannot know which one it is when coercion has already decided the matter. The feminism I am defending tonight is not the claim that every difference between men and women is discrimination. It is the claim that women should be empowered and that femininity itself should not be treated as inferior, and that being female should not disqualify someone from full participation in society.
A lot of
that
word
principle
salad.
has corrected real injustices. It has made women less vulnerable
15
to
seconds.
abuse. And it did, I'll jump ahead. I actually want to extend, Rachel, an invitation. I'm curious if you're open to this, and you can say no. I think you're one of the strongest anti-feminist debaters that is working today. I think I'm also probably one of the strongest defenders of feminism, or hope you would grant me the same thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions, and I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics and whatnot, and I don't want to get rid of the debate. However, I'd like to approach the conversation in a feminine way.
We're at time.
Sure.
Well, if you want, I can give you a little, if you have a second sentence.
It's like two
Rachel
sentences.
says yes. Go ahead.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about our feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath, as meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And that, to me, seems like the proper place to begin.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. Not so erudite.
What does she want? I don't even understand. What did you want? What was that last two sentences about?
With that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like.
About it like women?
So we'll let you take it from here.
I
I'll
don't
only jump in
understand.
if it gets really crazy.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested
I
in
hope Rachel's
feminism
not
and
nice.
specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce, everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing. But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan. That's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational
It's a
real
joke.
world
It's a joke, Rachel.
implications of
It's
what's
okay.
happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
boys'
I
way.
don't.
Okay,
Fight it
so
out.
let's maybe get into
Rachel,
the
jump
starting
over and
point then
slap
for
the
you.
shit out
So, at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for
kitchen, bitch.
feminism really changing the she economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What
when-
happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so welcome. We're
What
tag teaming this, really.
happened in the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive, and the U.S. Treasury needed more income tax coming in. And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX and started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy. And we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s, women were on par with men. And what happened at the same time as that is Roe v. Wade and the birth control pill. So women started
And
only
the gold
having-
standard getting removed. That one's kind of important, too.
What's that?
Well, the gold standard got removed as well.
Sure. I don't
Well,
think
that's economically super important, right?
it's important, but
What
I
do
don't
you mean
think
it's important? We fundamentally changed our
But-
relationship from the gold standard, the petrodollar, under Nixon in
but
1971.
that's not why women joined the economy.
But
That's
that
not why
might
women
explain economic
started.
changes, no?
No, it doesn't.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin. And it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working. And they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work. They've
Well,
never recovered
all
their
economies
birth
need
rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment
Sure.
is human
Which is
human
why
capital.
you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist Western style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism, and they have 0.7 births per woman right now. There's
So-
not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years
So
if
why,
they don't turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually
NOTSOERUDITE
everyone's
the witch.
access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider
at the
Saudi
stake.
Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist,
Qatar?
no. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's
They-
happening there?
Because they've started. They've started.
Saudi
to-
Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's
It's
been
more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that we're blaming here? Because I
not
feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to
your-
says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the women
now
stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia,
because they're-
I'm so sorry. As much as you might want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
That
the
sounds like an Islam problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
Right, but
I don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis
Goes-
in Victorian
there's-
Well,
England.
the thing that you
back
have
there.
to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer
The
the Qatar
CDC
Gulf
and the
problem.
United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't
And
disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just not
of 5,
feminism.
as a mother
necessarily.
of 5, you cannot have more than maybe one child and work full time because you have to outsource motherhood to daycare, which
Why?
is expensive. What do you mean, why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost issues in America.
It's not runaway cost issues. It's the
It's
fact
not?
that
It's not affordable right now. It's
you
tougher.
can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math. How are you
typically
going to make daycare cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job? And why would you want that?
Well,
Why
issue-
don't we
Don't
want
want that.
mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
well,
guys
the question
like that?
again, you can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families?
It was a
going on?
Grippus trilemma.
And you were like,
That's
it's
what
the
it
gold
was.
standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No,
Definitely
I'm
Grippus
telling you
trilemma.
exactly what happened, and this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation making it legal, and not only that, making it free and cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade, now everybody can get an abortion, and at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies, remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's
So-
what women do. They
Still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still
like
haven't gotten an answer to
mysterious
how you're going to do
Islamic- Hold on.
feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well, right? So let's
Then
talk a
talk.
little bit about the 70s.
Go ahead, Kyla.
If you want Rachel to just monologue, I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk
Let
a little
Rachel
bit about
talk.
the 70s.
I'm not interested.
So the 70s is where, what did you say, what percentage increase?
It was something over 20%.
Until 20%, so 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up.
No.
Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s. It was
So I'm
the
gonna-
biggest jump, and then it
Grippus
continued
trilemma.
in the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
and now
What
we
a
have
dilemma.
about equal
Okay.
numbers.
So I'm going to show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world, okay? This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point, okay? So we've got 1975, we've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, okay? You're going to love it. And by 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky, spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky.
Still kinda
In
spooky,
the
that's a
70s,
lot.
nothing magically happened at all, actually.
that's a
We had a
big jump.
consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in
I
the
just
workforce.
want to point out, if the
you
stock
actually want
market
a
did that,
spooky graph
people
with a
would be
big jump,
celebrating in the street.
major point when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, there's a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II. This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on
zoom
this
out
graph,
of that one, too.
it's all the same trend line. So if you're gonna blame
Well, what
everything
happened? Wait a minute.
hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're gonna blame everything from 1970s forward, you're gonna have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at
Or a V.
the whole comprehensive story, your narrative falls apart really quickly because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s except for one thing. And I'm curious if you know what actually happened in the 1970s.
Well, instead of playing pop quiz Kyla, first
Good
of
one.
all, here's my
Quiz
here's
power.
So good.
it's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear.
Did,
if you don't
what
know
do you
words,
think happened to this? What
I'll
do you
let
think
you finish,
about
sorry.
this?
Andrew!
What happened here? Okay.
I just want to be very clear before
I
we get
thought
to the
we were
personal.
going to take turns. I
Well,
thought we
if
were
we're
going
going to get to
back
the
and
personal
forth.
insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed
Pop
out that
quiz
your
Kyla.
strategy
A
is to
compliment.
pop
Notorious
quiz your
compliment.
opponent. It's something you do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my opponent Kyla will just happen to know way more
When you're
technological
done being offended,
information
I'll
and
respond
knowledge
to the
than
actual
me.
point.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted
it.
to have a girl debate, but I would like to stick
No,
to
you said the boy
actual
debate.
argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate? We're here.
Yeah, we're doing it. What happened?
So, what
Yeah.
happened in the 1970s? Again,
What
that's
happened?
so magical.
What happened after World War II?
What happened
So all
after
those
World
women
War II?
who went to work,
They
what
s-
did they do?
it
Did
went
they
down-
go back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
Well,
They went back
5%,
home.
and then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II.
I'm watching
because
it
you
on
know what
Modern Day
made
Debate
women go back
Channel.
into workplace? Access to new
I paid for the-
technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course,
That's what made
I
them
already.
go back.
I paid
you
for the-
you haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard
premium
it.
club, whatever.
Industrialization and technology allowed for this. Yes, obviously.
But we wanna
that
throw it
doesn't
at the feet of
address my
feminism.
point. That doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of.
We can
Do
get
you
there.
understand how you can possibly have
This is a
feminism in
crazy
a
pivot.
world? If you're going to keep interrupting me,
I'll write
I'll
it
just
down.
ask for time.
I'll ask my question after
Because
you're done.
if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
Ideally,
Loki's
yeah.
So-
wife bad.
When you monologue for 5 minutes straight, yeah.
Loki's
Typically,
wife
I
bad.
won't be
None
able to
of
respond to that.
this. We don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked. The point
You
of
certainly don't want to.
Again,
Yes.
the point of everything we're
hard for your
talking about
narrative.
here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living. This economy in the West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so congruent across all of them that it's kind of crazy. Like Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that and they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia, and it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids. It doesn't work. You look at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism. They don't have pronatalism. It's a capitalist Western-style economy, and they can't even reproduce the Korean woman.
Okay.
It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold
Well, I got
standard or the
this.
70s or
Taking a
women
shot
should
every
have
time-
choices. First of
taking a
all, they've
shot every
always
time
had
she says
choices.
something.
Second of
Sure,
all,
just less.
I'm just
if
kidding. I'm
you
not doing
don't
anything.
address this problem, you can
kidding.
kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it
Don't do it.
anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous, actually, you introduced me to this researcher, Joseph Miller, because you cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're like climate people as well. We're insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear-mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from counter information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states, right? Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first world
modernization.
country you want to live in?
No, I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are we going to do? Yeah, it's great. It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like
There's
88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulf, though.
There's
We're just going to
not-
run from that one.
there's
I'll just come
not
back to it. It's
enough-
fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear.
I'll write it down. It's
She
okay,
just
James. I'll write it
steamrolled.
down.
You have
She-
to be able to hear- you have-
Adderall.
Good one.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which
That's Red
is
Bull,
the
though.
paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers? And right now in this country and all across the West, We have all of the Gen X and Boomer men who know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid up and running. Like, these are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to start having babies, or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Like, hey, we're already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, like including the U.S., have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in L.A. that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. What, 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we have to do like a timer at this point. I don't even.
So
if you want to, I want to talk to you, and if we want to talk to each other, we have to go point by point. Like, if you monologue at me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points, they're all valid points, and I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question. How are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Answer mine first. How do we do that?
There's no future without more people.
How do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest boom of women? Hold on, I'm not done.
I'll just grant
I'm not done.
It doesn't even matter for my argument.
The largest boom of women entering the workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America, right? That's what we see when the American currency becomes the gold world reserve currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is, what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding of, if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a huge issue that causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best. We're the best at everything. So again, if you're going to say it's the 1970s...
I didn't. That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man to say that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy happened.
And I'll tell you, no.
That's not a
never go full Destiny mode.
In any way, a pillar or linchpin of my argument.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're right, like the
it accelerated.
Wait, isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already.
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
Why is Andrew like he's gonna
make
cry?
sure there's not too much interrupting. So
let's do a game. We both talk for 2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard
I'm
warriors.
okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to speak? Can I talk, teacher, please?
Because you're the only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
sure. I just want to let's go point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right.
This goes right there.
You guys are both
you're
okay
welcome.
with 2
You're
minutes.
welcome to interrupt
I'm
me. Like
setting
when you
the
need to.
timer. Give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're totally fighting a straw man. You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be a problem?
I think that we absolutely need to incentivize.
Kyla. Just to be clear, I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want to.
Here's what I'll say. Let's just talk if I start listing off like a bunch of points, just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys. I know
guys-
conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can
We're not going
work.
back. It was your idea to do 2 minutes.
It
Let's
was
give
sardonic.
this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just gonna be a
I'm
terrible
saying it's-
conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like Rachel took 1:40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute,
I want 10 seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but
It's-
I'm
it's the
going to
Red
kick it
Bull.
over to Rachel to use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s.
She's getting so mad.
Okay, so
Hard for your narrative.
it's no. When you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone, nobody thinks, when we say women going to work, we're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business, mom leaves her house in the morning, goes to her place of business, and the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work. They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman. That was fine. Even post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom, and you don't have a way out of it, and you don't have an answer for it, which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which
I
again,
granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
granted it.
I
You're
asked you when.
completely
I
right.
asked you
You're
when.
completely
Hold on,
right
one
about
sec,
the
hold on, one sec.
70s.
I
I'm just going to grant the,
All
you
right,
get the
order,
whole
order in the
kid,
crowd.
full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to
folks,
do about
I need you to,
demographics?
just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is not so erudite. You have 2 minutes if you want to use it.
Sure.
Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
Highly
and
Post-1970s?
Women are absolutely expected to work in Japan.
Post-1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came
I don't
out?
know. I'm
Gotta
not
pick a date.
sure.
If your
I'm
whole
not sure
narrative-
exact
If
your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
if
so
we wanna
doesn't
stick-
matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes.
If your
irrelevant.
entire narrative,
If
Being
you're,
into
Kyla,
it for you.
if you're asking her questions, it's
she needs
kind
2
of
minutes per question?
it's kind of pushing back the 2 minute to her. Do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
My mic
So if
is
I
at
ask
a
her one
set spot, and
question,
I'm not
now you're
changing.
going to give her 2 minutes. That's
This
what we want
is
to do?
your idea, Kyla.
Sorry about that.
Rachel,
I don't,
Rachel,
I'm not
Rachel
playing this game.
deferred to you, and she accepted your idea of 2
I'm not
minute
playing
back
this
and
game
forth.
with you, James. This is silly. Sure, I guess every question I ask you, you get 2 minutes. That seems ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2 minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
If you want,
All right.
if you want, you can say, "Hey, can we do
The Prime Minister
60-second
of where?
responses so it's shorter?" But you already brought up the 2 minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s since you're not going to answer the question and your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've
That
been
was my
seeing
quote
for the
on
last
Joe
50
Hold on, we have
years.
to give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here, but I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You
Hold
also
on.
said it
All
here.
right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing. Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up. What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob,
The Triffin
if you
dilemma?
can do me a
What is-
favor, come to the front, is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to.
Goodness sakes.
All right, Rachel, 2 minutes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers, they stop having kids. And what happens is what happened to Russia, what happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States, you said we have problems, I agree. I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient, and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like, I could just grant everything you're saying. It wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it, or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on?
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
So if your theory of everything, of all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement, I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for. For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when you send women into the workforce that birth rates decline, it's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates. And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant to you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think, oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe you deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant everything you said there. Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing. Which is why she said we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash, and those governments have to correct course. All of them have had to try, and what happens is it doesn't work. You've created an economy that depends on two incomes, that depends on women working, like you said. If it's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So, yes, it's very complex, but how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like, when I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book, debating on a world stage, doing all kinds of things, but I did it after raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into the future.
Yes, Andrew is
contribute.
debating at 7:30, and I will be streaming that. you're
So
more than welcome to
I'm not
subscribe
now,
and come
nor
back
have
and
I
watch it
ever
then.
been making the case that women can't learn, be educated. I'm self-educated. We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt, expect them to start a career, and then
10
they don't
seconds.
even start a family until they're 31 and it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you, as a young person, invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer. The reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is, frankly, because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is, I'm super happy that you've been really successful, right? You and Andrew are world level. You've got, I think you have a massive income at this point, right? That, your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater. The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They never actually end up achieving, and it's really, really hard, actually, to be 36, no background of education, you haven't worked in years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient enough to fund you and your child. I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are lower income, they have less ability to negotiate wages because it is actually more profitable for businesses to offshore manufacturing because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam for 50 cents, but in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth
10
more,
seconds.
you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism is, there's a capitalist side. That's what my first book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist side, which wanted to destroy the family so that we could have women workers and we could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state. And nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem, and they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers out of motherhood and into the workforce, because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work. It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing and, just buy designer babies, and we'll just outsource wombs, we'll outsource daycare, and by the way, who's doing that?
Andrew
Just other women.
at
So for you
7:15.
and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for 11 or 12 bucks an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for
turned it up
me
some, so
to
if it's
spend
too
all
loud,
day
let
at
me
work
know,
and not
'cause
see my child take their first
turned it up
steps?
as
Or
far
does
as I
it
can
make
go.
more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40. But, focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
On my
Starting
side,
to sound like a
speaking in the
Marxist
red
socialist,
when they're
Rachel.
talking,
So
too loud.
I'll be the first to grant
don't
you
like
that the
the
way
PK.
that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within like capitalism and the way that we, for example, don't give them any maternity leave. I think in many states it's like 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19, stays home, gets married, has kids, number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve. It's the highest divorce rate group is young people getting married. Second of all, the reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood, right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already? I believe, yeah. Yeah.
I do not.
Yeah. How many of you work more than 50? More than 50 hours. More than 50. You, sir, too? 60. We got an
Are
option.
we auctioning
80.
here?
Okay.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their GDP output to provide for their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option. That's ridiculous, right? That's actually telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
All right.
I've
hold
miscarried
on,
twice,
hold
but
on.
nice try.
Relax.
Didn't
Rachel?
stick as well as you hoped it would, hey?
Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah,
We'll give you
okay.
2 minutes.
So-
All right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
Listen, we don't need to make any of this personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
All right.
care about
Help
the
us
arguments and
find,
the worldviews.
I
folks,
miscarried, but thank you for your concern. just
help
so you know.
help us find that person. We're gonna walk him out. Folks. Sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said, so
You're good.
I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, I want to be easygoing, so if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like I'm not gonna flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just gonna take you out right now. So, who's 2-minute response? Go ahead, Rachel.
No, I can't take
So
donations.
Elizabeth
Thank you, though.
Warren,
I have a
of all
PayPal,
people,
but I
wrote a
don't
book called The
have
Two-Income Trap.
I'm not monetized
and
on
there's a
YouTube.
reason why you could still,
I
post-industrialization
enough-
and post-technological revolution,
don't
have
have
a
enough valid
janitor
watch
who
hours
could
on
support a
YouTube,
family
so-
of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP. But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the she economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job, and then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like the 5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need?
Your opinion, Mike.
We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made
Why?
possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. This was what the big industrialists of the Gilded Age did. Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said. This was the beginning. Then you passed the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we passed compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school, and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now. Sorry, I switched it. The government's your daddy now. And all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
None.
None.
Of course not.
Exactly. So, again,
They'd prefer to be home with their kids as well, I suspect. They would probably prefer to be able to know your kid's first words. You don't want to watch your kid walk for the first time. You don't want to be there. You just want it on film footage because you're at work.
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very integral part of the kid's life.
Well, the issue is it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids. And in fact, you're working to provide for your kids. But this idea that mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children. You are trading it. Do you know what the number one regret of all men in hospice? Do you know what the number one regret is of all men in hospice? Not spending enough time with their kids. It is. And the reason why is because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family. Even though the reality is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on one income. What is upper middle class right now? I think it's like $93,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for one person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through AI, and also because, again, of this expectation that you are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood. And I don't love either of these trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not feminism. It's not some simple, small thing. It's so much more complicated than that. And if we don't have the real conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now, at the top, we're never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep pointing at men and pointing at women and being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like, it's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law and a K-shaped economy that's fucking with all of us. I agree with the problems you outline. It's not good. It is a problem, but it's not feminism.
All right. So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they can see. And so they don't see any point, and they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman. And what has happened is there's no true solutions. This pie in the sky, like, oh, we'll just have UBI and socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen without the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Sure. So Lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So if men are the most important for that, and they're the highest output, and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag. There's a
you-
lag with
I
birth
mean,
rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
Sure. Well, I'll just answer this one quickly. It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit, that's why they call it a cliff, because it'll look like, oh, and this is why people say, oh, we're actually overpopulated. There's too many people, and the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it keeps growing, and then all of a sudden it goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone I wasn't able to put on there, but if you look at Russia, South Korea, China, places that have tried this, that's exactly what you see with their birth rate. It'll go up, 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 and then it'll sharp downturn, and then they try to get it back up, and it never recovers.
Agreed.
So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious trouble that we might not recover from for like many generations.
Maybe. I'm sure you don't have a single source for that claim.
I
but that's
just
fine.
said, look at South Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Well, that would be
They
great if
have
you would
not
tackle the
recovered.
Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative
Gulf
that you're
states are
pushing here,
behind us,
a big
though.
problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are not letting women participate by and large. They are getting increasingly educated, and yet their birth rate is still declining. So
Yeah, they're
women
like
not
70
taking all
years
these
behind
jobs.
us.
I do
And their
wanna-
GDP is booming and growing because, to be honest,
They're
because
70 years
I do-
behind us.
No,
They'll
it's-
have
I
this
do wanna-
problem a
I will tell
century
you
from
why
I do
it's
wanna-
booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago, bring in all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens to prop up their economy so
That's
that they can
true.
keep doing these things. So if
Yes.
you want to get women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else, and it's not just going to be just men. The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that's just the reality of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again, birth rate going down, I agree. Not great. We should probably
problem.
try to fix that.
So,
but the
the PayPal
conversation
link,
is about
Stream Elders
feminism.
link,
And
PayPal
you keep
is
insisting it's feminism's fault. But
in-
again, the Gulf states
Pin channel?
easily demonstrate that it's not.
If you wanna donate,
Nobody looks at
all of
Kuwait
you,
and Qatar and
don't
goes,
worry
wow,
about
the
it, man.
bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks
can't,
that.
it's fine. I'm not stressed.
Obviously. So your narrative runs into immediately counter-competing information. You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's
people do
push
have all
into
the
the
kids.
workforce. It got
Sure.
crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The U.S. has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows
Triffin
this.
dilemma.
So in this situation, when the U.S. dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because it's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living
Thanks
is
for your
higher
service, by the
because
way.
everyone's bringing their business here
Thank you.
and everyone's
10
infusing cash
seconds.
all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issues that are causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well.
I'll try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different, they still
not
have
feminism.
above replacement because all the women
They
aren't
don't.
working.
They
I do
don't.
wanna
They are
give-
under
I do wanna
replacement.
give- I do the same way that
They are
Rachel didn't interrupt you on the
behind
last
us.
one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring
So does
over.
Kuwait.
But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan, where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK, where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college and send their daughters to the workforce. They also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no, my claim, you're strawmanning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home, however we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want?
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
Yeah, we need to
if
solve
women
birth
are
rate.
working, they're
second.
not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah, I've tackled, so I can
Get
repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which,
opinion,
by
Mike.
the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves.
87%
Birth
of
rate
the people
decline
in the
is
chat
because as you
disagree.
modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it. It's really that simple, but that's not feminism. That is actually education, that's capitalism, and it's kind of the Protestant work ethic, because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive
wow.
to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here.
Why did they
Does
do that?
feminism
Why?
have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer.
problem, Nick.
They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too.
Why are you
Let's
speaking
invest
out,
in more
chick?
technologies to kind of help
Relax.
them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's all sorts. Let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about modernization, because your actual enemy here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey. So you may as well give up on that one.
Never going back to monkey. A hell of an argument.
Okay, so first of all, you said it's a capitalism problem along with a modernization problem. That doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any capitalist nation. Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody
Never
needs to
go
be a
full
proletariat
destiny.
worker, right? They experienced
full
this
destiny.
before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate. About the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called a straw man.
Because they're both
Yeah, that's a great, yeah. Yeah, I think, what did you call that? I think we call that a straw man, because yeah, of course my solution that I've outlined isn't just wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think most importantly has to happen is a college level radical reformation, right? The idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and, you know, back of the day said that. That doesn't matter. What you need is more technical schools so that people can expedite, get into the careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working on a computer? I don't know. I feel like men should be sweating, right? By your mantra. I love men sitting on computers, okay? You guys go off, kings. What you actually need to talk about here is a radical reformation of the
Oh, Lord
education
have mercy.
system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay? I'm down for it. If you want to talk about women getting maternity leave and dads getting pat leave and it being required by the company to pay for it and not the government,
Holy
I'm
shit.
all down for it. I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want childhood outcomes of children whose parents get mat and pat leave, you might want to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I want to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do by radicalizing the speed of getting people from education into it. I think the
I muted
tax that we
everything.
put on the young in America is insane. I
Wait,
want
no
boomers to
audio?
stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and holding insane education into it. I think the tax that we put on the young in America is insane. I want boomers to stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and then holding on to their assets so that it's not there for anybody else. And I think the moment you make life affordable, so it's
10
not
seconds.
$45,000 to have a baby, suddenly people want to have kids a lot more. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah, so this is a math problem, which is why I started my opening with all those infographics for you, because you cannot subsidize your way out of this problem.
Like
In
I
order
said,
to be able to
Got
have enough,
private, but okay.
we're not Norway. This is a very large country. And
Well, I
there's-
said
oh,
private
excuse
institutions would cover it.
me,
Well, you
my
at
2
at least deal with what I'm
Sorry.
saying. Or you could
So-
strawman. That's fine. We're doing strawman hour now. Go
You
ahead.
can't subsidize your way out of this. You can't just, we'll just pay for people to be able to be parents. We'll just give them infinite time off so they can spend more time. I already explained this is a math problem. When you have 1/3 of men in the country not even participating in the workforce, your social safety nets are already about to collapse. You cannot add paid family leave and have everybody working a part-time job and subsidize college for everyone. This is what started the problem. The smart countries that are going to still be here and are going to be dominating in the future, I would wager, are the ones who are going to prioritize producing actual goods, including things like food, their own power. They will have energy independence. That's all male-dominated industries. The smart countries are going to say, hey, ladies, here's some incentive for you to stay out of the workforce early on in life. Have a family. We're going to make women staying home and raising their own children the affordable thing, not some kind of weird government subsidy where mommy and daddy both work, but you get a bunch of government subsidized time off for like the first year or two of your child's life. I don't know if you know this, but they live longer than a year or two. They still need you when they get older. So
My died young,
it would be a lot smarter, rather than to just double down on all the shit that has caused all the problems, to say, maybe this was the wrong approach, and maybe looking into the future, we should prioritize long-term stability and make families independent of the government, rather than continue to double down on government's your daddy policies.
Gotcha. So speaking of fluffy dream worlds, oh my goodness. Honestly, Rachel, I want to live in your fan fiction utopia too. It sounds fucking awesome. How are you going to do that though? Because it seems like, you know, if you want your economy to be successful and booming, it seems like the countries who are best at it went, well, we definitely want all people who are best at human capital to be in the spaces that they're most efficient at. It seems like, you know, we've done things like we've tried to have comparative advantages. So we go, why have one woman at home teach 2 kids when that same woman who's really talented teacher can teach 15 kids, and that other woman who is now not teaching her kids because another woman that is wonderful and that we've regularly and we trust is teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's making delicious brownies, which, by the way, don't knock brownies. Okay, never knock brownies until you've tried one, right? But when we're talking about
Who
the
hasn't tried
affordability, if
brownies?
you're talking about the affordability crisis, how are you proposing to solve it? Because I'm putting forward real answers, like, for example, tax credits. So tax credits for anything having to do with child rearing, make anything associated, diapers, for example, make it tax credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right? All these things can be helped to make it more affordable to have a children. I'm down for that. What is your fanfic utopian dream process of economy where women aren't working and aren't getting educated, but we're maintaining a competitive global GDP? What's the system for that?
Sure, I'll tell you. First of all, it's not women can't work, it's mothers should be. Mothers already have a job. They don't need a second job. The constant throughout all of human history still matters. Yes, we have modern technology now. That doesn't mean you can automate motherhood. That doesn't mean you can replace it or outsource it. We should be investing. So like I said, we have this 1/3 of American men who are not in the workforce because they don't see any reason to be. They've been told they're bad, they're toxic, they're never going to get a woman, and they're never going to have a future anyway. So just play World of Warcraft. Why not? Get on government subsidy for your ADHD and your autism, which you're all self-diagnosed with from being on TikTok all day. How about we incentivize young men who we desperately need in the trades? We need young men in the trades so bad. It's way cheaper to train them to do the trades than to send them to university. So how about instead of paying them to go to university, giving them $100,000, to
like
go
my
get some
idea.
shitty degree?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, radical
you send them
educational
to
reform.
tech schools to learn the trades, and then imagine how much money you can save when mom stays home. You don't have to pay for a second vehicle. You're not paying income tax from her wages. You don't have to pay daycare, which makes up 25% of the average American household's expenses, by the way. You're saving like 35% just by mom staying home if dad has a great, good paying job in infrastructure and the trades, which we desperately need anyway, instead of letting Jose come across the border and do it illegally.
Man, it's so interesting, Rachel. You're so much smarter. It's really impressive. First of all, base for taking my idea. I'm glad we're vibing over that one. Radical education reformation. We can all just get behind that one. Like, we don't even need to be mad about that. And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous how Rachel, in her own divine wisdom, in her own lifetime, has arrived at a economic and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like, why hasn't anyone ever tried that? Oh, wait, we fucking did. We actually did try this thing where it's actually more economic for women to stay at home. It's not, actually. The reason why women enter the workforce in almost all most competitive global GDP is because when you increase the local labor force that is highly educated, you do better in the GDP participation. Sorry, that's just a fact. That's just a reality of human capital. We had the barring mothers. We had it from the 1910s to the 1930s. There was marriage bars. And what happened is we got into war. And we were like, oh, fuck, we kind of need them now. We bring them into war. And then all of a sudden, it's a proof of concept. Women can actually be incredibly powerful forces. They were the ones pushing the manufacturing. It is the manufacturing labor of women during the war that thrust America into the golden age of that economic boom and allowed us to negotiate to become the global reserve currency, which I know you seem to not know anything about economics because you poo-pooed at the gold standard changing, which is crazy bad economic theory, by the way. But just so it's clear, when America became the global reserve currency, that was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that. It's that thing specifically. Because all of the nations got together and they were like, who do we think will be most reliable and stable and boom in the next coming future? And it was fucking America, baby. So this idea of, well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody's ever thought of. We did, and we moved away from it because it was more efficient to do other things.
Kick it over, Rachel. 2 minutes.
So I'm not sure that it was more efficient. As I said, in the short term, yeah, GDP go up.
Nope, not
but
GDP
at
go
the
up.
expense of what? At the expense of what?
Nope,
So,
competitive GDP. I've said that.
Do you wanna
Well, if you're going to
just stick with
strawman
the-
me, well, do you want to talk to me or do you want to strawman me?
first of all,
It's
I think
You
competitive
two-
GDP.
I think you
think
need
that
one of
each-
those special brownies you were talking about to bring you down from the Adderall high. Because you're just
Yay,
like,
drug insults.
it's like, whoa,
If you want to just go to like
do-
weird
Did you
drug
have-
insults and
How
like,
many Red Bulls did you have?
I don't
Just
know, Rachel, can you
chill.
raise your eyebrows? Give it a try.
All right. We are
Ever tried it before?
we are going to all right.
Yeah.
So this
Your
is
Botox looks really good
these
on you,
are-
by the way.
What are we even
All right.
talking about?
All right.
Well, I
let's
know you were
do-
Botox, and it looks great, by the way. Go
let's-
off, Queen. I
all right,
love it.
let's do a reset. 2
Okay.
minutes for Rachel. Go ahead.
Good stuff there. So,
It was funny. It was for the crowd, okay? We were giving some crowd pleasers.
yes, you're a bastion of entertainment. Love it.
True.
Keep going.
That's why you brought me here.
So, again, we're trading long-term sustainability, and again, none of this matters. Oh, wow, you've got a massive GDP right now. Ooh, wow, there's like all of this unsustainable, goofy, fluffy women jobs that I just showed you. The reason I had to have slides was to give people the visual impact of just how much of women's empowerment is subsidized by men's actual productivity. Women own 40% of businesses in the United States and produce 6% of the revenue. How is that more efficient? How is that better for the future? How does that sustain anything?
Because small businesses
we
don't
get to
provide
have
that
that,
much
you
revenue.
guys.
I don't know what
You
you
get
wanna
to
give.
have that at the cost of not having enough babies to replace anyone, having labor shortages, massive inflation. Like, if this is working so well and it's doing so great, why do you yourself say we have so many economic problems? Now, you don't think it's because of feminism, fine. But everywhere in the world that we push mothers out of the home and into the workforce, the birth rate collapses. And that will have to be dealt with regardless of if you love having lots of psychologists and crumble cookies and Etsy ladies and whatever.
Yeah, I can tell that you only prepped this point, so I've already addressed that. I
It's
agree
not that
birth
I
rate
didn't only
decline.
prep this point. It's the
Sorry,
only
second.
point
I
that
do-
matters.
Well, you're right. You
Us-
prepped
I'm-
more,
I
and
do
then
have
I brought
to-
disconfirming
all right,
evidence, so you had to run away
we
from
do
your
have to kick it over to
You
1970s
still
Kyla.
haven't told me
Wait,
what
we
we're
do
going
have
to do
to-
about
we
this.
do have
I've
to
given
kick it
you
over to
multiple
Kyla for
answers.
2
In fact,
minutes
you
as
borrowed
well.
some of them.
All right,
None of them
we're-
solve the problem.
All right, I
It's
need
a
to do
gripless
it.
trilemma
Yeah, I
all
need to do
over
it.
again.
All right, hold on a second. We do have to
Solve
we're
Rachel's
going back
dilemma
to
Do you want
we're
to
going
birth
back to
rate?
the
I
2
mean,
minute,
again,
the 2 minute
Dilemma.
responses.
You're the one who
so,
uses a gripless
so
trilemma.
we're
You
going to
just
give
don't
Kyla
realize it.
2 minutes. Kyla, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So again, when we talk about like, so why are like women-owned businesses only contributing to like 6%? I think when you look at like booming economies, the Fortune 500, I think probably contributes like at least 30, maybe 40% of the GDP in tax receipts. So the idea that like it's all these small businesses, like, all small businesses don't contribute that much to government tax receipts. Welcome to the government, I suppose. When we're talking about goofy, fluffy women jobs, I agree that there's like too many Etsy shops, but they're gonna die and go under anyways, right? Sure, but the reality is that these goofy, fluffy women jobs were created by corporate infrastructure because they realized things like Ford is a great example of this, right? Ford made HR in like 1910 because big companies need it. They need managers and they need people that oversee people to make sure you keep making work. So if you're so smart in all your wisdom, you have to go to the Fortune 500. You have to go to Elon Musk himself and be like, hey, those HR jobs, really silly, not good for the economy. It's not very efficient. And I'm going to probably look at you and say, I probably know more about what's good for the economy. As I said before, it's not GDP go up, and it's never been. That's always been a straw man of my argument. It's about maintaining a competitive GDP. And the reason why is if you can't fund your military and keep up with the other countries around you, they are going to stomp on you. And that has been shown in recent history. And we need to be aware of it because we have to fund these things. We have to.
Okay. So, again, I don't know how else. It's like trying to teach force doctrine to you. It's like it just doesn't stick. You still think it's about like majorities or something goofy.
No, it's about category errors.
It's not. You
It is.
just
Right.
don't
We're-
understand it. But
I do.
if you don't have women, what do we need more of? Do we need more women doing multi-level marketing, selling Lululemons and Tupperware? Or do we need women having babies so that we can actually have a big military? Actually, do you remember my slide about if we didn't abort 1/3 of our babies, we'd have 45 million more people in our labor force? You don't
Yeah.
think that's a good trade-off?
Well, my
you don't
suspicion
think that might be better?
that slide probably didn't account
Just-
for the fact
are
that the
you-
women who would be having those children would be single mothers, which
Just
are
to be
also
clear, you were
contributing to the
done. No, it
welfare
does.
state that we were upset about.
It
So
accounts. So
probably not 45 million.
it did. So
Probably not.
if you have, it's an average of $26,000 of lifetime earnings that women will lose when they have a baby that they would have otherwise aborted. That's the estimate from, I think, Guttmacher and then the U.S. Department of Labor.
I don't trust that.
If you didn't, of course, you don't trust them.
I've read your book, baby girl. I don't trust any of your
Their
citations.
government, it's the government, the Department of Labor is the U.S. government.
Remember
I'm
when
not
you said
pulling
Hypatia was
sources out of
killed?
thin air.
Just to be
So-
sure that
That was a fun one.
If you
She wasn't, by
had,
the way.
I do
I don't
wanna-
even know what she's saying.
all right, just to be
She's
sure that we,
spurging.
I do think we're going to go back to the 2 minute
pretty calm.
segments. So
you're not calm.
we're going to
I
go back
am
to the
calm.
2-minute segments. All right.
No.
So go ahead, Rachel. We'll put it at.
So I'm saying
one
once again, maybe don't kill off a third of our labor force. That would probably help GDP.
Rachel is
Sure,
fi-
but
officially
probably
defeated. You
making
haven't
it
for a while.
It's probably making it so that 50% of our labor force doesn't enter the workforce is also not the best comparative advantage that we can talk about. Like, I'm happy to talk to you about abortion and the problems with it and like how mothers need to be supported more in our society. I've granted you that from the beginning. That's not an assailing on my position because I'm with you that like one of the worst things that we have seen, even with like the third wave feminism, is that nobody looked at mothers and said that that thing is beloved. Nobody looked at a mother and said that that is something worth cherishing and protecting. And you can see it because of the lack of policy created so that women have options and opportunities. The reality is, do we need more of like babies and MLMs? The reality is, why not try to find a system where it's a little bit easier to do both?
You can't.
You can. We
Other
have
countries have tried it and it's failed massively. And
Really?
they've had
America's
over a
failing
century.
so much.
They've had
well, I could
over a
see-
century to
are
figure
you-
it out in
just to be
China
sure,
and Russia, and China has
Kyla, are you-
massive technology
Kyla,
and
are
they
you
can't
done with
figure
your-
it out.
Done with your 2 minutes, or do you? I can't tell.
I'll respond. I'll respond. It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine. This back and forth is totally fine with me. Yeah. So in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working, you know, as what my favorite feminist said, the Dow is over 50,000, right? The economy of America is growing, and it's growing consistently. Trump is doing everything in his power to slow it as much as possible. However, it is growing, and it is, I think, right now it's still 12 trillion over China. That comparative edge matters because for those of you who are in cybersecurity, anybody here in cybersecurity? Okay, a little bit, yeah. You guys
Going
know
crazy.
that the main thing keeping us ahead of China in
She's going
cybersecurity is we
absolutely
have a lot of
crazy.
fucking money because their tech is so much better, which is dangerous to Americans today. It's not just bombs flying over and military troops walking into China and shooting Chinese people. It's cybersecurity. It's attacks on our systems. Just recently, the Hugging Face ChatGPT thing got out. That's what's dangerous. So what you need in a competitive GDP, and your system is saying it's not working. It is working. We just need to continue to find solutions to modernization so moms and dads can have kids too. I'm with you on finding a solution to that, but your answer is pressure women not to go into work, and we tried that. It doesn't work very
Only
well
debate
for
time.
maintaining everything that your society needs, which isn't just lots of babies, because Pakistan, tons of babies, not a great economy.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Why do you want mothers with young children to be at work all day?
I want them to be able to work at home. That's a great option for them.
How many of them do you think can work from home and contribute to the necessary and productive parts of the economy?
I mean, I think HR jobs are increasingly moving to remote positions. I think like 20 to 30%.
Just more HR jobs. Everybody be an HR Karen.
Again, you can
Everybody
laugh at
work
it,
in
but
HR.
take it up with Elon Musk.
Do you think Elon
Great
Musk
economist,
has an
Rachel.
HR department because of any other reason than Title IX making women be able to frivolously sue their employers for sexual harassment?
So there can be problems
He
with
would
women
get rid
in the
of his
workplace.
HR department tomorrow if you couldn't bring frivolous lawsuit after frivolous
No.
lawsuit that I didn't get the promotion because Tommy was sleeping with Lisa instead of me or whatever
Hey, you
nonsense.
would have,
like Title
185 on
IX
YouTube.
caused that. We
No,
did not
it started
have a
in
desperate
1910.
need for HR.
It started in 1910 with Ford because Ford realized that it had more human capital that it could manage with just this direct system. So it built HR
do you mean the same
departments. They
Ford
did it.
Foundation that created women's studies?
Yes.
Do you mean them? Oh, that's convenient, isn't it?
Well, wait, are you really trying to tell me that corporations, by the good of their heart, are making these stupid jobs that are useless, don't help their company, don't help their stakeholders, they don't maintain their fiduciary response, they just love women so much? Oh my God, every CEO out there is just like, fuck the stakeholders, boys. We got to get women in the workplace. Find them stupid jobs. I don't know, make
If
them
you could
fold
stop the meth
brownies or
prattle,
something.
I'll respond. Like seriously, like you're going 5,000 miles an hour about absolutely nothing.
I know,
And
when
it's
you don't know anything about
it's
the economy, it can be
watching a
tough when I
person
talk
on
about it, hey?
All right, I
methamphetamine
do-
just
I do
spurred
have
the
to-
fuck out.
Red Bull,
All right.
first of all.
All right.
I don't do
Let's-
amphetamine. It's
So
bad for my brain.
no, corporate.
You know what's wrong with the left?
Found out
Not that.
that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Corporations
what's wrong with the
wanted
left.
cheap labor And the government wanted more income tax. So the Ford Foundation, in their own papers, which I cite in my book that you say you've read, said, let's make women working, let's support feminism, they literally created women's studies departments as a vehicle to push Marxist feminism into the
60s.
universities.
Yeah.
Yes, and to get
But
women to
HR
buy
started
in,
in the 1910s.
to
So.
get women to buy into the idea that work and being a career woman is empowering and safe, and that
Forward.
motherhood is
First.
risky and dangerous and holds you back from whatever. You need to be liberated, but nobody ever asks from what? What were women liberated from? Because the only thing I can see that we were liberated from is intact structural families, our own children, and our own interests. Now we spend our lives working for corporations
Listen,
and
loosen
paying
the grip
income
on the
tax
mic.
at the expense of our
Not so
own
tight.
relationships with our children, our own marriages, our own communities. Like, how much have we lost from sending women to work for Ford and Elon Musk and be in HR versus them being at home building communities, taking care of each other? The women used to
And-
all be home together.
Sure, we've
Right.
probably lost
We're at
many
3 minutes.
things.
I want to give each of you a minute and a half. That's the last of our 3 minutes of open dialogue.
Okay, bet. So your theory of everything falls apart really hard when you get any amount of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example,
many
as you
times
tried
do
to
I shuffle them
suggest
papers?
originally, was dying in the 1970s. It wasn't. It started dying in the 1950s, again, because of the Triffin dilemma. When you want to talk about economics and why people are struggling, we have to have big girl conversations and not just be mad at the other girls and what they're doing. The reality is that we did try the model after industrialization to keep women home. We barred women from workplaces, particularly married women, the women that you would like to bar from workplaces. And the reality is
How
that
about you shut
America
up?
was not competing at a large level. It wasn't a superpower at the time. And there's a reason why most Fortune 500, all Fortune 500s, have invented these things. Again, a CEO's fiduciary responsibility, and since we're doing pop quiz, that means a legal responsibility is to stakeholders.
Crazy.
Corporations aren't going out of their way to make jobs that are useless for women because they're nice and they love feminism. That doesn't even make sense. The reality of a capitalist is they're constantly thinking about their bottom line. And if HR
Bro, I put this stream on for y'all, but since you want to be a dumbass, you can go ahead and get out of here. You know what I mean? Because I don't even care, dumbass.
makes their large corporation work more effectively, that's what they're going to do. This idea of Ford and the gender studies, I'll just grant you, Ford did do that in the gender studies. I don't really care. It falls apart the moment you just think about a timeline. Ford invented HR long before they were pushing gender
15
studies.
seconds.
So this idea that Ford just had this maniacal plan, instead of actually, it was an economic supply response of needing clerical work increasingly in large corporations to make these
James, you can
corporations
get
more
one too,
effective.
bud.
I guess
And-
take it up with every single fucking billionaire. I don't know what to tell you,
Time.
Rachel.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel for him. It's the final segment. 1.5 minutes for you, Rachel.
So first of all, I'm not going to be lectured on having big girl conversations by someone who hasn't accomplished even a tenth of what I've accomplished in my life. That's number one. Number two, you came in here
How much
wanting,
older are you than
it's
me?
my time.
Aren't you like 20 years
It's
older?
my
than
time.
me?
I do want to give Rachel a
You
chance.
gotta shut up at some point and let me talk too.
Yeah,
You
only me
came
as
in
a
All right,
here
we
wanting
do-
to
hold
have
on.
this friendly female conversation that was all subterfuge, that was all trickery,
It wasn't.
because you were the quickest
All right.
to insult me personally and spurg out and go off on wild tangents. And I'm not going to be lectured about big girl conversations by somebody who is just over here having an absolute autism fit with her Red Bull or what. I don't even know half of what you said.
I could
But
tell.
here's the problem.
You definitely don't
The
know.
future belongs to those who show up for it. And we have a choice to make. We cannot have women working full-time jobs and
Yeah,
dedicated.
anyone that doesn't want to watch this for free can go right on over to Modern Day Debate, pay $25, and watch it without any commentary. You're more than welcome to go over there. Or you can just shut the fuck up and watch the stream.
Dedicating all their lives to careerism and have them be good full-time mothers, raising the next generation of human beings above replacement level. They will continue to abort a third of every generation. They will continue to remain single and unmarried, or if they even, do have children, they're doing it single and
15
unmarried.
seconds.
This is the only question that matters. Everything else economically won't matter if this doesn't get solved.
Thank you very much for that closing. I think this has been the best debate we've had on this subject. So let's keep the Q&A productive. If you will line up on the left side here. Oh, wait. There is one thing. We are going to do something a little bit differently. Is just because this debate has been especially... All right, folks, need you to focus. If you want to have a conversation, we do ask that you would step out in the hall. We do have limited time, so we have to get to this Q&A quickly. We are actually going to do a vetted process. So, sure. Okay. Because if you insult them, we're going to toss you. I don't expect it, but just a... All right. Folks, if you want to have a conversation, step outside. We're going to start the Q&A. People want to be able to hear the speakers. All right. If you're going to have a conversation, please do step outside. All right, we're ready for you.
My question is for you.
I have a name.
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Kyla?
Yeah, hi,
All
sir.
right.
What's your name?
John.
Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
I heard somewhere that the three most influential things,
Appreciate
I guess,
that,
on the
Terry.
planet are the nuclear bomb, the transistor, and birth control, right? I don't know if that's true, but it sounds right to me.
Okay.
If you could remove one of those, you can't remove the first two. The third one is something you could do about, and to me, that sounds like that's under feminism. Can you at least acknowledge feminism as at least part of the problem? And if we eliminated that part, would that not help everything?
So feminism is part of the problem and it's part of the solution to a lot of issues, right? Society
Crap.
isn't just like a simple thing.
Why does it
right?
do that?
Pakistan is a really good example of a country.
Stop that shit. I'm muting that. I can't handle that. That blew my damn eardrums out again.
With exploding birth rates, they really
Appreciate the
solved that
problem,
issue,
Terry.
but their economy is struggling and they
Didn't
keep
have
on
it.
getting dumpstered by India in war, right? Pakistan is a great example of why in a country, lots of things matter all at once. What you're calling contraception, is that like feminism or technology? It's probably a bit of both, right? But what it really is pharmaceutical companies making money from a technology that's
Stop walking in
futile,
front of
right?
the camera.
So the issue is you're pointing at one of the technologies as being like useless and we don't need it. However, I don't even know how we begin to make that argument, because we do need women in the workplace, and giving them more control of their family planning has allowed women to massively excel in workplaces and achieve higher levels of education and productive output than ever before.
Hey,
I know you can't
James,
respond, sorry.
Just a quick note on that. The reason that
You don't hear it? Are you sure? Just pause right this minute.
Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think
No.
of that?
Are you going to sit here and say that
right,
that
just to
lowered
be
IQ
sure.
from inbreeding is not a serious factor in
It's
their
a huge,
economic-
it's a
Yeah.
huge issue within Pakistan. The issue is that if your birth rate dream was so awesome, their birth rate is like
Well, you
7.1.
don't have to
I do-
marry your cousin.
Well,
hate
you
to do
kind of,
this.
sure,
hate-
I'm
sure.
not saying
We do
marry
have
your
to go to the next
cousin.
question.
Rachel, I know disconfirming evidence sucks for you, but you actually
No,
have to
I
deal with
just
it and
blew
not
you
just
out.
go, ma, brown
We
people.
You
have to
just
go to the
sat
next
here and
question.
said, well, birth
Is-
rate is not always
we
so
do
good.
have
It's
to
like,
keep it
no,
moving.
you're
We do have to
misframing
keep
Almost like
moving.
it.
countries that
All
only
right.
invest in
The
birth rate
whole
and don't
reason
invest in
is they
GDP
are
All right.
tend to be
80
shit.
IQ
Kyla and
cousins.
Rachel.
Yes,
Kyla and
countries that
Rachel.
control women
We do
and
have to
don't
go
let them in
into
the
the
workplace
Q&A.
and don't allow them any
There are more
autonomy
people.
are
There are more people
shitholes.
wanting
True.
to ask their questions. All right.
That's Islam.
All right. Next up,
Kyla, this is
I need folks just so they can hear the speaker.
you mentioned Saudi Arabia and Qatar, but from 1960 to today, Saudi Arabia's female participation rate went from 15% to over 35%, and they've delayed the time to have a first child to almost age 27. How does that not make Rachel's point?
Because again, I don't think I would look at Saudi Arabia as a bastion of it. In fact, Saudi Arabia, a close ally of America, is letting women who are very educated in Saudi Arabia, for example, participate in their workforce because it's useful for them. That's why they're letting them do it. They're, by the way, still cutting off clits, so not exactly a feminist bastion.
I mean, it makes her point, though.
It doesn't make her point, because if the point is feminism is causing this problem, it's actually modernization that's
They
causing this
more
problem.
than doubled
I do
their
wanna
female
move-
workforce.
I do wanna move
and
to the
they're
next one.
educating women and pushing them into
Look,
the
if you want to
workforce.
take the claim that Saudi Arabia is a famous feminist bastion, you can take it.
Why
I just
are
think
you
it's
so
absurd
upset?
on
Can
face.
you-
All right.
Why are you so angry?
All right, we're
Like,
going to go to the
I'm
next
not
question.
angry. I'm
You've
laughing.
been,
All right.
you've been
I'm having a
freaking
great
out
time.
this whole time.
I got a
Everyone's-
cute
Maybe
outfit
that's
on.
just
I'm
your
feeling
All right,
great.
we're going to go to the next question.
Hi, sir.
So I wanted to ask you about Henry Ford.
I don't know much about Henry
so
Ford.
he started human resources, you said, in the 1910s. So
I believe
like
it was 1910
1913.
that the Ford industry
In
did, yeah.
1916, he was sued by the Dodge brothers for
True.
improperly investing and not protecting shareholders, and lost that case.
Okay.
So
Dude,
wouldn't that
I'm
kind
a-
of show that Henry Ford was not?
All right, for anyone that's interested, I'm a gaming streamer. I'm not a political debate streamer. Something I'm interested in, but it's not something that I stream very often. If you want to watch some gaming stuff, subscribe, come hang out next time I'm live doing gaming stuff. But for now, we're just doing modern day. We're just doing the debate stuff.
A good actor in the corporate space.
I don't know much about the case, but were they sued over HR?
They were sued over wages and improper investment,
HR?
using dividends to pay for HR.
That's a big stretch there, sir. So was it HR that they were sued over, or was he doing fraudulent behavior? Sounds like the fraud might have been a bit more of a spicy problem. Okay.
Hi, Kyla. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Appreciate the debate tonight. Juicy, as James would say. My question is for you, Rachel. You and Andrew sometimes deal with this idea that like guns are an equalizer, as in they can sort of minimize the distance between men and women in terms of the physical force they can exert.
Right.
And I know you have problems with that argument, but I can
Yeah.
pretty easily imagine a future where a technology that's a true equalizer, like maybe gene editing is just one example, could just be a reality not so far from now. So I just wanted to ask, what does that world look like to you? And in a way, does it make kind of an egalitarian philosophy or fact of life inevitable?
Does the gene editing you're talking about make it so that men can have babies?
I'm a conservative, and yes, I
Probably
know
not
I
for a
follow
while. Probably
Andrew
not for a
Wilson.
long time.
Then I would say no. Will it make it so that we have women that are the same rough size and strength as men? Because if it basically, unless you're going to turn
Rachel,
women
famous
into men, then
biologist
no.
here, by the way, knows a lot about CRISPR, I'm sure. Did you know that that's what the technology is called, by the way? It's CRISPR. Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Turner.
Look, baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book.
I
Okay.
love when she educates me.
All
It's
right.
my
When
favorite.
did Hypatia? Who's Hypatia, by the way?
Look, I
It's in your
can't.
book.
You're like methsberging, and I can't right now.
I-
I would
We're
like
gonna
to
go
get to
if
the
you,
the
you
next
can keep
question.
like insulting me, Rachel, but
Cheerio.
first of all,
I'm not
between me and you,
debating
you,
I'm
I'm
mugging you
talking
every
to the-
single day.
We're going to move,
We're
Second
we're gonna
of
move
all,
to the next
who's
question.
Hypatia?
We're gonna watch the Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza debate after this when it comes on, when it starts. So if you want to hang around and maybe come back and watch that, make sure you subscribe and just come through with good vibes. We're not doing this toxic nonsense. We're not doing that shit. If you want to come in and talk shit, I'll ban you and we'll just move on with our lives. You know what I'm saying? So y'all come in, y'all subscribe if you want to. Don't subscribe, it's all good.
Terry Yuck.
Yeah, you don't want to answer,
What's
do
crack?
you?
Yeah, so Kyla, I was wondering, like, what is the proposed solution from feminism? Because in terms of Rachel's proposed
Can you say
solution,
that again? Sorry.
what is the proposed solution from feminism that we're going to get at least 1 million lives back into the economy for workers and all that stuff? This is what Rachel's talking about with the mathematics. We get rid of elective abortion, that's 1 million lives.
I'm sorry I keep pausing it. Why am I talking? Because it's my fucking channel and I want to.
each year coming into America.
Yeah, a lot of those.
What's
So
the
getting rid of the
feminism
abortion
counter?
also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys don't like, actually.
It's still more
The
big.
solution for birthright that I've offered a number of times is we need modernization solutions. So probably tax credits, making it affordable to have children, making it easier for moms to stay home or work at home and be economically successful. There's a lot of things that we need to try. It's not really a simple solution because it's not a simple problem anymore with modern technology. But we should try things, and we haven't really tried enough things, and we should.
Yeah, so 1 million lives a year is not worth banning elective abortion, is what
Much
you're saying.
bigger tax base to help fund those social safety nets.
Again, unless they're on welfare, which you would assume that they're going to be if they're being
No,
born to
you would
single
not
mothers.
assume that they're all going to grow up and be on welfare.
I wouldn't
Absolutely
assume
not.
all of them, but I would guess that it would probably be 20 to 30% of them because probably the women most likely to seek abortions are going to be
For a-
women in situations where they become single mothers. And so
tempor-
those
oh.
children are going to be on welfare, which is going to be costing tax receipts. So I guess your system, not so great. It feels really great when you chat GBT
All
your
right,
numbers. When you
we're gonna
actually get
jump
real about economics,
next
it
question.
kind of falls apart.
We're jumping to the next question.
I'm sure if you talk faster and say more, everyone will think you won.
I'm sure that if you're just bitchy and
go-
rude, everyone will
we're
think you're
gonna
funny.
go to James.
We're
We're going to go to James.
All right, so my question's for Kyla. So if greater, it's based off something you said in your opening, if greater reproductive autonomy predictably results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy
It
that
was
is
her opening.
justifying the outcome?
I don't think anywhere in my opening I talked about reproductive autonomy. I think that was her.
No, you said that
You
it's
said
better
the
if women have
predictability.
control over their
You said these things were
reproduction, they can-
predictabilities
yeah.
when you were
Do you
talking
think
about
reproductive autonomy just means abortion?
it results. Are you going
Are
to
you gonna
answer
answer
my
that
question, or
question?
are you asking me questions?
I'm following
All right,
up because
so
you're talking about
Do you
reproductive
want to answer the
autonomy.
question or no?
I speak
Do you
easy,
want
right?
to know anything that you're talking about? What's reproductive
This
autonomy?
is that likability problem Andrew
All
was
right,
talking
we're-
well,
about.
yeah,
going to-
yeah. There's one thing.
We're going to, all right, let's rein
What
it in.
in a room full of Rachel
right.
fans? They like.
Isn't that speak easy? Tell me I'm wrong. I'll
Can
talk
you-
though.
More?
I
That's
didn't think I was
crazy.
gonna
You
do
know,
it.
it helps your
just
arguments if you're
hold
not
on.
insufferable.
All right, sorry
I
to
would.
do this.
It's
I do have to-
actually
I do
being
have to-
insufferable is
All
good
right,
for your
I do-
arguments. Actually,
just to get
That's
through,
funny.
just to
No,
get through
everybody
people's
likes
questions.
me.
That's
just to
not
get through,
true.
I'm very popular.
just to get
and
through people's
well-liked.
questions. Can you restate your question in a rephrase it?
Do you want to just talk about abortion? Sounds like you want to talk about abortion.
Okay, do you want to
Relax,
answer
sir.
my
Keyboard
question
warrior
or do you want to
answer.
ask me questions again?
Okay.
If
go ahead.
greater reproductive autonomy results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that justifies that outcome?
The benefit of more reproductive autonomy for women is that they're able to better control family planning, which allows them to do things like investing in a career and investing in better marriage status, which is why college women, by the way, have the happiest education. So reproductive autonomy allows them to decide when they go to college because they can offset having children, which is good. It also results in things like abortion, which I agree it would be great to get those numbers down, but that's why it's valuable, because it does more than just one thing.
Again, that what you just said
Didn't
is
answer the
okay. Is
Oh, get out of here.
as
You're
a
not even keeping
benefit.
up. Get out.
We're going to go to the next question. Okay,
You didn't answer the question.
all right.
Your mom's super proud of you, though. Proud of her. Well, probably not, actually.
This is a PR disaster.
All right, we're
for
going to
you.
go to the next question.
You are not
All
going
right,
to recover.
We're going to go to the
It's
next
not,
question.
I can assure you.
Who would invite
Here we
you
go.
to an event
What was-
after the way you've behaved?
All right, we're going to go
Like,
with Jonathan's
honestly,
question.
Jubilee.
We do have to go to the question. Jonathan has
Like
a
if
question.
you were my
All
daughter,
right,
I'd be
I hate
hauling
to
you out
interrupt
of here
you
by
guys.
your ear to
And
give
if
you
you were
a
my
talk
mom, I'd have a lot more
about
drama.
your
We're going to
Yeah,
jump.
behavior.
I
We're going
know.
to jump to the next question. Come on
Well,
up,
your mama
Jonathan.
should've.
All right, folks, we do need you. Do us a favor if you can keep it down just so we can hear the speakers and the question asker. All right, Jonathan, go ahead.
So, what is the biggest roadblock to abortion, Rachel?
What is the biggest roadblock
To abolishing abortion.
to abolishing it?
Yes. So there's no more abortion ever.
Women voting for it.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Women can't vote for it. They can't have it.
Feminists run away from 50-50 custody. You guys talked today about about how men work and why they don't get to spend time with their children. But feminists constantly run away from the issue that men are treated unfairly in family courts, and that here in Dallas, 95% of the time custody is awarded to women, and they take those children and they abuse men and take our children away from us in family courts. So what is feminism going to come to the table and make 50-50 shared custody the standard bills and stop voting to take away our children from us all the time?
Yeah, so I'm guessing that you're not particularly familiar with my work, right? Not everything that feminists do I think is good. I actually think that what you're highlighting here is a really big issue, which is why when I started my work in debate, I was in men's spaces advocating for male issues. Family court planning and, for example, things like financial abortion are rights that men don't have access to that creates an unequal rights. And I think that that's an issue that we have to address. And I think the fact that fathers are assumed de facto to not be a good caregiver and therefore they get limited access to their children is a fucking tragedy. I totally agree with you.
All right.
Not at all. Kyla,
Hi.
you said something I really liked. My name's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Don't sit, dude. Don't do it.
You said something profound, one of the best things I heard all night, actually. And I want to acknowledge it. And you stated what you invest in early in life yields the best returns.
Okay.
Is it your position that women should not invest in their families when young? Are those returns not as valuable as serving a corporation or being a boss babe that can get fired when the boss's nephew needs a hobby?
All right, you redeemed yourself, bud. Good job. No,
Yeah,
he wasn't.
so I think what I've pretty clearly advocated for multiple times is that I want women to be able to have the option to do both, right? I've said this numerous times, and increasing technology is allowing that sort of thing, right? When I was talking in that context, that was good. That was a smart one. You're quick at that. What I was actually talking about when I said the word returns was an economic label, right? So you can like switch the definition to a different thing. But I agree that there's a tragedy that's happened where families, not just young women, but young families don't feel like they can invest in children because it's so expensive and they can't be good stewards of their future things. The reason that parents are delaying isn't because they don't think children aren't beautiful. What they're delaying for specifically is because they know that if they don't have a stable economic thing to rear their children in, they're not being good parents. And I think it's a tragedy that you're gonna yell, hold on, don't yell at me yet.
All right,
I think
folks.
that's a tragedy, but actually engage with my words and the ideas that I'm talking about.
All right, we're going to go to the next question.
Thanks, both of you, for coming. Taylor here. To me, it seems modern feminism is antithetical to a biblical worldview. From your earlier debate with Andrew, which I listened to, it appears you keep a fairly sharp separation between your private faith and how you would integrate that with politics, et cetera. My question is this: do you believe the Bible affirms the equal ontological value of men and women while also establishing a specific order of responsibility, God, man, wife, children, for example? If so, isn't this consistent to hold that a society could still follow that biblical order with men as the primary heads of voting, repeal the 19th, public life, primary breadwinner, while fully affirming women's equal value ontologically and encouraging distinct roles? This was the arrangement before the boom of feminism and seemed to sustain a strong society. And why wouldn't that be a good solution, even though it does seem far-fetched?
Okay, do you want to tackle the theological question or the like policy question first? Because there's kind of two baked in there.
Yeah, whichever you'd address first.
Okay, sure. So when it comes to like a theological question, I think one of the most important things that we need to recognize from the Bible, and most of you are going to disagree with me on this, is that it is not a prescription for statehood. In fact, it's a strong resistance to that, right? Jesus, for example, was quite resistant to being named as the Messiah and King and creating a kingdom of Israel, which is in part why the Jews wanted to kill him. So you might theologically disagree with me, but when I look at these things as far as policy goes, I think God made both of us, right? All people were made in the image of God. And I think that what God wants isn't to make didactic biblical interpretations policy, because that's not what he did, right? To a policy level, it seems to be the case that there is just better benefits overall, broadly for society. There are cons, but there are mostly benefits when you have a policy of allowing your human capital to have opportunity and choice. And I would argue to you, there's a greater Christian imperative than men should be the household, which is choice, because the entire bracket of salvation is about choosing God. So why on earth do humans think that they know better than to try and insist that women can't have simple choices like where they work or whether they get to vote? I think that that's a bastardization of Christianity when we do that.
All right.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is going to be our last question.
Rachel, if your position is so attractive and so elusive, why do you need so many restrictive and regressive policies to maintain it? Because as it stands, your lifestyle would be able to coexist under Kyla's worldview, but Kyla's lifestyle would not be able to coexist under your worldview. And so I just think that if women were not able to do all these things and be able to sustain this lifestyle, you wouldn't need the restrictive policies to stop them. It just wouldn't be possible in the first
Can you point
place.
to one restrictive policy that I advocated for in this debate?
Would you advocate for the regression of the 19th Amendment?
Yes, but only
Okay,
because
that.
universal suffrage.
Okay, well that's that.
So
that.
it wouldn't be just women can't vote. It would be most people.
Do you think
can't
mothers
vote.
would mothers be able to enter the workforce under your worldview?
They've always been legally allowed
Under your
to.
worldview.
Yes, they've always been legally. I've never argued to legally prevent women from working or mothers from working. I think it needs to be the culture. These things come from the culture and the religious values, not from policy. We don't just outlaw things. I've never advocated for restrictive policy changes other than we need to
19th.
limit suffrage.
It's
But
pretty-
that does
Voting
not
rights are
just.
pretty restrictive.
But that doesn't just limit women's votes. It limits all votes back to what the founders had framed. I think we need to return to a limited suffrage republic
think she
if
said
we're
it
going
at
to
all,
try
to
to
be
have a
honest.
republic.
I know Rachel
Hi, Kyla.
did,
My
which
name's
is funny.
JS. Your counter to feminism having the biggest detriment on birth rates was industrialization or modernization. I'm wondering, can you elaborate on how that makes sense when what I see, industrialization and modernization makes it easier, safer, cheaper to have and raise kids?
That's actually a really interesting question. This is the one thing that's kind of like called the paradox of urbanization, is that you're right. In many ways, we have more
Oh, we don't need
technologies,
Reddit.
more
Forward.
more
Perfect.
supports, more welfare available than ever before. But it seems to be the case that as industries and nations modernize, birth rate tends to fall. And we see this across the board of every country that begins to modernize. And that is a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that, which is why what we have to do is go, well, what are ways that we can offset this declining birth rate so that young families feel like they can afford to have children and then do?
All right.
Yeah, so my question is actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite
First
make
of
a lot
all,
of claims, but based on her standard, we can't actually know if anything she said was true. So if we don't have access to certain truth because she doesn't understand Agrippa's trilemma anyways, from Erudite's view, why ought we actually debate? And since we can't know who is correct, why can we know that Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways?
Well, that's true. I could have, rather than just sticking to demographic doom, I could have just precepted her and said, you don't believe in objective truth anyway, so why are you here?
So here's the thing that it seems like you guys have like never understood. If we want to talk about the Agrippas, right? Are you a methodological skeptic?
What? Say that again?
Are you a methodological skeptic?
Methodological skeptic?
Yeah.
I don't know. What
So
does that mean?
I don't care about the problem of levying the accusation of Agrippa's trilemma because I just engage with the assumption that sometimes assumptions have to be made too. We have to engage.
Oh, so you just
theories
want to
of
start with
systems-
random axioms?
No, not random, just like yours aren't random. What I've done, and what you guys seem to not quite understand, is I've labeled the thing that you do, what you call presuppositionalism, is levying Agrippa's trilemma against your opponents. All I've done is pointed out that just as your opponents fail Agrippa's, so do we. I just don't care because I'm not a methodological skeptic.
So, but why should we grant your starting or foundational axioms and not mine?
So that we
If
can
that's
have
the
a
case.
conversation and you can critique it to see if you think it
But
makes
we're
some
doing it
logical sense.
arbitrarily based off of nothing but
Well,
preference.
how do you? Again, all you're doing is you're levying the Agrippa's problem to me. But I would say to you, you have the same problem. I just don't care. I don't think it's interesting. I'd rather just contextually
wanna
grant certain
jump in
presuppositions
just
and
because-
axioms and build from there.
We're just going to go with this.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So, being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
I don't know what works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with a dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like
what
slowing
is she
down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No,
What-
I'm just
so
like
one
a
from Aristotle
normal
and one from
person
Hegel?
who's not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
Plato.
Next up.
Hello.
$5.
Hey Jay, are you gonna unblock me yet, or are you just gonna keep running from me forever? And I thought you quit debating, or did you not? I just also want to be clear.
We're going to jump to the next
I'm
question.
not an expert.
All right.
James, I'm so sorry. Is we're just gonna turn this into like shitting
All
on
right,
Erudite session?
We do. We have to keep it. Let's keep it orderly, folks. And I think this is going to be our last question. Sorry, brother.
Hello, I'm Victoria.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi. First off, you had made the comment that most men in hospice care express that they have a lot of regret about not being in their children's lives enough. I feel like there was a recent study that showed that men currently, I want to say it was like back in the 80s, less than 10% had ever changed a diaper, and now it's over 80%. So I feel like that point is kind of moot for modern times because dads are around more and they are more involved with their children. Excuse me. And then besides that,
Okay.
the main point or the main question was, is feminists doing more harm than good, or more harm or more good? Margaret Sanger, obviously Planned Parenthood, she was a eugenicist. As a black woman in America and a mother with special needs kids, do you feel like modern feminism has truly helped equality for all women or just white women?
I think it's been better for white women because I think when you have intersectional layers of oppression, the reality is that something that benefits just one intersection will benefit the most privileged group of that thing. Is it true that Sanger was a eugenicist? Yeah, I believe most feminists have disavowed that, and I would disavow that, right? I think that that's bad. Does that answer your question, Victoria?
You can
Okay,
you can disavow
All
it,
right,
but that's
before
the
we give a huge round of applause, I
leadership
just have to
of
get
the
these important things out.
feminism.
First is, all right, Andy, you want to come on? All right.
So I just have one question I didn't actually hear an answer to. Can you concisely tell us what you plan to do about demographic collapse? Concisely, not, blah, 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 we need this and we need. Tell us concisely. What is Kyla Turner's plan to stop demographic collapse?
I hear you, Andrew. It seems age is affecting you both. Very simply, tax credits. Tax credits. Matt and Pat leave. Making,
Wilsons are
making
older than me.
education. Making.
All right, we got to give her a chance.
Do you
Girl,
want me to
hold
answer?
on, hold on. We got to give her a chance to actually talk. Go ahead.
Tax credits, making educational reform so you can go into careers faster, making it so it's cheaper to have babies, making it affordable to raise children and have dual income households where a woman works at home. Simple stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, just give
I do
everyone
wanna,
money.
I do want to
Easy
just hold
peasy.
on one second. Okay, before we
That's
hold
I
on.
did not stream the J debate. We can pull it up and go through it while we're waiting on Andrew to come through. But I did not stream that one. You just have to tell me which one you want.
One sec. Hold on. Bear with
If he
me.
has
Before
two
we
of
do a
them.
huge round of applause, just a couple quick housekeeping things. First is if you have a signed emblem page, which if you saw that when you got your ticket, which is if you bought it probably earlier than May 12th or so, at 6:40, come out there. We'll get it for you. And then also 6:40 is when the meet and greets are. So be at one of those places, depending on what ticket type you have. Also, Brandon, can you stand for me? There's Brandon. All right. So Brandon is helping us put together a DebateCon promo video. So he'll be out there in front of the banner, and if you'd like to share about how amazing this debate was, for example, because you can feel the energy in the room, it feels good. Okay, so talk to Brandon about that, and then also,
Not really.
just because it was so heated, is that I just want to be very clear, is that I want you to, if you want to say something, make sure that if you say anything to either of these speakers, it's something positive. If you say anything negative, like if you, any sort of smart-ass remark to where they don't feel welcome, you're going to be banned. I'm serious, because our speakers are the most valuable part of this, so do show them respect. So say something positive to the speaker that you like, not something negative to the one that you disagree with. With that, we will break for dinner, and then we will be back for the main event. Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you then. It was an amazing debate.
Amazing debate. All right, so you have to tell me which one you want to see, because Rob Noor also debated. Rob Noor also debated. He debated before this one. Hey, even if you're poor and you don't want to support modern day debate, hit the subscribe button on the YouTubes. Let's go ahead and knock those out there. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. And I don't know what the subscriber count is currently. I've had some subscribers. 4,500. So, which one would y'all like to watch now in waiting for Andrew? Andrew starts at 7:15, so we have roughly an hour and 30 minutes. We have roughly an hour and 30 minutes before the Andrew debate happens. whichever one y'all want to watch, I'm good with. Because we've got the Bible of the Quran with Jay Dyer and Naheem. I don't know these other two guys. That's the problem. I don't know these guys. I don't know if they're good or not. Then you got the Jay Dyer, the Islam or Christianity debate. Then you have the Dinesh D'Souza and Destiny debate. So it's whichever. I will be streaming the Andrew debate, yes. All right, so you got to tell me, one for the first debate on the Quran, or two for the Islam versus Christianity?
Sponsor a
The Roar.app. That's Revive the Roar.app. Thank you guys so much. Let's get this thing going.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you, brother. Indeed, we will with Jay. Your opening timer or opening statement timer is set. I'll start it on your first word.
I noticed my friend here came in his pajamas. But so did I.
Okay, so two is the one.
I'm just kidding, Jake.
We're going to do the
Jake gave me his book. I looked through it. I'm
Islam or
already Muslim,
Christianity
so
debate.
debate's over. I give up. He convinced me, dude. All right, what's up, Texas? It is Sunday, 2005. We're going to be live in the next 4 hours. That's Alex Jones. All right, Deuteronomy 21. We're going to go back to an area that you probably wouldn't expect, because usually we think of civilization as this political philosophy, this idea, that, whatever. No, actually, Western civilization, our civilization, including the civilization that I'm going to harken back to, which is the model Christian civilization, in my view, Byzantium, the continuation of the Roman Empire. We're going to look at that, see how it was successful, and what ways the Christian imperium lasted as the longest Christian civilization and the most successful civilization in world history. If we go back to Deuteronomy and the Mosaic Law, we have laws of warfare. This is the first time, as far as we know, in ancient Near Eastern civilization that laws were introduced that protected captives amongst the slave class, or captives amongst war. These laws gave a new level of protection that underclass, or that women, or that others did not have prior to that. Prior to that, the typical attitude was that these were in a state of slavery. And so now we have a new introduction that the husband of these, in this situation, if he would like to marry, he must marry and give legal status to captives of warfare. The passage that is used here to protect these girls is the Hebrew word that signifies them as Isha, or young, that is, young girl. So here we have, for the first time, the protection of the youth in the ancient world through Mosaic law, Deuteronomy 21. This passage and no other passage, this passage does not allow for rape. In fact, it forbids rape, and all other passages that discuss the possibility of rape are also explicit in condemnation in the Torah and in the Old Testament. In Numbers 31, which is a passage often cited by Muslims and others who critique this, there's nothing said about sexuality in this passage. In fact, the context is Numbers 25, that a Moabite or a Midianite person was to be not allowed in because of the previous warfare that the Israelites had engaged against them for enticing them to worship Baal and to commit orgies. But since these were not that generation, this next generation was to be protected, and you spared the virgins. They could then become members of the covenant community. You raised them, and then at a certain age, you could marry them. This did not allow for rape. In fact, rape is forbidden. Deuteronomy 21, 10 to 14. You are not allowed to defile the girls. And then later on, they are women in the Numbers and Deuteronomy passage. So in other words, it goes from young girls to, as they become older, they become members of the covenant community, they have certain legality and protection. Now, that is totally contrary to the typical attitude that we have amongst Muslim critics of the Old Testament, particularly the passages in Numbers and Deuteronomy that are often cited. They're actually the opposite. They're the beginning of the protection of all classes of society. As we get into modern civilization, we look back to our precedents, our heritage. That is Roman law, that is common law, that is biblical law, that is canon law. All of these legal traditions have an important, crucial history when it comes to forming the society in the order that we have. Certainly, I do not agree with every aspect of postmodern or even post-Enlightenment society. The Enlightenment certainly had some good critiques of its previous papal civilization. But prior to that, there is the unknown imperium again of Byzantium. When the Christian church was founded, the Christian church was a tiny group that believed that it was the fulfillment of everything that Old Testament religion was pointing to. The Old Testament bequeathed to it not just the general law of the Ten Commandments, but many other principles, including the notion of not just civil law that's based around the deity, but also canonical law or church law. Church law, for example, in the West began to give the accused rights. We might hear or think about the Inquisition. And although I don't agree with everything to do with the Roman Catholic Church, there's sometimes a bad attitude is given towards the Inquisition because we think of only the bad things. But actually, one of the things that the Inquisition introduced based on biblical principles was the idea of the rights of the accused, was the idea of defense of the accused. So a lot of the great heritage that we have in Western tradition does come from, again, not just Christian civilization, not just biblical texts, but also many examples of the appropriation and application of those principles. It's not just the legal realm and the realm of duties and obligations, etc., or protecting those that might be a lower class. We also have the notion of universities, the notion of hospitals, the notion of advancements in technology, which no other civilization or society was able to achieve like we have achieved. Again, certainly we have gone off in a wrong direction. But to blame that on Christianity, as I suspect some will do, I don't know, is in fact false. In other words, we can look at many religious societies in Islamic countries who were formerly dedicated to the principles of Islam and also took a secularizing or a liberalizing journey. Interestingly, many of the countries that are Islamic that went in a secularizing, industrializing pathway actually became monetarily successful. Other countries remained and are noted by many of the features that I'm sure everybody remembers, the Andrew versus Daniel Hakikaju debate. That's kind of a classic. That highlighted a lot of the moral failures and features of a lot of Islamic society. I'm not going to rehearse that debate. I think everybody remembers that. So you have that in kind of in your mind. I want to focus on the other aspects that I think are also crucial kill shots for the attempt at thinking that Islamic society is some goal or some beneficial, better position. When we talk about what's the good, or how would we judge between Christianity, in my view, Orthodox Christianity being more advantageous to a society versus Islam, I think we have to, first of all, think about what the good is. When we think about the type of deity that we have in Christianity, which is the focal point, right? We have, for example, the idea of the balance of the one and the many. Of course, Jake does not like the Trinity, but he has the same problem as we've highlighted in our previous debates, that when he tries to harmonize the 99 ontologies of Allah with the singular essence of Allah, he's got the same metaphysical problem. For us, we don't actually think that God being one and three is a problem. In fact, this becomes the pattern and the principle not just for church governance with bishops and many people, also, though, for the governance of society. Many Orthodox theologians have pointed out that the idea of the imperium, many nations united by one faith, was the glue that held the greatest civilization together in history, namely Byzantium. Byzantium was founded around the Code of St. Justinian, one of the great emperor saints, and St. Justinian was noted for shutting down many of the pagan philosophical academies. When those academies were shut down, particularly the Platonic academies, they were able to apply Aristotelian principles not in toto, but many Aristotelian practical philosophical principles to the Eastern Roman Imperium or Byzantium to again create the most successful empire in world history.
Bro, if you were not
We're
cheating,
talking
you had the
about
most insane
1,000
shots of
plus
my
years
life I've ever seen.
thriving and surviving. We're talking about the greatest monetary policy in world history until they began to money clip. Okay, money clipping. I think you know what I'm talking about. Debasing the currency, right? And I think, again, that's just one ethical principle that we could think of. Christian society forbade usury prior to that. Now, granted, I think Islam would also agree with that. But the point here is that what actually began the unraveling of Byzantium was, in fact, the principles of monetary debasement, usury, and then opening the door to Islam. That led to the collapse of Byzantium. Islam began to have what some have called a golden age, and this was what would characterize the rise of the Ottomans. Now, since the Ottoman decline, when the British Empire became the next successful world empire, the Islamic world has tended, I'm not saying that they all agree, but they've tended to speak of a decline and a desire to return to this golden age. And certainly we could say, well, Jay, don't you also think that there's a Byzantine golden age? I don't think that we can ever rebuild something from the past. The famous historian Oswald Spengler, philosophy of history, noted that you can never recreate a past civilization, but you can build on what is there, standing on the shoulders of giants. And so I would say that the key point that we have lost in the West is probably something that he and I would agree on. The transcendent, the idea that law and society do have to be arranged around the transcendental idea of a god or of a deity. However, if that deity is a deity that, as the Quran says in multiple places, that he is the greatest of deceivers, that's probably not going to be good for society. In Christianity, we have a different idea of who God is. God is not just a single Unitarian, unknowable deity, unlike anything in the world, but he is rather one of us in the sense of becoming incarnate. He's not only one of us, but he's immanent and he's transcendent. He also gives us practical living, practical ways to understand and to know and to love people. And so love becomes a very crucial feature that is not really present in the Islamic ethos. I am not saying in some hippy-dippy sense that we base society upon just love, bro. No, I'm saying that we base it around what the Bible and the principles of the church say love is, which is the Ten Commandments, and which is to guard those who are the weak, those who are our children, those who are our progeny. But in Quran 4:24, which is a passage not abrogated, we have the statement that you may take those in captivity amongst the women, that which your right hand possesses. This is a very famous phrase. It's discussed many, many times by many Islamic scholars. And the hadiths also explain that what this means, and it has not been abrogated, is that in many cases you are obliged to marry, but in some cases, if it's a war captive, you can sex them up, right? That doesn't sound like the same ethic. It doesn't sound like the same deity. And remember, the passages in Deuteronomy 21 and Numbers 31 were not advocating for sexual license and grape with those captives. In fact, it is the opposite. You shall not sell her for money is in fact what it says. Now, how many?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And so what I think we want to see is that in the Islamic conception of God and society, it is a master-slave relationship. In the Christian conception of society, there is the honor and duty that we owe to God, and that forms the basis of the law in the society. And the church becomes that foundation. And in Islamic civilization, you'll find out that all of the great philosophy and the ideas are actually cribbed from the Greeks, which is actually part of Western civilization.
Thank you very much for that opening. Jake will give you the same 12 and a half minutes, and the timer is set for you on your first word. I'll start it.
Who's breathing
Okay,
in the
good.
mic?
Yes. Okay. All right, thanks. I'm back here again, and I'm definitely outnumbered, as usual, but it's fine. I have no problem with it. I actually appreciate a lot of what Jay had to say regarding Christianity, but unfortunately, I don't think that the biblical text supports his position, and I don't think that many people in the audience would, but we'll see. Anyway, tonight's question is not which religion is true. Jay and I can debate that another night, and we've kind of debated that in another circumstance. Tonight's question is practical. Which faith is better for society? And Jay has already told us how to decide it. I'm going to quote some of the things from his previous videos. In his own lecture on this subject, he said the whole matter comes down to one thing, where there is, quote, a revealed doctrine of governance or not, whether there is or not. A revealed doctrine. I accept his standard completely, so hold both of us to it tonight. And let me propose how we measure the results. A society is doing well when families hold together, when its people are sober, when the poor are provided for, when children are actually born, and when the faith of their fathers actually reaches the sons. Family, sobriety, charity, continuity, transmission. If Jay objects to any of these, let me know which one. One clarification before we begin, and it matters for how you score this debate. Jay typically, although there was a little bit of mixture in that opening statement, does not defend the Christianity of modern America or Europe. In his own words, and I quote, in reality, democracies are oligarchies. He rejects the liberal West root and branch. So tonight, he cannot borrow its prestige, although I think he kind of did that. He must defend what his tradition actually built when it held power. And he has told us what that is. He did in the opening statement. He says, and I quote, that the Symphonia was the norm throughout the Byzantine period. He's fixated on Byzantium as an Eastern Orthodox Christian, which I understand. Byzantium and Tsarist Russia. That is his exhibit, so hold him to that. Here is my case in one sentence. Islam offers society a revealed order, a living history, and measurable results, and orthodoxy on all three counts offers none. First, revelation versus improvisation. Jay says the question is a revealed doctrine of governance. Very well. Open the New Testament and look for one. There is no criminal code, no commercial law, no constitution, no system of taxation for the poor. Jesus, peace be upon him, said plainly, my kingdom is not of this world. And in Luke chapter 12, a man brings him the ordinary social dispute, the most ordinary social dispute imaginable, an inheritance. And Jesus answers, and I quote, man, who made me a judge or an arbiter over you? He declines to legislate. We must also never forget that Protestantism came out of Christianity, which Jay critiques, and I appreciated much of what he said in his recent interview with Tucker, and was the eventual springboard to modern secular liberty.
Hi, how y'all doing? Just so y'all know, we're watching the Jay Dyer and what is this guy's name? I don't know the guy's name, but we're watching the Jay Dyer debate that happened earlier today on DebateCon. At DebateCon.
Liberalism, which we both critique, which now pervades throughout Western society, both in government and the mind.
And before y'all ask, yes, we will be watching the Andrew Wilson debate that comes on at 7:15.
Minds of the people. All of this happened because the Bible and Christianity failed to set down clear regulations for society. Compare that with the Quran, which in chapter 4 legislates inheritance and whose longest verse is entirely devoted to contracts and debt. One revelation refuses the question of social order, the other answers it in detail. The earliest Christians read their scriptures exactly this way. In the epistle to Diogenes, boast that Christians dwell in their homelands as sojourners. Tertullian declared that there was nothing more foreign to Christians than public affairs. Origen explained that Christians declined public office altogether. And on this, remarkably, Jay agrees with me. These are his words, and I quote, in the first few centuries of Christianity, they weren't intent on converting the emperor or bringing in a Christian empire. Close quote. Exactly so. For 300 years, the church was apolitical, by its own proud self-description and by Jay's own admission. So where did Orthodox civilization come from? Jay kind of already admitted it. Not from the gospel, from the empire. Christianity became a state religion by the decree of a Roman emperor, Theodosius, in 380. Its civil law was Justinian's code, Roman law, which Jay did say. But it was Roman law lightly sprinkled with holy water. Symphonia is Roman imperial architecture with icons on the walls. I call it what it is, baptized Rome. Byzantium is not Christianity's design for society. It is Christianity's lack of a design filled in by Caesar. Islam is the mirror opposite. Our prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not merely preach a society, he governed one. In Medina, under a written constitution with revealed law covering family, contracts, crime, and a mandatory tax for the poor. We did not borrow a social order from a dying empire. We received one from heaven. By Jay's own criterion, a revealed doctrine of governance, there is exactly one candidate on the stage. Second, the historical record. Suppose we grant him his baptized Rome, how did it perform? Judge the system by what it did to its own saints. In the 7th century, emperors imposed the monothelite heresy, meaning Christ only had one will in the incarnate state, as a state policy. The man who resisted, Maximus the Confessor, whom Jay venerates as his church's great theologian, had his tongue cut out and his right hand cut off by the Orthodox emperor's state and died in exile. In the 8th century, Emperor Leo banned the icons, and a council under his son ratified it. It was a doctrine dictated from the throne for over a century. And in 1721, fast forwarding, Peter the Great did not merely pressure the church, he abolished the Patriarchate of Moscow and ran the church as a government department under a lay bureaucrat for nearly 200 years. This is not one bad king, this is a system with no breaks. And his own church's law tells us why. Every state on earth rests at bottom on the lawful sword, armies, courts, and punishment. But listen to Orthodoxy's own canon law about that sword. St. Basil's 13th canon, ratified as binding law by his church's own councils, says that the killing in war that is not reckoned as murder is even pardonable in defense of piety, and yet leaves the hands not clean and counsels the soldier to abstain from communion for 3 years. Lawful and yet still defiling. And when Emperor Nicephorus Phocas, a warrior the church itself venerates, asked the patriarch to crown his fallen soldiers as martyrs when they were facing Muslims, the patriarch refused him, citing that very canon. It is recorded in his church's own canonical commentaries. A church whose priests may not bear arms, whose soldiers need 3 years as cleansing after lawful war, is a church whose own law declares the state's business is not our business. Symphonia did not fail by accident. It was a marriage the bride's own law forbade, which is why again and again the groom simply took command. And then later, the ledger, Byzantium fell 1453. We know who that was to. Tsarist Russia destroyed 1917. Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, all of the crowns gone. Greece, an Orthodox nation voting freely, abolished its monarchy in 1974, 69% to 31. Tonight, the number of Orthodox monarchies on earth is exactly 0. And I do not need to argue the conclusion, because Jay has argued it for me. His words, although he was a little bit softer, but this is what he said in a video on the topic, restoring this system is, quote, not viable and way down the road. His words, quote, it's LARPing to act like we're going to resurrect the Byzantine Empire. It's come and gone, dude. Yeah, it has. It's come and gone, dude. LARPing, Jay's word, not mine. Meanwhile, Islamic law has been continuously practiced for 14 centuries and orders the daily lives of 2 billion people today. His model is a museum piece. Mine opens for prayer 5 times a day. Third, measurable results. Because better for society is an empirical claim, let us measure. Take one social poison, alcohol, 2.6 million deaths every year by the World Health Organization's count, with a massive share of the world's homicides, traffic deaths, and battered families. Islam solved this by revelation 14 centuries ago, and Muslim societies sit at the bottom of the world's consumption tables, while the heartland of Orthodox monarchy became the world's case study in alcohol catastrophe. And Islam does not merely prohibit, it provides. Zakat, a mandatory transfer of wealth to the poor. Not charity we recommend, but law we obey. And the deepest measure, does the society continue? And does the faith transmit? Orthodoxy's heartlands are demographically collapsing. And after 1,000 years of symphonia, 6% of Orthodox Russians attend church weekly. Meanwhile, Muslims maintain the highest religious retention on earth. Islam is the fastest growing faith in the world. And on this, once more, I call Jay as my witness. His words in his own lecture, Islam is, quote, destroying the West, theologically, philosophically speaking, demographically speaking, close quote. He meant it as an indictment of the West's weakness, but hear what he conceded on the very measures this debate is about. He grants that Islam prevails. One tradition kept its children, the other kept its icons. So let me close where I began. Jay said the question is whether there is a revealed doctrine of the magistrate. I agree. I have shown you the revealed order his scriptures lack and mine contain. A history in which his system devoured its saints, was disqualified by its own canons, and then went extinct, not coming back by Jay's words, while mine never stopped, and measurable results in sobriety, charity, families, and faith transmitted. Results he has conceded in his own voice. He must now show you a Christian social order that came from Christ rather than Caesar, a mechanism that stops the next Peter the Great, a single living example of what he proposes, and results measured in lives, not incense. A kingdom not of this world cannot govern this world. Islam was sent to do exactly that. That is why, on the question before us tonight, the answer is Islam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that opening.
We have like a little rebuttal, because if we immediately go into the 60 minutes, we won't be able. There's a lot that came up, so could we have like a 5-minute back and forth, and then you do the open part, or no?
I have to defer to Jake just because you guys already agreed on the format. So Jake, whether you want to grant that or a hybrid of something like that, or
how about 5 minutes
Yeah.
rebuttal?
Yeah.
Time?
5 and 5.
Deal.
And
All
then
right.
and then open. Is that cool? Appreciate
You
it.
got it. I've got the timer set for you for that 5-minute rebuttal. Jay, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, only because a lot of things were brought up, which is fine. I know in an opening statement a lot's going to be brought up, and so of course he can respond to. I want to note that. So first of all, yeah, I've said democracies are fake and gay many times over. So, I mean, a lot of repeating all the stuff that I said, and I think everybody here would agree democracy is fake and gay. So now we have a constitutional republic, and it is possible for a constitutional republic to be Christian or to be Christianized. I don't deny that. It's just that that doesn't exist in the history of the church. The normative principle of the history of the church is, in the Orthodox Church, for example, a coronation service where you have a king coronated by the church, and so the authority for the temporal realm comes from the spiritual. The church is not apolitical, it's
Never gonna
separate.
run out of
There's
alcohol.
a division of spheres. And this is unfortunately one of the mistakes of the Enlightenment and the Protestant Reformation, but not even the first generation of the Protestant reformers. They were, in fact, many of them monarchists. In fact, Luther's Reformation wouldn't have been successful in Germany had he not had the support of the German princes. So the early reformers were, except for Calvin, monarchists or Republican, but they were still
That's what I make the
theocrats.
wife
And
speak
so my
English.
position, by the way, is not that the church is apolitical. In fact, the church has a lot to say about politics. I wrote an article, an essay many years ago. You can find it on my website. I won't read it all. About the principle of the death penalty, for example. That's a principle that is carried over from the Old Testament to the New Testament. It's cited many times in the New Testament that you have that the king has a duty to punish evildoers. Romans
just a we the
13,
people.
Peter says that the king has
We
a
the
duty
people
to
glasses.
enforce the moral law and its punishments. That does include the death penalty. Because there was a debate in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century about whether a Christian could be a member of the army or the state, does not mean that
Hey, make
the
sure y'all
church
subscribing
taught
on-
some
on
other thing.
Twitch.
There's a period,
On
a
YouTube
time
over
of
here, by the
controversy
way.
and debate, and at the Council of
Y'all
Nicaea,
haven't
they actually
subscribed yet, go
decide
ahead
and
and hit that
determine
subscribe.
that yes, you can
It's
be
free.
a soldier and be a Christian. So the canons in Nicaea include this principle, and they looked to the New Testament, actually. When John the Baptist is asked, what must we do? When the Roman soldiers ask him, he says, do not abuse the people and do not charge too much in taxes. Thus, it is possible to be a soldier. The entire Byzantine model of the Basileus, as he's called, is that he is likened to King David. King David is the classic iconographic image of the king or the emperor in the Byzantine model. The New Testament has many, many, many passages that cite not just the Old Testament laws in a typological sense, but many of the moral principles of the Old Testament laws are carried over. Paul, in his letters, for example, cites not sewing together two cloths in the same garment, not sewing together the same seeds in a field. Those are ceremonial commands, but they carry a moral significance. And early Christian society, because it was not dominant, because it was in the catacombs, still had the principle, as you see with St. Clement, for example, who taught the death penalty. St. Athanasius, for example, who taught the death penalty, who also said it's virtuous to kill in war in the right scenario.
Let's try something. Let's do something real quick. How many of y'all here are members or watch The Crucible? How many of y'all here watch Andrew Wilson on a regular basis? Hit 1 in the chat if you watch Andrew Wilson. Put 2 if you don't know who the hell that is.
In the right situation, it can be a virtue. Now, in the case of why there's a canon to forbid a person from communing in certain instances, that's because, like in the Old Testament, David was told, even though he was a virtuous hero in war and God taught him to use his bow and to fight, because he had killed so many, he was told, I don't want you to build the temple. That will be Solomon, because your son is a son of peace. And the church maintains that principle that although you can still be saved, it is appropriate because of the nature of violence and warfare, that there's a time of repentance, even in a virtuous time of warfare, because warfare is nasty. Jake's own position was actually riddled with a bunch of inconsistencies because he pointed to some bad leaders. Of course, there's going to be bad tyrants and kings. That has nothing to do with whether Christianity is successful in building a civilization. In fact, I gave the example of the Christian Byzantine Empire as the longest lasting and most successful. Yes, it fell apart, but Jake, there's been many bad sultans according to your own position. Does that mean that because I found a bad sultan here and there, from your view, that, oh, I guess the whole thing has failed? It's just a really bad argument. Again, the fact that an emperor could apostatize or that an emperor could try to enforce heresy is irrelevant to the question of whether Christianity or Islam is better for society. Because, of course, we all would admit that you could have a corrupt ruler. That has nothing to do with which system is actually beneficial to society.
Y'all are familiar with The Crucible. Y'all familiar? I don't grift. I'm not grifting. I'm doing this for you, showing you this for free. All I want you to do is subscribe. That's all I want you to do is to go subscribe. I could be like, give me all your money so when Andrew goes live next week, I can give him all your money. But I'm not doing that because I'm not one with the grift. I need to learn it. I need to learn how to grift, but I'm not good at the grift. I am not the grift lord.
You said that the social order is not in the New Testament, it's borrowed. Again, there's countless passages in the New Testament that are also principled in the Old Testament. So the New Testament doesn't abrogate these principles, it continues these principles. For example, we have the laws of the kings in the Old Testament and the limitations in the Torah.
Stop talking over me, Jay. I'm also live on Twitch, same name. You can go follow on Twitch if you like gaming content. I'm a PUBG main. I play PUBG every day pretty much. So if you like that kind of stuff and you want to get out of the craziness of the debate world every now and then, swing by YouTube or Twitch, hang out.
On kings, so those principles carried over into Christian civilization in Christian law. So the fact that there's a separation between church and state is not a division between church and state. So most of your argument hinged on a sort of Protestant understanding of what symphonia actually is. Is that it?
That was about it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much for that rebuttal. Appreciate it, Jay. Got the timer set for you as well, Jake. 5 minutes.
I just want to say at the outset, I was not planning to machine gun tactic Jay at all. That wasn't the point, and it wasn't originally part the rebuttal, which I also thought was a bit strange. I thought there should be a rebuttal, so that's fine with me. But Jay has mentioned a lot of things, but one thing he mentioned about Protestantism, and it's true what I'm saying, but I want to actually give a quote from my previous debate opponent earlier today, Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy. He says this: Christianity is not a political system or a culture. When you try to weaponize Christianity to be something it was never intended to be, you will always lose. So you're right, Jay. I am actually running an argument that is, I think, an outgrowth of Protestantism, but I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why is that the case? How, and I'm actually genuinely interested to have this discussion in the open discussion section. Hopefully we'll all learn a lot. But I'm genuinely questioning, how is it the case that secular liberalism became so abundant and so popular in the West? It seems to be a natural outgrowth of Protestantism.
Man, who are you arguing with? I don't even know who y'all are arguing with. What are y'all arguing about?
And its movement, which I see actually with respect to the political sphere, to be an outgrowth of the Bible. Now, that's obviously the debate. That's where Jay would disagree. But I'd like to really understand that from his perspective. So this isn't necessary. I mean, Michael might even be willing to come on the stage and debate Jay, because I don't think he agrees with monarchies and theocracies and that sort of thing, and that's totally fine. But I'm just saying that this position is not merely mine, and I'm openly admitting that this is, at least this aspect of it, is a critique from a form of Protestantism.
Arguing with you about DEI?
Jay said a lot in his opening statement. Most of what he had to say, if you notice, regarding laws and legislation and all of that, came from two places. One, the Old Testament, and then two, which he mentioned earlier, was from St. Justinian. Now, I'm agreeing that that's where Jay's framework is for the debate, but I think we have to question, why is it not embedded in the New Testament? Maybe Jay would argue that it is, and I'm happy to look at some of those passages. Yes, you made a point about the evil rulers and those who were tyrants and, not necessarily following the law. Yes, I agree that this happened in Islamic history and that this happens even today in certain Islamic nations or Muslim nations. I wasn't making the argument purely based on that. I was saying that as opposed to Islam, and I'm happy to argue that, there seems to be a much greater pattern of that in Jay's understanding, or not.
All right, so I haven't been listening to this debate. Who's winning? Who do y'all think is winning? Because I haven't listened to it. It's noise in my ear. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about, to be honest with you. I'm just sitting here like, what the hell y'all talking about? But cheaters and VPN players on PUBG, hey, there's a lot of them. I was a VPN player today where we went to EU and chilled out and hung out. Yeah, Christianity won. I'm anti-Islam, so I'm biased over here. Because if I was Islam in the nation of Islamia, I wouldn't be able to drink. Then I wouldn't be having fun. Wouldn't be getting to talk to y'all. So they hadn't gotten into it yet. They're still setting up. Damn. So this debate was 2 hours and 9 minutes. We're at 41 minutes. And we're going to jump into the Andrew debate whenever it starts, about 7:15. So they're both kind of building their case, not really arguing yet. Okay. We in Christianity? Okay.
Jay's understanding, but the history in Christianity, that's what I was trying to argue. Not that one ruler makes it null and void, that's an evil ruler, but it seems to be much more pervasive. Let's see what else. I made some notes. He mentioned about usury. I think that's a point.
My problem, I like Jay Dyer. Don't get me wrong. Don't take this the wrong way. Whenever I say this, don't take it the wrong way. I like Jay Dyer. But the Christianity debates for me is really not my cup of tea. It's really not something I'm interested in. I listen to it, but it's not something I'm like, oh my God, I have to go listen to a Christianity debate. It's like, I like the political debates. I like that kind of stuff, but I'm not really a religious debate person.
We can agree on, and there's another party that I don't know, sometimes we can't say their names, but I think they're largely responsible for that.
Nigerians?
What's that?
Nigerians?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's something that we can actually agree on. In fact, I think there's a lot that Jay and I can agree on. I think that both he and I deplore secular liberalism, which is pervasive in the West.
I want to switch over to
I think
debate
we
for the
both.
next 35 minutes. Just tell me yes or no. I'm going to swap to Rob's debate for the next 30 minutes. I need it in the chat. Chats are over there. I need it. Tell you what. No, yes. Rob Noor. Yeah, do you want to go to Rob Noor's debate for the next 30 minutes? So I've got 2 no's. I've got 6 yeses. I mean, we're not going to finish either one of them, so you don't know who Rob Noor is? He's from Pittsburgh. He's from your area, High Tech. What are you talking about? He's a political commentary, satirist. I'm a beggar, not a chooser. Look, don't beg or choose, just subscribe. Don't beg or choose, just subscribe.
Sponsors main first project. And introducing our next debater, Rob Noor is a conservative populist commentator, former congressional candidate, and accomplished debater known for his energetic and forceful advocacy. Please join me in welcoming Rob Noor.
Rob is Trump a fascist? Is Trump a fascist? No. Does he do some
For
fascist
that,
shit?
I have the timer
Maybe.
set for you, Lunar
But
Box.
is he
You'll
a
just
real
have to take the
fascist?
mic with
No.
you up to the podium and just try to keep the mic
Is
at
he
a
a
good
Nazi?
distance. And you can
No.
even, if you want, you can pull it out and put it into the flexible stand there. It is a little bit wobbly.
Have y'all ever... So, go back to the religion thing real quick. Y'all go to church? Go hang out at the church? Go sit in church and listen to the pastor talk? Or preacher talk? Or the... whoever it is for y'all speak? Y'all ever go to church and be like, I've been here for an hour and I don't remember what the hell he just said because I zoned out for about 30 minutes of the 45-minute speech. You ever do that? You ever go in there and zone out? And then next thing you know, they're singing the hymns and everybody's getting up walking out and you're like, oh man, time to go eat. It's time to go eat at a buffet somewhere instead of sit here for a little while. Anybody else ever done that, or is it just me?
Though, so it's up to you which stand to use. If you want to hold it, whichever works, as long as you keep it to ideally about an inch from your face.
Distance.
Yeah, you
Let's do a sound test right now.
I don't.
We're ready.
Supposed to stay where you put them, right? Okay, let's see.
Am I winning already?
He's destroying me. You didn't need to do anything.
Destroyed.
You want me to hold it for you?
It might be better to hold it if you're okay with holding
Y'all are
it.
more than welcome to come over and follow me on my Twitch channel.
Yeah, I'll bring this. This stand's too low, though.
It might be better to hold it if you're okay with it.
I'm also live on Twitch. I'm a
Little bit
I'm a
closer.
full-time.
A
I'm a
lot
PUBG
closer.
streamer.
There?
Pretty much what I
There we
play
go.
all the time.
Okay.
Already looks like he lost.
When I was first asked to do this debate, my first thought was, I am a Scottish person being flown halfway across the world to tell a bunch of Americans, sounds like mostly right-wingers, that their president is a fascist. And that sounds good. That sounds like there's nothing, like a European coming to America to tell conservatives that their president's a fascist. In this security environment,
He fucked up. He messed up before the injury.
Fascism is one of those words that is probably like one of the quickest conversation stoppers that you can get in any debate. And not many words really have that power. Pretty much ever since 1945, fascism's association with atrocities of World War II has basically made it a term that is universally inspiring revulsion.
Where's the kilt? He's not.
Today, fascist is also
he's not
often
from Islam.
Just
He
used as a
doesn't
cheap
make it his own
swipe.
personality.
Trump has been called a fascist by many people, including former allies and one or two current allies. But even I would concede that not everyone who calls him a fascist is doing it for the right reason. Every other academic work that you read about fascism includes the author's despair that the terms have been butchered, not least of all by Trump himself, who called Kamala Harris a fascist at least 4 times during his election campaign in 2024. But we forget that the images we mostly associate with fascism are from the end of the road. Hitler did not come to power promising World War II and the Holocaust, and Mussolini's famous doctrine of fascism didn't get outlined until 10 years after he was in power. If either of them had been fully upfront about what they wanted, they would have failed.
Trump's a mean thing. He's fascist.
My point is that fascism couldn't
mean,
get as
mean
far as
man.
it did without appealing to a wide mass of very ordinary people. Although their electoral success is often overstated, the Nazis never won more than 37% of the vote in a fair and free election. Their growth was fast, and it captured people from all sides. It captured urban workers as well as a decent amount of bosses.
So y'all can be honest with me. I want you to be honest with me right now. I want everybody in the chat, YouTube chat, to be honest with me. Be honest. You're never coming back to my stream after these debates, are you? Just tell me. Just tell me. I won't hold it against you. Say it. Just say nope. Probably never come by again. It looks like a Temu
disaffected liberals, religious people, atheists. It was very successful with farmers, and it did surprisingly well with women. And they did this in one of the most advanced countries on earth. And what I'm more interested in is not how fascism looked at the very end, but how it succeeded with all of those
Thank you
people
for
to
being
begin
honest.
with.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, fascism was part of the modern world. It appealed to people who weren't all that different from us, and the more you learn about them, the more you can benefit from seeing their patterns of thought and behavior being repeated today, whether the people doing so are aware of it or not. Fascism needs to be rescued from bad usage, not abandoned because of it. And we definitely don't need to drop it just because it's complicated.
I think I'm going to start.
Look at the word liberal.
I think I'm going to start restreaming.
We're in the United States. Where I've been watching Fox News since I was a teenager.
I'm going to start restreaming the
Liberal here seems to mean everything from an establishment, moderate, reach across the aisle Democrat, all the way over to socialists and communists. In Europe, when we say liberal, we mean people who promote laissez-faire capitalism. Liberal in Europe has mostly, for the last 40 years, meant like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Fascism is not that complicated. So, what is fascism? I'm going to define it as more of a political behavior. And for the purpose of the debate, I'm going to say that there are 3 main pillars that are essential to that kind of behavior. 1, authoritarian. Trump doesn't like elections. In 2012, when Obama got reelected in a landslide, he called for a revolution in his country. He said, quote, "We can't let this happen. We should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Our nation is totally divided." Even long after the race was called, he said, "Let's fight like hell and stop this great and disgusting justice." When he lost the Iowa caucus to Ted Cruz in 2016, he called it a steal and said that Cruz's results should be nullified. In 2016, he also warned that the results would be rigged, and even after he won, he denied Hillary's win in the popular vote, blaming it on illegal immigrants.
That drag.
In 2020, months before the election, he predicted, in all caps, millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times.
Can't say your name.
Printed by foreign countries. The second would be populism. Most traditional dictators are not fascist. They don't see themselves at odds with some kind of hostile establishment within. They are the establishment, and they know
If you
it.
disagree with liberals,
What's interesting about Hitler and Mussolini is that even when they had huge amounts of control, they were always in conflict with the traditional conservative elite that helped them come into power. Even during the war, Hitler couldn't do everything he wanted, and Mussolini was even more constrained by judges, the church, businessmen, civil servants, and of course the monarchy. Both of them had to deal with the dread of experts. Hitler's administration was famously full of people who were completely unqualified for their roles. His foreign minister's only experience was selling fake champagne to the United Kingdom. His head of labor was a chemistry graduate. He had a literary enthusiast in charge of all of Vienna. Himmler's specialty was agriculture. When
My
Trump
internet's
announced,
dropping.
when Trump
Go ahead,
announced
back
his
up
cabinet
there.
picks, I seem to remember the media very, very aggressively talking about how unqualified everyone was. Hegseth
30
was
seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay, shit.
Well, if Rob's
I'll
open
say
to-
all this in the middle. It's okay.
We can give you an extension if Rob's open to it.
You give me an
Okay.
extension. You're so kind, Rob. Thank you.
Oh, do it, Rob. Yep.
Where was I?
Well,
Hegseth was a major infantry officer turned Fox News host who became Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War, Linda McMahon for Secretary of Education, Rick Perry for Secretary of Energy, a department that he once promised to eliminate, RFK for Public Health. I remember wondering, do you think any of his supporters care if these people were unqualified? And I would say no. It's not just that these people are loyal. People will say that Trump chooses people like that just because he values loyalty and nothing else. No, it's deeper than that. He values what he sees as authenticity. He doesn't trust the expert class. He doesn't trust anything that he sees as the establishment. They're different from him. He himself is obviously not really like a qualified politician. That was the same thing with Hillary. Look how qualified I am. Look how unqualified Trump is. Didn't matter. And they like that. Sometimes it means he says some goofy things like saying that Syria should take charge of security in Lebanon, which, if you know anything about either of those two countries, is kind of insane. But for that reason, old school dictators didn't really want fans. They'd rather that people just quietly accept them, or in some cases, not even talk about them. Fascists are the opposite. Their political action depends on firing up their support base, and this also means that their actions and policy moves need to be exciting. One author said that fascism is more of a set of mobilizing passions than a fully articulated philosophy. Hitler downplayed his anti-Semitism when he started gaining electoral success. In a very short space of time, he went from making anti-communism his priority to taking a radical stance against big businesses and even supporting a rail workers' strike in Berlin, and then back to murdering communists and purging his own party of the socialists of National Socialism. Trump doesn't really talk about banning Muslims anymore. He spoke about Haitians eating cats and dogs for about 2 days. Then it was Somalis. I guess he's probably a bit preoccupied with Iran right now. But I don't think anyone would disagree that Trump and his supporters see themselves as the authentic American people standing against a corrupt and out-of-touch establishment, Republicans and Democrats alike. Even when he's in power, I don't think people realize that when Trump does that, he's doing something that fascists have done all the way throughout. Even as dictators, fascists were at odds with the old conservative establishment, which remained a thorn in their side until the war. The third pillar is a revivalist nationalism. Fascism is often described as a kind of ultra-nationalism, and obviously nationalism will change a lot because every nation is different, it has a different story, they have different values. But for fascism, there is one very common theme. It's an obsession with national decline, humiliation, and victimhood. For Hitler, it was Versailles and the stab in the back myth. For Mussolini, it was the mutilated victory. For Trump, it's interesting because this national humiliation happened twice. When I first heard MAGA, I thought, okay, it sounds like he's talking about the 1950s. Maybe some of his supporters think 1850s. It was vague, but it was referring to some kind of ideal. In the 2024 campaign, MAGA just meant his last presidency. You can look back at the campaign. He just started talking about how great America was 5 or 6 years ago.
I mean, you don't
So
understand
it's
what
maybe a bit
MAGA-
less spicy than the
Tell them you
1930s,
don't
but when
understand what
Trump
MAGA-
talks about America as a nation that isn't being taken seriously, when he places enormous tariffs on over 100 countries while holding up a board with a bunch of
Rob
numbers that
probably
came from a
should fall
formula
asleep.
that
He
has
could beat
nothing
him
to
in-
do with tariffs, and claiming that this is America reclaiming its dignity from Mozambique, then he's kind of doing a similar thing, just in its own way. Is Trump a fascist? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that opening.
Is Trump a fascist? Yeah. Case closed. Let's get out of here, guys.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rob for his opening statement as well.
Now I get to struggle.
Got the timer set for you, Rob.
Do you know how much time I have?
7 minutes.
Plus another 5 minutes from this dude.
All right, check. All right. All right, everyone, thank you. What was with that low energy shit? Am I right? Let's champ it up a little. It's a party, yeah.
It's a party going on
Now,
around here.
Before we get started, I have to say, I don't know if Jay Dyer's here. What's up, Modern Day Debate? Why'd Jay get more beverages than me? I think that's some shit. Yeah, I think we could unionize here, more beverages. So I thought maybe it was his hat game. So we'll go with Jay Dyer. Doesn't fit very well, so I'm gonna immediately backtrack from that. Well, I've lost already. Before we start, I just want to say thank you so much, James, Modern Day Debate, everyone that's here. You guys are the best. But special thanks to you, Loner Bucks. I know that we switched who you were debating, and regardless of the beating I'm about to give you, I do really appreciate it. From the bottom of my heart, I really do.
Going on.
It's really cool. It's not easy to switch when you've planned, so I do appreciate that. So let's get to the boring stuff first. Definition of fascism. Here's the framework for how to view this debate. I'm going to give you a definition of fascism. I'm going to prove that that definition is superior, and that under that definition, Trump is not a fascist. But if you're a delusional lefty that's here with Lonerbox or Destiny, you might say, actually, we're going to go with Lonerbox's definition. So I will prove under Lonerbox's definition why Trump is not a fascist. And then we'll talk about more. So first, let's start with the boring stuff. My definition is going to come from Roger Griffin's 1991 book, The Nation.
High Tech is a 7-minute opening statement, and then they go 7-minute opening statement each, and then they go into open dialogue where they call out each other's points back and forth.
Of fascism. And fascism is going to have 3 parts. Now, the first part is that it is populist. I will argue in both of our definitions when it comes to populism. The problem is going to be that every modern political campaign in the world is populist. Name me one campaign in any country that you could think of that is remotely effective, that doesn't speak to the importance of the people and giving the people power and distrusting wealthy people or distrusting, some sort of oligarchy or elite. So, one thing I want you to remember, if everything is fascism, then nothing is fascism. And what you'll see is, with these definitions, especially in the way that Lonerbox is applying them, we're going to see that it would mean that so many of these movements of the specific things they're talking about would fall into the category of fascism. The second thing that is a criteria for Griffin for fascism is that it has to be paleogenetic. Now, paleogenetic is just a fancy term that means the vision of a radical new beginning which follows a period of destruction or perceived dissolution. So picture Mussolini, right? He's a fascist.
You can't say
he
that,
wasn't
Robert.
a reformer. He wasn't saying, let's go back to what our politics were 60 years ago. He was saying he literally wanted Romans with like the SPQR tattoo driving around in like Benzes and things like that. He literally wanted the destruction of the country to go back to a time before the country. Now, does that sound like Trump? No. Trump is a reformer. Even Lonerbox said, he said, well, maybe it was going to 1950s or 1850s, and now it's just about going back to the last election. Trump's not suggesting that we go back to some puritanical time like before the founding fathers.
That's a hell of a job.
He's saying that Make America Great Again was a time where we had more Christian values, where we had more secure elections, where we had manufacturing in this country, where we had strong, robust, hard and soft power around the world.
Are there any?
That's what he's talking about, not a radical destruction. Because of that, it's clear that Trump, not being paleogenetic, would not be a fascist. And remember, in both mine and Lonerbox's definition, you'll have to meet all 3 criteria.
You can go watch it on Modern Day Debate, or you can watch it right here.
I can prove in either of these definitions that there is a part of it that Trump doesn't meet, he's not a fascist. The third is, and it's very similar to what Lonerbox says, ultranationalism. He says that it's revivalist nationalism, but it means the same thing. His author is going to be this guy, Robert Paxton. That's where he's getting most of this stuff. Paxton talks specifically about the term ultranationalism. What he's referring to there is the idea that the country is
187 on YouTube. I appreciate
it's above your family.
187
it's above your church
on YouTube.
It's above your business.
And
Does
then
that
82
sound like
on
Donald
YouTube
Trump?
Shorts.
Does Donald Trump
appreciate
sound
you
like a guy
all
that's
for
doing
coming
things
in
like demanding
and
compulsory
hanging out
military
and
service, demanding compulsory civic service, regulating industry? which is one of the first things that Mussolini did, because he saw as these industries are profiting themselves and not for the national good. So he starts to put this corporatist mindset where they're nationalizing these industries in order to have these regulations. Now, if I asked you, geez, ultranationalism, part of that is regulating our economy and having strict regulations on businesses. Is there one person in this room that would say, yeah, that sounds like Trump, pro-regulation? Trump is one of the most anti-regulatory presidents in my lifetime. In fact, because of the justices he appointed and him arguing in front of the court or his team, we got rid of Chevron deference, which was allowing the executive agencies to actually create law to have these burdensome regulations on business for the national
being deleted.
good.
It's
In
getting
fact,
out of here.
I will argue in both my definition and Loanerbox's definition, the modern left, particularly the more progressive left,
It'd be
actually
like,
meets these
expect your
definitions
gadgets,
far
take your notes,
better
gonna be
than
up
Trump
in smoke.
does. Who would you think of as regulating industry for the national good? Who would you think of talking about populism and the fact that there's systemic racism? All the systems are racist. Who does that sound like to you?
With that being
and
said,
paleogenetic,
hey, Rob, hold on, Rob. So while we're sitting here watching this, Andrew Wilson starts in 25 minutes, right? 25 minutes. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. You got a little extra cash, hit that donation button. Drop me a little bit. Thank you for your coming by. Please stream Andrew debate when it starts. Okay, I'll stream the Andrew debate when it comes. Hit that stream button, hit that subscribe button, or go hit that donate button, and then let me know, okay? Let me know that you want to watch it, right? Or I could just do like everybody else is doing. I could do like I could do like Andrew taught me to do, and grift and say, I won't stream it until you hit the donate button, or I won't do it until you hit that subscribe button, for the grift. Y'all are all Andrew fans. Y'all know how it goes. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the donate button. Or we're not watching. We're watching. No, we're not. Yes, we will. No, we won't. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Return to a world that was sort of pre-race and give the land back to Native Americans and things of that. Who denigrates our foundational documents more than the modern left? But if you don't believe that and you want to go with Loanerbox's definition, there's a lot of similarities. Basically, the big difference is that instead of paleogenetic, Loanerbox says that, well, authoritarianism. Okay.
I'm being authoritarian right now. Subscribe to the channel.
Water. Very good, right? That's
Hit
not
the
part
like
of the
button.
debate. I just needed a drink. Anyways, authoritarianism.
Share it with your
What's more? What is the
Wilson
threshold?
fan friends.
All governments are authoritarian. Was it
I just put my
authoritarian
hand
when
in my
I was
salsa.
told that I couldn't go to my
my
place of
Mexican food.
business, but big box stores could stay open because of COVID? When we couldn't go to church, was that authoritarian? Was it authoritarian when Republican and Democrat administrations alike pushed the Patriot Act and took away our Fourth Amendment rights? Was it authoritarian when the Biden administration actually pressured social media groups to censor people?
290
Was
people
that
watching
authoritarian?
right now.
Is it authoritarian when they tell us that we can't have bump stocks
two platforms.
or assault weapons? All of these things could fit a definition of authoritarian, and much like the word fascist, what you'll see is authoritarianism is this catch-all phrase that's used predominantly by the left to denigrate people on the right for things they don't like. But boy, oh boy, do they love authority when they get to exercise it.
Subscribe for the
Populists
grift.
we talked about.
Donate for the grift.
Ultranationalism we talked about. The last thing is this debate is boring. Let me be straight up. And both Loanerbox and I are bullshitting.
I'm taking
right?
I'm taking
Truth
all
is,
the risk by
Loanerbox used
streaming this
term
to y'all.
before he did
You
all
should at
this
least hit that
research, and I
button
used
over
terms
there.
like this before I did this research.
You should be two
Ask
buttons.
yourself this. If you
Like,
think at the end of the
subscribe.
day that the term fascism is ambiguous,
3 buttons if you want to
ask
hit that
yourself
donation
this.
button.
Why is he
It's
using
right there.
this term? Why do people like him use the term? And you want to know
It's in the
why? Let me
pinned
read
tab.
you a little post here from our friend
All right,
Loanerbox.
let's listen to what Rob
This is
said.
from July
I'm sure he's
14,
kicking ass.
2024. Without the benefit of hindsight, at what point in the Weimar Republic would it have been morally acceptable to assassinate Hitler? That was 24 hours after Trump was shot at Butler. These people use these terms because they want to justify people like Tyler Robinson that killed Charlie Kirk writing on a bullet, catch this bullet fascism. That's what I'm here to argue, that shit needs
Tyler
to stop
Robinson, by the
because
way.
they're using this term because it's loaded to weaponize people to use violence against people like us.
Look, if you love America, you have to subscribe. If
All
you
right,
hate
I've got
America,
the timer set for you, gentlemen.
have
The
to
floor is
subscribe.
all yours for open dialogue.
if you breathe air, you have to subscribe.
Boring stuff first.
Hey,
the
can I
def-
respond
If
to
you're
that
not
first?
breathing air,
What's
don't
that?
Can I
subscribe.
respond to that first, or did you want
'Cause I don't
Yeah,
want.
why not?
I don't
Okay.
want dead people on my rolls.
One
like
thing about
voting
authoritarianism,
rolls. I
my
don't want
definition
that.
of I'm not using it as a stand-in for palingenetic. I'm just saying authoritarian means that it's in contrast to liberalism, which basically offers one. Again,
And if
we
you
can
have
talk about
Amazon
government overreach
Prime,
all day. Like,
look, stop talking over me. If you have Amazon Prime, come on over to the Broke Gamers channel on Twitch, right? Come on over to the Broke Gamers channel on Twitch. I don't even know where I'm at. Come over to the Broke Gamers stream on Twitch. Okay? This is only if you have Amazon Prime, guys. Only if you have Amazon Prime. Come over here and subscribe. Only if you have Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, come over there and subscribe. If you don't, then don't do it. Because Amazon Prime is $0. It costs you $0. $0. Except for what you pay for Amazon. They're expensive. But we got 20 minutes before the Andrew Wilson show comes on. Before he goes in there and destroys Dinesh D'Souza. Which is sad because both of them are pretty good guys. But Andrew's better. So, come on. No, Andrew didn't already happen. Why would I be telling you to come over? Look, see that link up there? Twitch.tv, Broke Gamers TTV. Come over. It gives you the option, right? Look at this. Look. Come over, and then you hit sub, right? You hit sub, and then you sub to my channel with Amazon Prime. If you don't have no money, Amazon Prime is free. Wait a minute, it's 7:15, right? It comes on at 7:15. All right, we're watching this. We're watching this again. Put my damn thing in the salsa again.
Yes, I
I'll be right
accept every
back.
state does this.
I've done opened
Authoritarianism
the
is
I have to
contrasted
pee
with
lid.
liberalism, which
Code yeller.
offers people this basic
Code
right for citizens
yeller.
and contending political parties to influence the composition of government through elections. Authoritarians don't like that. Anti-authoritarians do. Do you have a problem with that definition? Or?
Well, yes, because what I would say, the devil's in the details there. So, for example, in this representative democracy we have here, if I vote for someone under the auspices that they will operate within the framework of our Constitution, and then they violate that, so they violate the First Amendment, is that authoritarianism, even though they were duly elected?
I wouldn't say that makes them an authoritarian. You could call it like on a spectrum of authoritarian measures, sure, or anti-democratic measures, but there's a fundamental difference between someone's worldview when they say that they are accepting that they exist in a country where people get to choose the makeup of government through elections and people who don't.
Okay, so then what would be the criteria we put that? You would acknowledge that it's just the rhetoric of Trump that would meet that and not the actual action. We had elections, Biden won, etc. So it's the rhetoric that's the problem?
No, it's the fact that he tried to change the results when he lost.
Do you think that he had any success in changing the results?
What do you mean? Was that what I asked? I said he didn't. He tried to
No,
change
I
the results
asked
when he
you.
lost.
I didn't ask
he
what you
tried.
asked. I asked the question.
Yeah, so he tried to change the results when he
Okay.
lost.
Right, so he
You don't
tried.
get let off the hook for failing, right?
He tried, but he lost, right? Do you think there's something to be said about the actual effects that went into action? So
Well,
if
in
I
the sense that
try
he
and
did
I
it badly.
lose, if I try and I fail, and then another person tries and they have some sort of success, which one would be worse?
Well, going back, Hitler failed in the beer hall putsch, and he still ran in elections. Was he not being like authoritarian when he did that, or?
Well, I'm not, we're talking about this on a sliding scale because you're using sort of this unique definition of authoritarian, right? We could argue back and forth about it. What we would all agree is that there's certain thresholds of authoritarianism that wouldn't rise to the level of fascist, correct?
Would you be satisfied if I changed it to like anti-democracy, or?
I mean, would I? That's your definition.
That's why I'm asking, because I just want to see if we can actually find
If it's
a definition that we agree on. And agree
instead
with
of
the
going
facts.
through this, I'll get to the punchline. Like Trump and him trying to have a proposed legal challenge because he thought that there were shenanigans that went on in 2020, which he was right? Him having a proposed stalling strategy to have alternate electors, which would have caused stalling, which would then led the courts to look at this stuff, isn't trying to overthrow the country. However, the Obama administration, working at the behest of Hillary Clinton, actually taking disinformation sourced by Russians in order to spy on Trump's campaign and presidency, sourced by Russians, paid for by Hillary Clinton, under the auspices of Trump was colluding with Russians, when the FBI and the Obama administration knew that it was Hillary's team that was colluding with Russians. How is that not accepting the results of democracy?
I'm just going to go back to the first thing that you said. Trump did not just offer a legal challenge, and he did not just say we want to stall for Eastman said 10 days, I think. Trump was saying to certify the proper slates, i.e. the fake ones.
All right, so
for
this is what we're going to do.
And what would have been the result?
Because
I don't know what the result would have
because
been.
I'm-
It's never been in that situation.
Andrew Wilson
went to the court.
How
We
do you
have
know
been
that?
in that situation.
Has that ever happened before? As a vice
1960
president? Ever just
July.
taken- No.
Yes.
with the grift. Stop talking over me, guys. Because Andrew's been so influential with the grift. You see this bar right here, right? Subscription goal. I can't even point at it. My camera's not far enough. This subscription goal 6. If you have Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, that needs to be filled up before the Andrew Wilson debate starts. I just can't do it. That needs to be that subscription goal over there on Twitch, which is right here with Amazon Prime, needs to be filled up. Oh, that's not the right one. Where am I? What the hell? What the hell is this guy? If you may not have Twitch, and that's fine. You may not have Twitch, and that's fine. But on this channel, that subscription goal needs to be filled before it starts. See, there's one. There's one. I don't know why it didn't go off. There it is right there. Look, boom. Boom. Hold on now. You can't be cheating there, High Tech. You're already over here on Twitch. You're already cheating, High Tech. You're cheating, bro. You're cheating. Hey, look, those don't count. Those five that he just gave don't count. We gotta have 5 more, at least. You're a cheater, High Tech. Why? Why do you say? Why? Because we're all Andrew Wilson fans, right? We're all Andrew Wilson fans, right? So the grift must go on. I can't, what does Andrew say? How does he say it? I can't possibly give you the content you desire unless you give me your money. I can't possibly do it. I can't. You don't know. And well, you're on Twitch. I understand you don't know who Andrew Wilson is. But I can't possibly give you the content that you desire. Right? I can't possibly give you that unless you give me all of your hard-earned money. I can't. Look.
In Hawaii, yes. Alternative slates.
Hey, S.G. Thomas, you can go give Modern Day Debate $25 and watch their debate over there. Or you can...
Were they both certified by the state or not?
No, only the Republican slate was.
Or you can
and yet the Democrats
swing on
put
over there
forth
to
a
Twitch.
slate. Because they
and
said
go ahead
we
and
want
hit
to
that
stall because there'll be a recount.
Free
For those of you who don't know, here's what
Amazon
happens. There's certain time frames that you have to meet. Right, so it's like you have to have your electors in by a certain time frame. So I think it was 1960 Hawaii. What's going on is they knew there was going to be a recount.
You subscribed.
So the Republicans were the official slate of electors.
You subscribed on Twitch.
Governor's side.
Baby.
They send that slate,
What's your name
which
on
is what
Twitch?
we're told you're supposed to do.
See, did you actually
Democrats
subscribe
were
on
worried
Twitch?
that the recount would go their way,
Did you
but there
actually
wouldn't be
subscribe
any
on Twitch?
recourse because these slates wouldn't be there. There would only be one slate there. So they proposed an alternate slate, which eventually was accepted. But at the time of the sending of the slate of electors, we saw that actually there was
I don't
a
want you
Democrat slate that
to
was sent
give
that was
me
not
actual
signed by
money.
the
I want
governor.
you to give me Amazon prime.
Do you think that's the same?
Which
First of
is
all, I'm not actually even sure that's
free.
true, given the legitimacy of the slates, because again, these didn't come from a party; they came from Trump and his own guys. Trump also
you hot
produced a
take for the
slate
5
for
gift
a
yourselves, by the
state
way.
that he didn't even claim to have won the popular vote in, which was New Mexico.
Trump's, once more, what was going on? I'm not
you
sure
can pay for the
of
YouTube
specifics of New Mexico.
you
What I'll
can
say is
pay
this.
for
What
the
was
YouTube
going on
membership.
Was that he
You can pay
wanted
for
these
modern day
legal
debate.
challenges some of the legal challenges actually ended up being
You
successful,
can do all
at
of
least
the things.
temporarily. For example, in Pennsylvania,
Or you can give me some
the
free
Superior Court of
memberships over here,
Pennsylvania
or
ruled
free
that mail-in ballots were
subscription
illegal.
memberships
Now, the Supreme Court,
on
which I
Twitch.
believe is a 5-2 Democrat court, actually overturned that
Which
later.
there's-
But the whole point was,
Yeah.
once the game's
10
over,
minutes.
it's over. So Trump's trying to be like, we have this election that is massively changed, where we have
This
way
needs to be
millions more voting than we ever had, millions using
22.
this system that we never had. That the Western world. By the way, what's mail-in voting like in Scotland?
I don't know. I don't engage in
Let's
that.
get this
How about the
subscription
rest of
goal
Europe?
to 20, and
I
then
don't know.
we'll
They don't
watch
really
the
I
Andrew
wonder
Wilson
why.
debate.
Because
no more
everybody
draft.
knows it's less secure.
Wait,
so
did we
the
try to challenge election results based on them? Since when we've done that?
what I'm saying is that it's perfectly reasonable.
This country's been doing it
There's
since the Civil War.
200 and no,
What's
there's
that?
300
This country,
people watching
America's been doing
between
it since
two
the Civil War.
platforms.
Not like this. Like so,
just with more people. is
having absentee ballots or having like certain ballots because you're in the military, you have an illness is different. Like in my state of Pennsylvania, I think the amount of mail-in ballots that increased were something like 20 to 30% of all of our ballots were mail-in. And there's significant problems. But I'm not getting into another
Just to be clear, though,
January
Rob,
6th debate
these,
again.
Well, these weren't the same, but these weren't the same complaints that Trump was having at the time. Well, first of all, before the election, he said that these alternate votes were going to be cast by different countries. We know that's not true, right? He's not even saying that anymore. That other countries were just making ballots and sending them to the United States to get them cast.
Well, we just had the revelation in 2020 that we saw China was hacking voting systems.
Well, what
and
was
stuff
China
that was
doing?
covered up by
Was China making ballots and then trying to get them cast in the United States?
There are allegations of that may
No,
be the
they
case.
weren't doing
we're
that.
likely,
That's
we're
not- but
likely
that's
to
not-
learn more. We're likely to learn more about
But we're
it.
likely
I
to learn
know
more.
that
What
you
do
and the
mean we're likely
lefties
to
don't
earn
want
more? We're likely to learn
because
more.
The story's just breaking. We were told over and over certain things like illegals aren't on the registry. Oh, they are.
They
well,
are.
illegals don't.
300
vote. Oh,
people.
We just learned that this
Here.
week. Then we had the story break about China. Actually,
300.
China was doing everything that we accused Russia of doing in 2016, and instead of our
20
FBI deciding,
20,
oh,
I need-
we're going
I
to
need
just
that
blow
number
up this
right
massive
here.
scandal to help
Let's
Hillary
say
Clinton,
20 subs.
this time they covered it up. Now, if
20
it's
out of
so
10. I
important
need
to
20
secure
of
our
them.
elections from
I need
foreign
8 more.
sources, why did the FBI hide that information?
I need
so
8
Story,
more.
again,
Let's do
I
it.
feel like I need to correct like 3 things at once. The first thing that
got 10
happened with
minutes.
China
9
that
minutes
we do
now.
know about, we'll get the facts in the future. Hopefully this thing that Trump just pulled out of his ass 6 months before the 2020 election just turns out to be true now when we don't have any facts. In China, there was one actor apparently who downloaded publicly available voter information for 6 states. We don't know why they did that. U.S. Intel doesn't know why they did that. That's the problem. That's
It's
what
here.
happened with China. Someone in China downloaded publicly available voter information for 6
Need 8.
states. Not they tried to cast alternative
log
ballots
off.
or
I don't
fake
have a
ballots or
pro- I don't have a
fraudulent
problem with
ballots.
that.
Send them to the United States and get them cast as votes. When Trump said that in 2020 before the election, it's made up.
Again,
Yes or no?
what? Yes.
So-
Did you get that from someone? Again, Trump specifically saying things.
no yes or no.
Oftentimes, he's prone to hyperbole. My man Dinesh called him a fabulous. I thought
If
that
you
was very,
have
very great.
Amazon Prime,
Like he's prone to hyperbole. I don't know specifically
people believe
everything.
it. You said
Probably,
you have Amazon
Rob,
Prime.
let me finish. Probably will look into it, and he didn't say exactly what you're quoting.
And you're
It's
not
irrelevant to
currently
this point.
subscribed
What
to
I'm
someone
saying
on
is,
Twitch.
Trump thought that there were problems with the
Go
election.
there.
Asked the millions of other people. He wanted to delay and tack it to see it. The
Click
other
the
side did
subscribe
everything
button.
they could to rush it along because they weren't
And
afraid
click
that it was a lie. They
subscribe
were
with
afraid it was the
Amazon
truth.
Prime.
But it's interesting. You said something there that I want to address. I noticed that you didn't talk about anything about what the Democrats and the Obama administration did not accepting the results of the 2016 election. In
Oh, I
fact,
know,
a
Drago.
YouGov poll in
Drago,
2018, that was 2 years after that election, said that nearly 2/3 of Democrats believed that Russians manipulated votes in order to swing the election for Trump. This is because of the rhetoric of Hillary Clinton, who was still saying in 2018 that the election was stolen from her by Russians. And now we see that the Obama administration was actually taking the information given by
If you go
Hillary,
to
sourced
Twitch-
by Russians to get a legal FISA warrant.
stop talking over me, Rob. Dad gum, Rob. Yeah. All right, so if you go to that Twitch link that I posted in the chat here, I'll post it one more again, okay? Post it one more time. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Just post it. We're gonna pin this message now because I don't want to. We're gonna pin that, okay? That message is now pinned. If you go to that link and you have a Twitch channel, Oh no, cancel. Go to that link. You have a Twitch channel. You hit subscribe. I'll pull up some random person's channel so I can show you, okay? Right? Let's pull this one up. All right, you go to this channel, just like this. Like this. This is what you see over on Twitch. You hit subscribe. And then right here, there's a little button that says Prime subscription. Hit that Prime subscription and then subscribe on Twitch. All you got to do. All you got to do. We're still at 8. We got 5 minutes. I'm actually going to turn this off now. What's this?
My question to you is, even if you want to scream...
Get out of here. That's a duck pond. That was a duck pond. We're not talking about the duck pond right now. We're talking about the Twitch scrum. Hey, thank you, Drew. Got drinks. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for doing your part. Look, there are 310 people here, right? If you have a Twitch channel, and you have Amazon Prime, go over, subscribe. Look, I know I'm a broke gamer playing broke games, but I need your help to keep playing broken games and watching debates. Yeah, if you don't like the interruptions, and you can just go pay Modern Day Debate for their money. I mean, for their view, and then watch it live unadulterated, unadded. You know. Give me my damn. Stop pulling my headphones down, you son of a gun. Having a meltdown over here. It shows that you subscribe with Prime. It didn't update on the thing, so I'm not. So we're gonna. What are you drinking? I'm drinking Bullet Bourbon. Bullet a bourbon. Did it update? Oh, ghost. Yeah, there we go. 13. We're at 13. You don't have Twitch, don't worry about it. But if you have Twitch, I know one of you, I know 7 of you people of the 300 watching. Thank you for the subscription. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. The debate hasn't started yet, dumbass. You mind your own business, or you'll be going to watch it somewhere else. Okay? How about that? How about that? How about that? You got 2 minutes to get 5 more, 6 more. Actually, no, I'm lying. I'm lying. You got 5 minutes to get 3 or 7 more. We got the 1. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Thank you for the follow. Was it Kaylee? Women in the chat. What do you know about it? Look. It's tagged in the pinned comment, man. Pull it up. Go there. If you have a Twitch channel, hit the subscribe and with the Amazon Prime purchase. I think it's bugged, boys. What does Brian from whatever says? I think it's bugged, boys. We need at least 7 so that we can see it. I don't think it's working anymore. Y'all think I'm joking? Y'all think I'm playing and won't pause the stream until we get those 7? You are wrong. Look, 249 people watching on regular, 380 on the shorts. Go here. Subscribe. And Amazon Prime subscription. Thank you for the follow. That's 3 follows. I need the subscriptions. I need 7 subscriptions. Let's go. Okay, hey, you don't have to leave, bud. I can help you out with that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to leave. I can help you. Keep talking shit, and you can just carry on, dumbass. What's up, Stanford? Oh, we need 7 subscriptions on Amazon Prime. Listen now. Listen. Go to Amazon. I mean, go to the channel. It's pinned in the comments. Jump over to Twitch. You can stay on YouTube, but jump over to Twitch. You can leave, and I can just shut this, and I can just keep watching it on my own. I don't have to worry about you, bud. You think I'm worried about that? Look, it's right there. It's waiting for it to start. If you don't do it, I can't help you. But I'm providing you free content. All you have to do is subscribe with Amazon Prime. All I ask you to do. Subscribe with Amazon Prime on Twitch. That's all I've asked you to do. I haven't asked you to give me any money. I haven't asked you to donate to PayPal or any of those guys. Look, the grift. Okay, if you don't watch Twitch, then start following on YouTube, and I'll accept it. Okay, I'm not gonna cry about it. But while you're here, I'm gonna phrase it again, like I said 700 times already. If you have Twitch. If you have Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, jump over to the Twitch channel, subscribe. If you don't have Twitch, then don't create a Twitch to subscribe, because it's not worth it for you, because you're never going to watch it. No, look. J-Dub speak 1409. I'm gonna hold everybody hostage until it starts. Okay? I'm holding everybody hostage until it starts. And then I'm holding you hostage until it starts. Not one step back. Not one step back. The hell am I drinking my ice for? Hey, TikTok. I'm not on TikTok. I mean, well, I do have TikTok. I'm just not live on TikTok because I didn't know how friendly this stuff would be for TikTok. I didn't want to get my TikTok banned because they start talking about the Jews and the Islam and all those stuff over there. I didn't want to look. All right, William. That's enough of that shit. Enough of that shit, William. I need Shane Gillis's money. I need Shane Gillis's money, so y'all send it to me. Y'all send me. Look, I'm gonna go back to the other thing. Where? You don't want to do that. Can't do the Amazon thing on my phone. PC won't log in. Amazon. I tried. Love the way Jews sound in a country accent. Look, I ain't got no country accent. What do you mean? What do you mean I have a country accent? Andrew might. I mean, shit. They might not be debating. 7:15. They're late. They're late. They're just like whatever. They're late today. What state you from? I'm from Mississippi. Good old Mississippi. The great state of Mississippi. The great old state, Mississippi. No, I don't do Trump. I'm straight. I appreciate the offer though. Not really my thing. Is whatever. Whatever's not live.
Like it's like a
while we
bikini
wait on Andrew.
barista type thing, or It's the same things lingerie. you would see It's what in
Uh,
a strip club. a strip club.
Oh,
Okay, so you would like lingerie essentially, and they serve you coffee.
Yeah, it's on
And
YouTube and
there's a
Twitch.
VIP, and you can have coffee with a stripper, With- basically. Yeah.
Is it full nudity or is it
It depends where you go. Not
the
all
one
places.
you worked at?
The one I worked at, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And then when you were a stripper, was it full nudity too? Because
Yes.
there's some strip clubs where it's like partial or.
Yeah, the topless ones that are like just up here, those ones are like 21 and up. So I
Because they
would,
serve alcohol at those ones.
Yes.
Right, and I believe
Then full nude.
they can't sell alcohol at full nudity establishments. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, but you quit, and now you're a medical assistant, and you've put that life behind, and you're a
I'm-
devout Christian. Do I have that correct?
I've repented. I've prayed all my
All
sins
right.
away. I'm becoming a better human being every day.
All right, well, there you go. Good.
As soon
what
as
about
it
you?
starts is when
Hi,
they're-
my name's Giselle.
I'm from LA,
30
Lower
years
Alabama.
old, and I
Hey,
live
yeah,
in
man, I
Los
hear you.
Angeles, California, but
What
I'm
part
from
of-
Roseville.
Nah,
A little
I don't want to
closer,
ask you that. I don't want to ask you what.
What do you do
part.
for work?
But,
I'm a cosmetologist and a
I'm from
makeup artist
Southern
for 12
Louisiana.
years.
Gotcha. Any college or anything like that?
Just cosmetology school.
Cosmetology. Now, we may have a first here. You're intersex.
Yes, intersex.
And so, can you explain that to the panel, to the viewers?
Yeah, so there's different variations of intersex. But me specifically, I was born with an XXY chromosome. So anyone born with the Y chromosome makes you male, regardless. But I fully transitioned at 13. And then
get 7 subscribers.
Yeah, but that's just my case. There's There's XY females. For example, one of my friends is an XY female where she was born with female genitalia, but her ovaries work as testes and not as ovaries. So it makes her biologically male, even though she was born female.
I don't care enough about these women to I don't care about enough of these women on. What am I saying? I don't care enough about these women on whatever to listen to them. Look, I'm not gonna ban Mike because he disagrees. He's an idiot. He's a leftist, but I'm not gonna ban him because he disagrees. Now, if he wants to talk shit, then we can have that conversation. And yes, Mike, I just said it. I said it first. My channel. So how many? I know Andrew don't like this. I know Andrew don't like a lot of women in his chat. How many are here? How many we got? We're not sitting in Mike no chairs. Mike can buy his own chair. Mike, you didn't sub? You didn't sub? You're still here? Lucky. You're lucky I'm not an asshole, Mike. You're lucky I'm not a fascist. Another bourbon for the host. Got you, bud. My wife is going to be upset. Upset because I am getting fucked up. You subbed, Mike? Let's see. Let's go through the sub list. Go through the sub list, Mike. $19 hours ago, 2 hours ago. Let's see. 3 hours ago. I don't see a mic on there. And I don't see a mic. Maybe you did subscribe and it doesn't show up, Mike. Y'all watch Kovic? Y'all watch Kovic too? Little stroke. Obama 28. You talking about Michelle? You voting for Michelle in 28? Oh, Big Mike Obama? What about okay, here's the question. Mike Obama. Yep. Big Mike Obama. Here's the question. I need real answers. I need real answers. Don't lie to me. Don't lie. Don't lie to me. How many of y'all here support Brian Shapiro? How many here support lying Brian Shapiro? Listen, bucko. You mind your own business there, Jeremiah. Look, I'm not a drunk. I'm not drunk. You're drunk. No Chapario. What is it? Brashap? Look, hey, look. If anybody wants to see Rob's mushroom, that's on them, man. That's not my. It's not my. No judgments. This is a judgment-free zone. Judgment-free zone. Did you see this? See this? We don't support the balds. We don't support the balds here. If you're bald and you're here, I support you. But I don't support the liberal balds. Okay? I don't support liberal balds. I think I should clarify that. It is smooth, but it's very. Old mushroom gobblers, man, get out of here. Get out of here. Why no beard? Well, the Army disagrees with the beard policy. The Army doesn't like it. The Army said, your beard, don't like it, get out. So I'm like, all right then. So I get the old womb broom going on. The old womb broom. You know what I'm saying? $52 count felon, raw dog and Stormy Daniels. I mean, there's those certain cultures. No, I'm not retired yet, man. I'm trying. I'm on the downhill slope, but I'm trying. Look, I don't even support you until you get a felony. If you ain't got a felony, then you ain't a real American. Okay? Why did I vote for a 34 count felon? Because I didn't want a woman president. And if he ran in 28, I'd vote for him again because I don't want I don't want a woman president. Did I say that? I don't want a woman president. Who said that? Who said that? Look, I keep hearing this stuff. You know, Hillary Clinton was the most. Me and Ron Tater Salad had a good thing going on. Me and old Ron Tater Salad had a good thing going on back in 2005 when he was telling us about all his crazy antics that he was doing there. Okay, now I want to see your PUBG streams and company. Look, I'm not as talkative as I am right now. This is a little bit of liquid courage. You know what I'm saying? I'm ultra focused. Man, this thing's never gonna start, is it? Look, I just want to point out to y'all and how disappointed this is. It's still only at 13. Still only at 13. I mean, technically, y'all did get to 5 because one of my loyal fans and followers over here with High Tech FDM gave me some subs and some love. But I feel like that was cheating. I feel like it was cheating. But what I was gonna say is Hillary Clinton. She kept saying in the 2016 election that she was the most qualified presidential candidate ever. Look, fucking a former president does not make you qualified. Having coitus with a former president does not qualify you. Having sexual relations with a former president does not make you qualified to be president. If it did, Stormy Daniels could be president next. Where's Monica Lewinsky? She could be president now. She had sexual relations with the president. Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica. She should be president. She had some sexual relations for that. Look, I don't know how Andrew does it, where the emotes pop out on the screen and cover everything up. I don't know how they do that, but I like it. I'm gonna figure out how to do it. I think I broke my microphone. Wait, somebody said something a while ago. What'd they say? Oh, are you a syndicated radio host? No. No. I am a Twitch streamer, though. I am a YouTube streamer. Sometimes I stream on TikTok. Hey, thanks for the follow over there with RG Moore Cooper. Good goobly goop. Look, I'm not a good streamer, okay? I'm not a good PUBG streamer. Not my fault. Not my fault. I'll show you this. Y'all don't need to laugh at me, okay? See? Look at all these terrible. Oh, look. What? No. Of course. Look. This is a no-fly zone, okay? No-fly zone.
Oh, it's
no-fly zone. We don't fly around here. We're like Iran. We don't fly. Doesn't happen. If you fly here, you get shot down. Okay?
Glider. Nice, bro. Shit.
I'm not a streamer. I'm not good at this
Oh, it's
stuff.
glider.
I'm not good at this stuff. I don't even know editing. I'm not a good editor. My favorite AR is the autos. Obviously, I like the AUG. Right. But the ace is growing on me. The great ace is growing on me. Where's Andrew? I don't know. Probably in fucking Dallas, Texas, at DebateCon. Where are you at? As soon you not see my screen, as soon as it goes live, you will be here with me, and I will be with you as we go live and stream. Okay. According to Tommy Robinson, majority. Yeah. What's that? You know, that per capita thing that's racist if you bring up? Oh yeah, gliders. It's a no-fly zone in my house. No-fly zone. We're like, ba-da-da-da-da. Hey, Monkey Low. What is your name? How do you say that? Monkey Loco 469. Thanks for the thanks for the sub, Twitch Prime. They figured it out. All y'all other boomers can't figure it out. Math is racist. What's y'all's favorite? Look, here's a serious question. What's y'all's favorite food? You look like a cheap Ron Swarson. with baggy strip in your upper lip. Just feeling your mustache. Yeah. You're on Twitch, so I'm not gonna say shit about. I'm not gonna talk shit about you. Thank you, bud. Thank you. Thank you. Fuck you, but thank you. Okay. All right. How about that? How about that? How about that? Thank you, but fuck you. Street tacos? Day 13. 13? Texas style barbecue. You just figured out how to unsubscribe. That's kind of fucked up. It does only count Twitch. Yeah. Because I was trying to get you to subscribe with Amazon Prime on Twitch. Trying to get you to subscribe to Amazon Prime on Twitch. Mississippi pot roast. You from Mississippi, Zerg? Because in Mississippi we just call it pot roast. So you're not from Mississippi. I don't think. Here we just call it pot roast. We don't call it. How many subs did I get on YouTube today? I started out at 45.5. So I don't know. Tell me I got. I got a bunch. Let's see. Let's go to the YouTubes. Go to my Antimalinux. Analytics. Go to today only. Today. Shit. Go to today. What's today's date? Is it 26? I've only got 37 subscribers. I look like a big toe with ears. That's fucked up, bro. A big toe with ears. I appreciate your compliment, bud. I got pretty toes. Hold on. Code Yeller. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Code Yeller. Don't know what Code Yeller means. His less talented uncle, huh? That's what you said? Your less talented uncle? Well, look who's here watching me instead of Shane Gillis. Look who it is, Mr. Pillar 2 Toast. Pillar 2 Post. I don't see you over there watching Shane Gillis. Mind your business. Mike, you still here? Give me some more liberal ideas, bud. Tell me some more liberal stuff. I like liberal stuff. Tell me some liberal stuff. How much to see your feet? Oh man, it's gonna be a lot. But I can't be showing. You're gonna have to subscribe to the Only Feet for that. I can't just be showing you the feet for no reason. Not possible. Can't show you the feet unless you hit the subscribe button with lots of subs, bud. Lots of subs. My phone. Oh, we ready? And y'all didn't meet the quota.
Sponsors: Main First Project, Revival of the Anointed's Rule, Uncensored America, Patrick O'Neill, Arc Apologetics, Yonaguni International Cuisine, and SDA. Special thanks to our sponsor, Main First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainfirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org.
As soon as it starts, I'll pull it back up. I'm not listening to all their ads. I'm not listening to their tell me what you feel about your stuff. As soon as it pops, as soon as it starts, I'll pull it up. Yeah, my it's up there. All the sites are up there. Yeah, I didn't want to pay it either, but I didn't want to pay that $14.99 either, or whatever it was for that channel. But I was like, you know what? I need to, because I want to watch this debate. And I want to watch this debate. Andrew Wilson is a snake oil, and as shit. I can't even fucking read. Andrew Wilson is as snake oil as it gets. I don't know about that, bro.
And Brandon, it's did you get enough footage?
That's kind of rude to say.
Did you get enough? Plenty, perfect. Thank you for helping Brandon with that.
Yeah,
That's
you could have
awesome.
went and paid $5 on the Crucible. They're watching it
I
over
want to
there.
say a huge thank you to Michael, who is
You could've-
also
you
one of our
could've.
staff. He's done an amazing. He's also Magic Mike, Big Mike. He's a. And Avarice and many others from the Crucible have done a huge amount of work to help this. We are so grateful.
Look, the TDS and the ADS is out there, bud. The Trump derangement syndrome and the Andrew derangement syndrome.
So thank you,
it's out
Avarice,
there.
for just
It's
filling in a billion
strong
different
with these
ways.
fuckers.
And
hey, John.
and everyone
long
else
time
in
no
the
see.
Crucible, thank
Who the
you
hell
so
are you,
much for your
Samurai?
support. The Crucible
Who the hell are
community
you,
has
Samurai?
brought,
Whatever's your
I should
name.
say,
Samurai?
Andrew Wilson
Samurai?
leading the
Who the
Crucible
hell are you?
community. All
How
of
you
you
know my
guys
government
have
name?
taken DebateCon to the next level.
How you know my government name? I won't interrupt while they're talking. I might pause and have
Smoky
some
Man
commentary.
Dad. Okay, here we go.
Because it's my channel and that's what I do.
I'm going
But
to
while
introduce
they're
you
giving
to
their
our
stuff,
two key sponsors as they make these events possible.
I'm not going
I
to
want to
talk.
say we're thrilled to have you with us, Zach.
William,
from
don't
Main
tell me
First
what to
Project.
do,
I'll let
bud.
you have the mic.
Look, you seen it when it was full earlier. It was up
What's
here.
up, Crucible crew?
That's down here. Let's get this.
Yeah, that's
Show on
right.
the road,
That's right.
bro.
Well, these conservatives are sick of beating up all the lefties, so they're going after each other. So. Well, I'll tell you where there is a target-rich environment, and that's in Maine.
Nobody cares about Maine, bro.
And the folks, the lefties in Maine,
fix your lighting,
are
bro.
using what they're learning there, and they're transferring the policies there to your backyard.
Listen, just so y'all know. First of all, you, lightweight, Zerg, I finished this bottle earlier. Okay? And now I'm on this bottle. First, so y'all know, I'm going to pause it every now and then and have commentary. My channel, what I want to do. So you can just accept it, or you can go somewhere else. But if you do accept it, I'm with you, okay?
And we're the only organization that's
Can we agree on
stopping
that?
from happening in a lot of ways. We need your
I'm not going to get flagged because
Please
this,
go to mainfirstproject.org.
post,
Thank you.
This channel will never go live. Maine.
I'm ready for you.
You don't think I understand how Andrew does it?
You
where
can find
as soon as
Zach
he
at that back table. Please
finishes
do
it,
say
he
hello to
takes
him.
it
And
off.
Also,
Fine.
you can find Mike at that back
You don't think I
table,
don't know that?
Who's another sponsor who makes this event possible. He is from Roar. Thrilled. Thanks so much, Mike, for your support.
Thank you so much.
Is it not
James.
loud?
This has been amazing. Amazing. Real quick, show of hands for me. Anybody ever watched Andrew Wilson do a Christian nationalism, Christian populist debate? Anybody? You know when he talks about, well, what would be wrong if Christians all in one voice demanded we do this? You guys hear that argument? That's what Roar is. We're getting Christians together to demand Christian values, Christian principles in our policies. You know what? We have let the secularists run our lives for way too long, and it's time to say, no more. It's time to roar. Revive the Roar.app, Revive the Roar.app, and Revive the Roar on X. Thank you so much, guys.
Excellent. And one quick last announcement. If you happen to be near Cleveland, the Seek and Share Truth Conference will be there in 1 week from today. Modern Day Debate is collaborating with them to put on epic debates on theology. So that's linked in the description if you're watching online. That's a free event. So if you're near Cleveland, make it out to that in 1 week from today. With that, we're going to jump into the main event for the entire conference. Are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews and Israel? I am excited for this one. Introducing first, Dinesh D'Souza is a best-selling author, award-winning filmmaker, and veteran conservative intellectual who has shaped American political debate for decades. Please join me in welcoming Dinesh D'Souza. And on our right, a man who needs no introduction, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, is one of online debate's most experienced and formidable figures, known for his aggressive cross-examination and quick improvisation. Andrew Wilson. So, and then, just so it's no surprise, what we're going to do is right after their opening statements, which will be at the podium for 5 minutes each, we are going to move the podium and then bring the tables closer together so that the speakers are closer together for that open dialogue session. With that, we're going to start the debate. Dinesh will be going first. I have the timer set for you, Dinesh, and I will start it on your first word. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel like I'm going to be in the lion's den today. And There might be a few of you who support Israel, some of you on the fence. Most of you are probably going to be a little hostile. And so my presence here should be taken as well, I'll try to make it as painless as possible, but it's going to be a little bit of an intellectual suppository for you. I want to clarify some terms in the debate to make it clear what we're going to be debating about. And then I want to try to focus the argument in its most kind of primitive or fundamental way so we don't get drawn into sort of side issues. We're talking as Christians, so I'm assuming that the premise of the debate is that we are Christians, we're Catholics, we're Protestants, we're in the mainstream of the Christian tradition. My own work in apologetics has taken the C.S. Lewis kind of mere Christianity approach. I'll be using generally that in this debate. By way of background, I come from a very old Catholic family in India. It goes back about 400 years. My grandfather's brother was the Cardinal of Pakistan. So I'm deeply rooted in the Catholic tradition, the Catholic intellectual tradition. I've studied it, I've written a lot about it, and I've debated it against generally leading atheists, people like Christopher Hitchens and others. Now, Israel is not my topic. And by that I mean in a career spanning 35 years, I haven't written about it. I've barely mentioned it. I'm not known as a Zionist. I don't identify with Zionism, which was a secular socialist movement of the 19th century. I have no particular stake in Israel as a country. I'm America first all the way. And so keep those things in mind as we have this debate. If you're looking for me to sort of channel Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin, that's really not going to be happening here. I'm not a professional Israel advocate in any sense of the term. I discovered Israel really 2 or 3 years ago when I visited for the first time. And I found it interesting in 2 ways. The first one was simply that we live at a time when cities have become really homogenized. These days, you know, there's no point going to Zurich and Copenhagen. It's all kind of one thing. Israel's not like that. In Israel, you're very conscious that you're in the land of the Bible. That is a very important feeling for Christians. You get the sense that this is your spiritual homeland. And by spiritual homeland, what I mean is that our faith is not some kind of abstraction that is delivered in the sky. It could have been. God could have put the 10 Commandments, he could have put it on the moon. But he didn't do that. Our Bible, our history, our Christianity is historical. It's rooted in real people and real events and real places. It took place somewhere in the world, and that somewhere happens to be Israel. That's worth remembering and worth noting. I also discovered in the course of now 4 visits to Israel the thing that really interests me, and that is biblical archaeology. And biblical archaeology has the definitive effect of authenticating and corroborating the people and events in the Bible. We can go into it a little bit later. I will give you the most shocking examples of this, but it is a massive refutation of the skepticism and atheism of the 19th century, which basically said that the Bible was written hundreds of years later and most of it was kind of made up. Biblical archaeology shows us that the Bible is talking about real people and true events. You can debate the miracles, you can debate the theology, but that these things are real, these people are real, the events are real, has been authenticated down to the most excruciating detail. That's very important because it also happens to establish the presence of the Jews in their ancestral homeland. And in a way, to me, the fundamental question that we're discussing today, when I say morally obligated, what I really mean is, what's the right thing to do? Now, saying what the right thing to do doesn't solve the problem of should we give money to Israel or how much money should we give to Israel. No, supporting Israel here basically means having a certain recognition of a kind of spiritual and historical kinship or line of continuity established, by the way, in the Bible. And don't think of the Old Testament as Jewish. The New Testament is just as Jewish as the Old. Both are describing Jewish communities.
Listen, you're good, Mike. Don't worry about it, bro. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe now. Let's continue listening to what they're saying.
And Christianity came right out of that. In fact, the first Christians were Jews. They were Jews who followed the Messiah. I think historically we could say with great accuracy they were the very first Judeo-Christians. The apostles were Judeo-Christians. Now, to me, the core of this question is whose land is it?
30 seconds.
30 seconds? I was just getting warned. This is my introduction, guys. All right. Let me just put it this way. There are 3 ways to get a country. First, you were there first. That's the ancestral claim. Number 2, you got the country by some kind of negotiation or treaty. Or number 3, you got the land because you captured it. Every single country on the map in the world now has gotten its claim based on one of these 3 ways. The argument I'm going to make is that Israel succeeds on all 3 ways. It checks all the boxes. Even America doesn't. The American Indians were here first. We might have conquered them, taken the land from them, so we got it by conquest. They got it by original inhabitancy, and there's a little bit of a argument over here, but I'm going to argue that the Jews were there, it's their land. Number 2, they got it by treaty. It was given to them by the United Nations. They accepted it. The Palestinians rejected it. And 3, they got it by not just by conquest. They fought 3 defensive wars against massive coalitions of Islamic forces that are into essentially global colonization. The Muslims are the real colonizers. And so whichever box you choose, Israel succeeds, and therefore supporting Israel isn't just sort of the biblical thing to do, it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
That was a weak argument. Weak argument. We support him because we should support him because we should support him because we should support him. Weak argument.
Oh, that's right. If you're able to.
Got to set the mood. First of all, big round of applause for Dinesh real quick. Great opening. But that's not going to save him. I want for everybody to remember that the topic of this debate is if Christians have a moral obligation to support Jews in Israel. He didn't give us one. It is obvious to me that since the answer is clearly no, that Dinesh likely gave no reason, which means I predicted he wouldn't give us one. I will begin by expressing to you, the audience, that when discussing normative claims, or in this case, moral claims, you need to demonstrate why the moral obligation is there. Dinesh's view comes down to a whole bunch of really stupid propositions that actually make no sense. Note, I'm not calling Dinesh stupid. He's far from it. But even intelligent people can believe stupid propositions and often do. Logical proposition 1, Christians need to support a Jewish state of Israel because their ethics and Christian ethics overlap. This is something which Dinesh has said multiple times. The reason this is a stupid proposition is because the modern state of Israel is a secular state. This state supports abortion, and most of the public supports it. They have pregnancy termination boards, which grant 99% of applications abortions up to 24 weeks and beyond. They support gay marriage, and while not marrying gays themselves, as there is no civil marriage authority, they recognize all out-of-country gay marriages as valid, and all gay cohabitation has identical social and financial rights. Let that sink in. They are extremely pro-transgender, and their public health care system provides generously for trans surgery and voice mod training. Sorry about that. 1 second here. According to their own polling, the Israeli Institute for Gender and LGBTQ Studies has supported 75% or more for homosexual acceptance, advocacy, and gender care, which includes 90% from secular Jews and even over 50% from the religious Orthodox Jews. Now, I can keep going. Women in the military, IVF programs, national health care, prostitution, pornography. These are libtards, essentially, who live in Israel that Dinesh wants us to support. A whole nation of them. Christian ethics here in the USA determines that we resist these things in our own nations. Why would we support other nations which codify these things as law? any more than we would Sharia law. I don't want millions upon millions or billions of my dollars to be used to support a system which allows for these forms of degeneracy when we are busy combating them in our own backyard. Why would Christians support that? Now, Dinesh can argue the USA is plagued with similar problems, and that's true. And Christians here oppose our own governmental national apparatus and strongly attempt to legislate against these forms of policy. We do the opposite of funding it, except through force of tax. Proposition 2, Dinesh believes that the Christians have a stake in Israel because it's the holiest of holies, and the holiest Christian sites are there. I grant this is true, but that doesn't give us much reason to keep the population there Jewish. If Christians in the West truly want access to the holy sites, then why not just demand Israel, who is our protectorate, take a certain amount of Christians per year? I think 100,000 or more should do the trick. The USA has no cap on Jews immigrating here. Why not just demand they allow Christian immigration with no cap there, or we cut off all military funding and support, and that's that. Then we get the holy sites. He argues that Israelis guard these things better than Muslims. I can see that's true, but I'm certain millions of Christian immigrants could protect them just fine. Not sure why there needs to be a Jewish state to do this, or why we have a moral obligation to keep it Jewish at all. Proposition 3, Dinesh often cites the biblical principle of those who bless Israel will be blessed. That's Genesis 12:3. Does a modern state of Israel seem very blessed to you? If you took every Jew in Israel and put them in Germany in the year 2026, they would be safer than they are in Israel. How's that for irony? Is God blessing their abortions, their homosexuality, and prostitution advocacy, the rejection of the Messiah? Doesn't seem like it to me. If that's what a God-blessed nation looks like, then I would be very wary of the blessings of that God, because he sure seems like he isn't very fond of them at the moment. Proposition 4, do Christians have an obligation to support religious Jews naming a Messiah, considering that that Messiah figure will certainly be false and antichrist? This is obviously no. Don't know about Dinesh over here, but the proposition of naming a false Messiah and Christians supporting that by funding the religious, more conservative section of Jewish population claiming it's moral seems insane to me. Proposition 5, are secular Jews blessed or non-religious Jews blessed by the same Genesis passage? In other words, if I bless atheist Jews and all their liberal policies, will I in turn be blessed with magic Jew blood? Do I need to fight and die on their behalf for this blessing? Is it just a mind state, like I just kind of cheer them on? Does it require action on my part? What are my actual obligations here as a Christian? What's the normative framework to receive said blessing for my support of atheist Jews? I say the opposite. As a Christian, it's my duty to resist and oppose the radical atheist and secular Jewish agenda of Israel. Until they conform to my ethical model, I would like and would do, in all cases, I would demand this of every nation, pull all financial and military support and deal with them only as a limited capacity as they could be dealt with. I am not in the business of funding abortion, homosexuality, prostitution, female empowerment. Christians must resist these propositions and demand if Israel wants our aid, they need to conform to the standards and normative ethics of the very Christians they endlessly demand help from. To clarify a few terms, when you're making a normative claim, Dinesh, when you're making a ought claim, you need to tell us why Christians ought to support this nation. So far, you have not done that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. So for the open dialogue, I have the timer set. This will be 80 minutes. And we're going to move the speakers just a little closer. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Excellent work. And then, Sean, if you can give us a thumbs up on whether or not that's where we need them. Maybe if you could bring it just a little closer, maybe with the V shape, if you can just squeeze a little bit so it's a tighter V, a more acute angle. Thank you. There you go. Let's see, Sean, is that better? So, you want them straight across? Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry. Thanks for your patience. All right. With that, I've got the timer set for 80 minutes for open dialogue. And of course, as usual, let this be as organic as you guys would like it to be. I'll just jump in if it gets really crazy. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Do you want me to go first, just to get us going?
It's your claim.
Okay. Would you agree that the New Testament not only follows the Old, but incorporates the Old? In other words, to put it differently, that Christianity is the only religion that takes the scriptures of another religion and incorporates it wholesale into its own Bible. True or false?
That's false.
That's false. So you would prefer to see the Old Testament removed from the Bible?
No. No, it's on I have a different worldview than you do. I see these things as a continuity, whereas you see them as a multitude of covenants. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I started out with the physical Bible. When I look at my Bible, it's about 800 pages long.
Okay.
About 2/3 of it is the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is in the Christian Bible.
That's correct.
Right? The Christians didn't say it's an historical document that we should read in conjunction with our scriptures. It is included in the Christian scriptures. I asked you true or false, and you truly said false, which to me is deeply heretical because it implies that you're saying that the Old Testament does not belong in the Bible.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. So
What are you saying?
To clarify, I'm just saying that I would agree that these things are on a continuity, right? And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but now that we have that clarified, I think that these are on a continuity rather than covenantal.
All right, so they're in a continuity. Would you agree that the Old Testament is no less inspired than the New? In other words, it is just as sacred, it's sacred scripture, no less than the New, and on the same footing as the New. You agree?
Sure.
Okay. And you agree that the foundations of Christianity are anchored in the Old Testament, by which I mean that Christianity would be inconceivable without Genesis, the account of creation, the Exodus, the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, it would be totally incoherent.
The prophets. You agree?
Yeah, it'd be
all right.
totally
You
incoherent.
agree that not only is that Jewish scriptures, but it is no less the Christian scriptures.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you agree further that when the Pilgrims and then later the American founders in America saw themselves as building a civilization anchored on Athens and Jerusalem, when they spoke about Jerusalem, they were referring to Christianity, the Old Testament, and the New? True or false?
I would say that that's true.
That is true. And therefore, America itself, our own country, is based on these two foundations, including the foundation of Jerusalem. If somehow the foundation of Jerusalem, historically, morally, ethically, were to be kicked out, we would be essentially cutting off our own feet. True or false?
Well, just can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say if Jerusalem is kicked out from under our feet, what are you referencing?
I'm referring to the continuous tradition, as you described it, that begins with not just Genesis and Noah and Adam, but then continues with Abraham.
Yeah, you need to have the Old
David.
Testament for there to be a continuity, yes.
Right, and so Jerusalem refers to the whole biblical narrative that begins about 2000 BC with Abraham and continues to the Acts of the Apostles, which is about 60 or 70 AD. That whole story is Jerusalem.
Okay.
And I'm saying that that is a core foundation of our civilization. And
so what?
Well, what it means is that that as a country, we recognize that we have moral, philosophical, and historical continuities with certain countries, and I would mention two. Great Britain.
So overlapping ethics.
Great Britain, because a lot of the ideas, not only were a lot of the founders coming from Great Britain, but we have had a special relationship with Great Britain that's now extended for many, many years, and it's based on the idea that we've got something in common with these people, even more so than with, say, the Germans or the Norwegians. And therefore, if there's an international crisis, the United States will team up right away with Great Britain as its European sort of, what do you call it, protectorate, and then try to get Great Britain to win over the other European countries. In other words, this special relationship.
So what?
Okay,
Wait, where do we get to the moral obligation here, Dinesh? Great, we've established, hey, we have a the most special relationship ever with England because our ancestors come from England and France.
Right,
I'll just
and
I'll happen to note very quickly, the top white demographic inside the United States is German, not English. Just want to point that out.
Fair enough.
Very, very far removed from what it was initially at our foundation. Where do we ever get to the moral obligation?
Okay, so first of all, let me address your German point, because there is a key difference between immigrants and settlers. The British built the country. The Germans came to a good country that the British built. So a settler is the guy who makes the country, makes the system. The immigrant is the guy who moves because he believes it's a really good club that he wants to join. So it doesn't matter how many immigrants have come later. The building of America was done by the settlers. Now here's my point. With countries as with people, we have a certain, if you're a conservative, you have a certain respect for your own patrimony. It's yours. It's your lineage.
Blood and
it's
soil?
kind of like saying...
Wait, are you making a blood and soil? I thought you rejected blood and soil.
I'm making an historical, immoral, and
Wait, didn't you
intellectual
write a book
argument.
where you rejected the entirety of blood and soil? And that's the argument you're making here. Blood and soil.
I'm simply
Do
saying...
we have a super special relationship with other white people because they're white, Dinesh?
No, because those white people in other parts
I'm
of the
down,
world
Thomas.
had nothing to
Then
do with
what?
America.
Then
but
what the hell
British-
are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about the fact that the British did. I'm talking about that the fact that the Bible is situated in that country and no other. It's not as
So what?
So as Christians, this is something that should be important to us. It's evidently not important to you.
Okay, look. Let's break a couple things down. Absolutely, it's important.
Okay.
Great. Can we get to the moral op part?
Okay. All right. So now let's turn to the people who live in Israel. Do you agree that the people who live in Israel are Jews?
Yes. Mystery
Okay.
solved.
Okay. And
It's
all
crazy,
right.
the people
And
living
do
in
you
Israel
also
are Jews.
agree that they are directly in the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In other words, they come in a sort of historical, religious, and ancestral line from the old Jews. In other words, what I'm saying is...
You mean that particular tribe, coming off the 12 tribes, that can be traced back?
I'm simply saying that there's a line of continuity in the same way that there's a line of
Listen,
continuity.
I agree. Do you agree
Okay.
that that's the case with Palestinians as well? They come
No.
from the same?
No.
No.
Let's take, for example,
Even though
Gaza.
ancestral DNA points this out?
No, it doesn't.
It
Let's
does.
Let's look at Gaza, for example, which is the heart of our debate. Gaza.
It's
Gaza-
definitely not the heart of our debate.
Well, I mean the Palestinian debate. The Palestinian debate right now is not about the West Bank, it's about Gaza. That's where the... Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that historically, the people who lived in Gaza
Which second's
are not
choice is
Palestinians. It is a fakery of the name through history that we call them Palestinians. The people who lived in Gaza were the Philistines. The Philistines were Europeans. They came from Greece. They came from Cyprus. This is archaeologically definitively established.
Are
And
they
so-
close? Are they more closely related than like Ashkenazi Jews are to the historic people of Israel?
The Philistines have vanished off the pages of history.
That's not the question that I asked you.
What is your question?
Mike, the question that I asked you is, would it be the case that the modern Palestinian people would have more ancestry in common with the Jews who currently live in Israel than an Ashkenazi Jew would?
This is a little bit debatable because some of the people who are from that region
It's a
of
little bit
Canaan,
debatable,
No,
huh?
well, here's what I'm saying. If
Okay.
you're making it sound like it is 100% of a genetic argument,
Can you
but
answer the question I asked you without obfuscation? Is it the case or not that Ashkenazi Jews generally have less shared ancestry than Palestinians do with the current Jewish population of Israel?
And I'm
Isn't
saying-
that in fact the case? No, they don't have as much shared ancestry as the Palestinians do who currently live inside of Gaza with the Jews who currently live in Israel. Isn't it true Ashkenazis don't have as much ancestry?
yeah, but Judaism, hold on. Judaism is a combination. You're acting as if Judaism is purely a function of genetics. Judaism is a function of genetics plus history plus religious devotion.
No,
so
Dinesh,
that's what
you
makes
were making
a
that argument because you said you were making it an argument based on continuity.
If Jews are
but if you
thrown
say the
out-
continuity gets broken, the second it is that we have Ashkenazi Jews who still have the right of return to Israel, though it is the case that they are now outside of that continuity, Dinesh. Now
Is that better?
outside of that people group, Dinesh.
Yeah, and let's look at why they're outside. The Jews are forcibly ejected from their homeland. They scatter all over the world. Unsurprisingly, they settle in London, they settle in Europe, they settle in Africa, they settle in Asia, but they never relinquish their claim to the land. If they had said, all right, we're out of here, you could then say, all right, other people can wander in, can claim it's theirs. The Jews never gave it up. They were thrown out. Of course, when they settled elsewhere, there was some. Hold on, there was some intermarriage. There was some imports to Judaism by people who converted in. Some people converted out. But the Jewish community, as a tribe and as a community, remained solidly intact through the centuries. I mean, just read.
Wait, this is. Hang on.
You're making a
continuity argument, then breaking continuity. You're making a blood and soil argument, then breaking the idea of blood and soil. You mentioned in the beginning the right of conquest, which is your third criteria. Then you say the Jews got thrown out of Israel, which means somebody else had conquest. That's how they got the land, right?
That's right.
So that's a legitimate way to get the land, right?
That's right, and it was legitimate to take it back by the Crusades. So using the conquest ethic, I agree. The Ottomans captured the land and ruled it for a long time. The Ottomans lost World War II, and so by the same ethic of conquest, they were displaced, and it became part of the British Mandate. And then the UN basically proposed a partition for the... Now, the point is this.
I'm willing to agree to these facts.
Yeah, with any...
I'm not sure how we get to the ought, though. When do we get to the ought?
Well, when we say we get to the ought, as Christians, we're trying to do what's right. We're trying to support the people who are on the right side of the issue. And
Well,
you seem to be saying...
Hang on. When you say Christians, they have to support what's right.
Yeah.
How do Christians know what's right?
Well, okay. Well, in looking at what's right, we look at historical arguments, moral arguments,
Christian ethics,
spiritual continuity, shared moral principles. We also look at the fact that America is a force for good or on the good side in the world, and therefore there are bad guys trying to do us in, and their allies are going to be people that we oppose.
Yeah, okay, so I agree with you in a secular sense that those can be reasons.
Right, but secular reasons...
But you're a Christian. We're talking about whether or not Christians have a moral ought.
Well, Christians
are
also...
What is the specific moral ought a Christian has based on Christian ethics, our paradigm, our worldview, not the secular lens, not the secular view, the Christian view? Why do we have to support a Jewish state that could name Antichrist? Why?
Because, first of all, you can't make up your mind if it's a Jewish state or a secular state. You alternate both based on convenience.
Jewish,
in fact, you alternate it within the same
Jewish.
sentence.
Hang on, don't equivocate. This is pure equivocation. Do you agree with me that there's ethnic Jews and then there are religious Jews?
I agree with that.
Then don't equivocate and say, you can't figure out if it's a Jewish state or a secular state, because, Dinesh, it can be a secular Jewish state, can't it?
Israel was
Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh? Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel...
Can it be a secular Jewish state?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, but I've never denied it's a secular Jewish state.
You just got done lecturing me about how I called it a Jewish state, then a secular state.
Right,
like
because
that was a
I think,
contradiction.
on the one hand, I think you're trying to appeal to anti-Jewish sentiment, and for that,
anti-Semites.
For that,
One sec, I wanna give
you
Din- I
need
wanna
the
give
Jewish
Dinesh-
label.
wanna
If
give
Israel
Dinesh-
was truly a secular state, a lot of your antagonism would be diminished. I notice, for example, you don't have the same hostility to Great Britain, right? Why not? They're a secular state. But they don't have the Jewish label, so you don't get excited. What I'm getting at here is
hang on. You're saying that... Can you explain to me, just real quick,
Yeah.
Does England, by chance, is there a possibility that they're going to name Antichrist in my lifetime, Dinesh?
What do you mean by name Antichrist? What are you talking
I'm
about?
not talking about naming the Antichrist.
Listen, if you're not subscribed, subscribe now. YouTube, Twitch, everything, all the fucking things. Just go ahead and get it done, okay?
But if Jews get together inside of Israel and they name a Messiah, is that going to be Jesus Christ?
Israel is not going to get together and name a Messiah.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You're saying...
First of all, you just said 1 minute ago they're a secular state. Now you go, what if the secular state names a Messiah?
Okay.
Does that make any sense to you?
Inside of Israel, do you agree with me that you have the Temple Institute and you have many Jewish organizations that are indeed willing and support the naming of a new Messiah?
There are messianic communities, apocalyptic Jewish messianic communities that believe that the rebuilding of the temple is a prelude to the end times. So what?
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if it is the case.
Someone take over the grip for me in the stream because I can't do it.
That if these right-wing elements inside of Israel, this would be more the right that is doing this than the left-wing elements which are there, which are more secular. If they get together and they do name an antichrist, or I'm sorry, a Messiah, would that Messiah necessarily be Antichrist? Not the Antichrist, but antithetical to Christ because it's a false Messiah.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Then we have established that right now. By the way, do you know how big this movement is in Israel? Could you point, for instance, to England and say 30% of the population wants to name a new Messiah? No. And by the way, hang on, I just want to point something else out. When you talk about this, you say anti-Semitism. It's the opposite. I'm telling you right now, Jews are safer outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and you know that that's true. Can you explain to me how it's anti-Semitic for me to point out, using logic, what's obvious to everybody?
Okay, now explain what you mean. What do you mean when you say Jews are safer outside of Israel? How are they safer?
Yeah, right now, well, at least in every Western nation, there's not a single Western nation that I can look at where Jews live and have lived for the last 40 years, where they're not safer inside of those nations than they are right now inside of the state of Israel.
You mean because there's a war?
I probably could, but I really don't have the ability to at this point. Be honest with you. But we're going to continue listening. Got to make our own decisions. About something, I don't know what I'm talking about.
War going on.
Well, not just because there's a war going on, but because there's been a continuation of attacks of terror. In other words, from my view, and while I think this is irrelevant to the debate, I'll bite on it. From my view, it seems to me that Israel has not fulfilled its promise of safety for the Jewish people. It has not done so. And right now, you have more Jews who live outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and they're a lot safer than the Jews who live inside of Israel.
Right.
They are not fulfilling the promise of protecting their people group at all. In fact, they're relying on us to do it for them.
Well, it's a pretty astounding claim when Jews not only have, but to this day are, moving to Israel from all parts of the world, willing to endure the risks and dangers that they face in Israel. And here you are from the kind of comfort of Dallas lecturing Israel on whether it's doing an adequate job protecting the Jews who are voluntarily choosing to come there. There are American Jews who have moved to Israel.
What does that have to do with
anything? There is more danger for them. The reason that there's more danger.
Yes, there is more danger for them.
And the reason for that is that Israel is surrounded by Islamic fanatics.
No shit.
Yes, right. Okay.
So in this really dangerous country surrounded by Islamic fanatics, are they less safe or more safe there than in Western nations, Dinesh?
And are you
answer the question I asked like I've been answering yours. Dinesh, is it the case that these people who are in this desert completely surrounded by Islamic lunatics less safe there than they are in Western nations, yes or no?
Yeah, they are more safe in Western nations with fewer Islamic fanatics.
Why do I have to beat these things out of you when you just agree with me?
Because you are pursuing a tactic of pretending like you're making a point when there is actually no point to be made. If a country based on a common identity in their own ancestral homeland it's like saying, I have a ranch. I'm surrounded by outlaws who want to burn down my ranch, rape my wife, kill my kids, and you go, well, why don't you then give up your homeland, give up your ranch? You're obviously safer if you move somewhere else. And I'm like, no, this actually is my homeland. I have every right to be here. And all I want is the right to fight back against these monsters who also hate you and declare you, America, to be their great Satan. I'm their little Satan. And you're pretending like you're doing us a massive favor.
You're giving me or describing all sorts of positions to me that I haven't given, which is hilarious. For one thing, let's use your ranch example.
Okay.
You're absolutely 100,000% correct. I have outlaws. They're all around my little ranch, right? It's my ranch. I got the deed. I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Well,
did you say no?
I said by itself, no. If your
by
ranch
itself, no.
Yeah, if your ranch was encircled and your neighbor's ranch was not imperiled at all, and if your neighbor had nothing to do with it, then you're right. You would be appealing on the basis of like mercy or common heritage. You would be in Churchill's position because the Nazis had not attacked America. America faced no immediate danger from Hitler, and Churchill basically was reduced to begging. But the United States entered in on the Allied side. Why? Because we have historical, moral, philosophical, even spiritual continuities with Europe, and we came to the aid of Europe for that reason.
More like
now,
the
Israel
Japanese
situation,
attacked us and blew up our entire Pacific fleet and drug us into a massive war. Did we just forget like a whole big part of this?
I think you've got your dates all garbled. The Germans invaded Poland in 1939. Right?
Yeah.
The United States, yes, did get into the war in 1947, but the point I'm trying to make...
Wait, what? What?
I'm saying that the American ranch was not threatened.
No. What did you say before that?
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
What did you say before that?
The United States...
Hold on. From the
United
audience,
States
be
could
quiet.
have fought against Japan and left the Nazis alone.
Oh, I thought before I was getting my dates all mixed up.
No,
and I
you
didn't
were.
know. And then you're like,
No.
well,
I just want to let y'all know it's hard to read the chat. I can't. Everything's double. I'm just, I love this. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all coming out. Watch,
wait a second.
I'm saying
watch the rest of the stream, okay?
the United States had no reason to fight in the European theater when the attack came
except
from
that
Japan.
Germany declared war on us.
Germany did declare war on the United States, but
we had no reason to go to war except for philosophical
And so-
reasons.
Exactly. And so here you have the Iranian parliament burning the American flag. Here you have Hamas and Hezbollah declaring that we are their enemy no less than Israel. We are the infidels from the point of view of Islam. But according to you, our ranch is not threatened. I think it is. I think our ranch and their ranch are both in the sights of the bad guys who have a massive global movement. By the way, they're not content to fight over there.
Hang on. Let me concede a couple of points here. Now we're getting somewhere. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that never conflate my ideas here with the idea that I don't think that Islam is one of the worst, most horrific ideologies known to man, because it is. I argue against it often and all the time. But you see, I'm a true America firster, Dinesh.
Yeah.
Neither of these ideologies needs to overlap Christian ideology at all. When you talk about how this country, this 10 million people, are surrounded by enemies, right? Great, I understand. I completely agree. They have the right to defend themselves. Great, I completely agree. Why do we have to go in and defend them, though? You say, well, we have a shared...
Hey, guys, only 93 likes on the stream. There are 500 people of you. There are 500 of you here. Go ahead and like the stream. Like the stream. Subscribe. We'll get back to the stream.
Common enemy. I can even grant that that's true. Why is it then that we need to leave that state in Jewish hands if we have to defend it?
Like and
Why?
subscribe.
Why do we have an ought to do that? Why can't we demand Christian immigration to Israel? Why is it that we can't demand, as their protectorate, that we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Christians move into that area so we can protect our own holy sites, Dinesh? Why not?
Well, number one, $3.8 billion doesn't buy you a whole country. Second of all, we make all kinds of alliances with countries where we don't basically tell them what they should do to their LGBTQ people. We have alliances with Korea, with Japan, with India, with Great Britain. Great Britain is just as LGBTQ as Israel. Our alliance with Israel is based upon mutual defense.
Mike, are you still there? Fuck
it's
you,
not
Mike.
based upon supporting gay rights or the Pride Parade in Tel Aviv.
you, Mike.
No one's saying that we should support that as Christians. We oppose it equally. What I am saying is that
So
as
then where
a
does the
country-
ought come in? I still don't understand where the moral obligation or ought actually comes in here. I've been listening. I've been
I gotta
waiting
stop
for it.
drinking in my
You have
fucking-
not
Not gonna
yet
be able to walk to the
given
room.
me a, you're a Christian, and you're a Jew who lives in Israel, and so therefore you have some obligation morally to support you. What is it?
I'm saying that in the ensemble of countries where good guys are fighting against bad guys, and let's start with your point. You agree that Islam is a truly pernicious and evil force, no less here than over there,
I
correct?
believe that both ideologies, both Judaism and Islam, both lead to massive problems because they're both heresies. Both of these
but
heresies, from my
even
view-
heresies are not equal in
That's
the sense
true.
that, hold on,
That's true.
the Jews aren't trying to make us Jews. Jews are not in
That's
the
true.
conversion
Jews-
business.
you're right. Jews don't evangelize. I agree.
Islam-
Hey, I better see 1,000 likes over on YouTube channel. I better see 1,000 likes over on the YouTube channel. 1,000 likes. We're at 93. Where's your 7? There's 500 people of you watching. Get me 7 damn likes. Okay.
Is not only trying to dominate us spiritually or religiously, but Islam is the religion of comprehensive law. It covers the whole orbit of life. It tells you how you should sleep and whether you are allowed
Whether
to
you can
fart
own a
when you have
dog.
sex.
Whether you can own a dog. Yeah,
Islam is a manual of instructions of life. Now, here's the point. And this is, I think, something that's a little hard for us to accept, but it makes a lot of sense. The Israelis know how to fight Islam and radical Islam in a way that we don't. Our record in fighting radical Islam is abysmal.
So is theirs.
Their record in fighting radical Islam is outstanding.
It is, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And in fact, all the things that
So they
Tucker
wouldn't need
Carlson
our help
complains
with
about
that then, would they?
is
They wouldn't need the help of this.
I'm just kidding. It was 178 likes. And because I am not, didn't refresh. So it needs to be 200 likes. 200.
Nation that's just
200
terrible
should be
at
2,000
fighting
because I'm
these
seeing
crazy Islamists. They're so good at it, right? They
Is
don't
your
need
whole
our help.
Okay, let me put it this
Do
way.
they need our help?
Our debate has nothing to do with giving money to Israel or arms to Israel. Let me ask you this.
Well, then what are we supporting?
Well, when
we're just cheering? Yay!
Well,
Yay!
no.
What are we doing?
Okay, so when you say that somebody is morally if I were to say to you, you know what? You've got a kid who lives in a really bad neighborhood. A lot of bad guys out to kill your kid. You're morally obligated to support your kid.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't follow that you have to buy your kid a house, buy him a gun. You might practice tough love on the kid. You might tell the kid, you better cut this shit out. You might have all kinds of instructions that the kid will oppose.
Sure.
You will also accept that your interests and the kid's interests will sometimes diverge. So I'm admitting all of this with regard to Israel. I'm simply saying
But hang on.
that the obligation to support is generic. It doesn't specify give them 3.8 billion. Let me ask you this.
Well, hang on. I want to use this analogy. I want to use this analogy real quick because let's go back to your analogy. I think it's fine.
Okay.
You say, hey, there's like a mom and her son, or a dad and the son, and they're in a rough
And
neighborhood.
you're saying the son
And
is a
you say-
heretic. He doesn't go to church.
No. You say, hey, there's a moral obligation for you to get your son out of this neighborhood, and then you give a bunch of qualifiers. Nesh says, that means. Maybe you tell them to stop doing this, or maybe you take this action, or maybe you take that action, or you do, blah, blah, blah. But the whole point of this is to say that there's a moral obligation there with a must, ought, do something in order to prevent this from happening to their son, right?
Right.
Okay, great. What's that with Israel?
So our interests and Israel's interests diverge on many points. Israel would like right now for the United States to go all the way, pulverize Lebanon, have regime change in Iran. Trump is saying no.
Yeah.
This is a recognition where we are saying our interest is the same as yours insofar as pulverizing Iran and breaking its military back. Once we have done that and stopped the nuclear possibilities, we're ready to quit. We're ready to go home. If you want to continue, you can.
This is just gibberish, dude. Where do we get to the
Gibberish?
moral ought? Where do we? You still haven't given me a. You have a moral obligation, like that mom does, to move the kid out of that rough neighborhood with all of those bad guys. Wouldn't I just use that analogy and say, okay, great, then we have an obligation to move 10 million Jews among the Western nations to get them out of the neighborhood of the bad guys?
And that would be your solution?
No, I'm saying if I'm using your analogy
But,
for the
well-
obligation, wouldn't you say that the mom should move the kid out of the neighborhood
The
with the mom?
analogy was intended to clarify the meaning of what does it mean to have a moral obligation to support. No analogy travels on all fours.
I
so
agree.
if I say, okay, I'm going to get my kid out of the bad neighborhood, it may be that I decide Okay, the kid can stay there, but I need to help with providing
Maybe I will.
security. Or I need to make sure that I go visit every week to make sure that the apartment isn't being wrecked.
But where does the moral obligation here come in for the United States,
It
sovereign
comes so-
nation,
it
and
comes
the
from the-
Christians, the Christians inside of it specifically? That's what we're talking about.
200
The
subscribers. Let's
Christians,
go. I mean,
where
200.
does their obligation?
200 likes. 200 likes. Let's go. We got 196. Let's get 200. 200. Good. Good. Y'all are good.
Come in to
Let's see if
help
we can get
the
to
Jews in
250.
Israel do fucking anything.
Sorry.
What do
Sorry.
we? What? Where's the obligation for that? Where?
Well,
what?
Do you agree that the
as much as y'all dislike me right now, the wife's gonna like me-
and
dislike me
the forces
more.
of Islam in the region are evil?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe that their ideology.
Their ideology is
Here,
evil.
let's
And would you agree
let's
that
differentiate
Israel,
a couple of terms.
that Israel,
Yeah.
That they
in
don't know
fighting
what the
to
fuck they're
change, clean up, remake, transform the Middle East, and produce?
Hang on.
Hold on, hold on.
Hang on. I got to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
Just the terms. When you say evil, for me, evil, the doing of evil, would be moving away from participating in the energies of God in Jesus Christ. That's how I would differentiate what evil is from good. Good would be participating in those energies. So when you say the ideology of Islam,
300 likes,
you don't
let's
believe
go.
Arabs are evil, right?
No.
You believe Islam, the ideology is evil, right?
Right.
Okay,
but I-
well,
but I
Jews,
think
from
you're-
my perspective, that ideology is also evil.
Right, but I think we're talking about evil in two completely different senses. There is a
how?
sense in which heresy is evil, right?
Up,
Because
up.
it departs from the theological straight path. In fact, orthodoxy means a straight path. Heresy means a deviation.
Sure.
We're talking about evil in a more natural law sense, by which I mean
I don't
things
believe
like,
in natural law.
You don't believe in natural law?
No.
Okay. Do you
I'm
believe
not
in
a
the Ten
natural law
Commandments?
proponent because I'm not a Catholic. Sure, the Ten Commandments are fine.
Do you believe that do you believe that to take a 5-year-old kid and forcibly transition that kid is evil?
Of course.
Okay. Now, is that the same as the kind of evil that you were describing when you were talking about Christian heresy? I mean, in other words, Judaism is a heresy, and that's one type of evil, I grant.
Okay,
I'm saying
I
there's
understand
another
what you're
type of
saying.
evil.
I just want to make sure.
Murder is evil.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I
okay.
got it right. So when you're making the differentiation, you're saying this is evil and this is evil and this is a lesser evil than this one.
I'm saying that this is a force for good in combating this evil.
Yeah,
Let's
but
fucking
you're
go.
still saying both are evil.
Well,
if you're
I'm
saying
they're
both
both
are
evil. Let's
evils,
go.
you want us to support the lesser evil.
Well, I certainly do believe that. There are many cases of supporting the
But
lesser
then
evil.
aren't you admitting Jewish ideology is evil?
Well, I'm admitting that Jewish theology is a heresy, or at least
is evil.
It's evil in its rejection of Christianity. I agree
Great.
with that. Theologically,
Perfect.
of course, but that's,
So you're just saying
but we-
support
but we
evil
just
to,
come right
to stop
back to the
evil.
fact- no.
Support evil and to stop evil. Perfect.
So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes a convenient switcheroo
Yeah,
and
I'm
is now
5'4",
making Israel a
295.
theological state
Get it
which
right,
is out of
fuckhead,
sync with
Jeremiah.
Christianity. Go one way or the other. You're trapped on your own.
Actually, perfect. I love this trap.
Okay.
Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, shit. You got me.
Wow. We have had
share,
secular
like,
ethics
let's
in the
go.
world for about 500
fucking
years
go.
at least.
Right?
And we have secular ethics that dominate this country right now. Would you say that the United States right now is evil?
I would say that the secularists who are in charge of it are fucking evil.
Okay. Okay. But
Evil fucking bastards.
But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation.
Oh,
when
no.
it comes to America, you're pro-American, your 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, you're America, rah, 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 but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this
Are you?
exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way. Right here in the United States, there's tons and tons and tons of Christians. They're not evil, right? We don't consider them evil. They're
Well,
not evil. Trinitarian Christians are not evil. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Great. That's not an evil ideology. The secularists in charge of the United States are evil bastards with an evil ideology. You agree. Let's move it over to Israel. Same analogy.
Same
If you have a
analogy.
Jewish state, the secular Jews, evil ideology. The Jewish theology, which also exists there, evil ideology. So both of these that we're combating are evil ideologies. You want us to support both of those evil ideologies to take out another evil ideology, when right here we have an evil ideology we're combating in our own nation in order to support the ideology which isn't evil, Christianity.
Now,
Perfect.
Now,
Can we
now,
get to 300 likes?
It is
Can
a
we?
fact of the world, and it is a fact of the Bible, that many
Can we get to
figures,
300 likes?
nations, evil in themselves, are nevertheless A,
Can
on the
we
side
get to
of
300
good,
likes before the
or
next
B,
Susie
the
makes an
chosen
actual point?
instruments of God. God will frequently use not only flawed, but downright evil people. God talks in the Bible about the fact that the Assyrians, monsters, pagans, are, quote, the rod of my justice.
Yes,
God is
uses
using
evil
the
to do good.
Assyrians.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So why isn't he going to use the
and
Muslims
this is
to
also
do good
true
then?
of individuals. All the things that you talk about that are bad in Israel today were going on in the Old Testament. The
Yeah, but-
worshipping of the golden calf, all kinds of
Yeah, but
sexual
do you
immorality.
understand why this is illogical? I'll
Here's
just-
why. Because you're drawing the fallacious conclusion that somehow if the Jews are secular, if they have LGBTQ rallies, somehow they have ceased to be the people of God. They are no longer sort of real Jews. They are now secularists. They are outside our area of moral concern.
Get over it, bro.
And I'm simply suggesting that
Go
the
watch the
God
live
of the
fucking
Bible
screen
takes
if
the
you don't
opposite
like it.
view.
Get over it.
Never
Yeah.
once does God say, you know what, you Jews, because you worship the golden calf, I'm taking back all my promises to Abraham. Give me the land back because I never gave it to you unconditionally. I gave it to you conditionally,
No, he just
hand it back over.
He just
Does
punishes
God ever
the hell
say
out
that in
of
the
them.
Bible?
He just punishes them. No, I'm not making that claim.
And Israel has
You're
been
just-
punished.
You're just putting words in my mouth. Again, back to the ethical claim. None of this even matters. It's completely irrelevant to what you're even talking about.
Why is it irrelevant?
I'll tell you why. This is hilarious.
You think the
to me.
character of God is irrelevant
You said,
to our discussion of good and evil?
You made the claim that God will use evil for good. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. You agree with that. Then why do we assume that he's going to use the evil ideology of the Jew for good, but not the Muslim?
Well, God may well.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I want to repeat that question because I want you to answer it.
I'm answering it.
Why should we assume that it's only Jewish people who we both agree hold an evil ideology instead of Muslims who we agree hold an evil ideology that God won't use them for good? Why do we just instantly assume it's only going to use Jewish people for good?
Well, number one, we are fallible people in the world. So we have to look and make judgments. It is possible to argue, for example, someone might say, due to the fact that America has become like Sodom and Gomorrah, God used 9/11 as a form of divine punishment on America, right? You could make that argument.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's a very speculative type of argument.
I agree.
Yeah, and so I
So
wouldn't,
is the
wouldn't
argument
make
that
it, but
God's
in
going to use
theory,
Jews to do good.
In theory, it's not
That's
impossible.
Speculative. That's a speculative argument.
300
to say
likes is what
God's
we're
gonna
looking
use
for.
this
Let's
evil
go.
ideology to do
Get
good.
up
That's
there.
your argument.
So my argument was not, quote, God is using the Jews who are evil to do good. My
No, with an
argument
evil
was a
ideology.
refutation. Hold on.
We're at
Let's be really
239.
clear.
Let's get to
Okay.
300.
You basically were saying these are bad people and they are outside of God's purposes. And I said many times God uses people, even people who are have completely rejected him, as his instruments for his divine purposes. He's
Like
done it
Muslims.
He's done it repeatedly. Now,
Like Muslims?
Now, I don't deny that in principle,
Uh-huh.
God could use the Indians, the Muslims, the Chinese. Yes, God can use those
That's
people.
the whole point, man.
What-
You
the point
just
of
are
what?
defaulting for some reason to say only this specific
walk
people
away, Code
group
Yellow.
who I think holds an evil ideology, which you did say. If that people group
Well-
God's going to use for good, these other people groups. So
Well,
you're asking
first
us
of
to
all-
pick. You're asking us to pick an interest between two evil ideologies. Pick and choose which ideology we prefer, because you think that God's going to prefer that we prefer one of those evil ideologies.
Well,
Dinesh.
first of all,
that's the reduction of your logic.
First of all, you're arguing as if there is no connection between God the Father. I mean, if you look at the Christian Bible, you could almost say that
Magic Jew blood?
Hold on. You could almost say that the Old Testament is the biography of God the Father, the Gospels are the biography of God the Son, and the Acts are the biography of God the Holy Spirit. This is the Trinity right there. And this is the historical unfolding of the Trinity in the Christian story. And now you're pretending like there is no relationship between Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, God the Father, and the Jews?
Are you
Is that what you're
pretending
saying?
that there's no relationship between God the Father and Christians?
Yes, no, I'm saying
what's
that
really what's hilarious here.
No,
and
I'm saying-
we can
I'm
break it
saying-
down. Hang on, we'll break it down. I'll break it down with you. I'll go right along with
Okay.
you.
Would you
Jews
agree-
have magic Jew blood? Yes or no?
Have what?
Magic Jew blood, so they're preferred by God.
Well, God isn't picking based on magic Jew blood. God is picking based upon a particular community that is built around
a
set. Hold on,
particular
on a set
community.
of divine instructions, rights, laws, commandments.
Does this
prophets.
particular community have a specific DNA by chance?
Sure.
Got it. So, and we could trace that through their blood, right? So you would basically just say that people who have this particular blood are favored by God.
Well, no more. I mean, you could make the same argument about Christians. Christians
Right.
have DNA.
Exactly. So, and
Right,
I would
but-
make the argument. I would make that exact argument about Christians. What's kind of hilarious here?
247, we need to get
moving
300,
through
let's go.
this, we're finding out that one, you still have no moral out for why it is that Christians are supposed to support Jews or Israel. Haven't heard a single argument.
Well, that's because
not one.
you're-
And by the way,
That's because you're setting a standard where I am a Christian monk sitting on a sacred pillar in the Himalayas, and you're now asking me, give me a reason to support Israel.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Christians living in the world where we recognize that in the world there's a lot of
550 people watching,
admixture of good
and we
and
do
evil.
not have
and someone, there might be good
300
people in
likes.
an Islamic world, but the
failing,
Islamic
Andrew
ideology is
Wilson. Let's
bad.
go.
There might be good people
the
in
Jewish
Iran
ideology
right
is
now.
also bad by your own admission.
Jewish theology is bad. Judaism isn't, quote, an ideology. Judaism is a theology, and I agree.
Where do you get your ideology from?
Well,
your
what I-
theology.
Well, what I
You
was
know who
getting
said
at-
that? You in your book.
Well,
You in your own book said
I
that.
said a little minute ago, and you agreed that Islam is a comprehensive ideology that includes family law, divorce, honor killing, Sharia. Judaism is not an ideology in that sense. It is not trying to create a sort of comprehensive supervision over the world.
Except its
Islam
own
is.
state? Its own state
It
with its
doesn't
own
do it in
laws?
Israel. Israel doesn't have. When is the last time you've heard, for example, of Jews being stoned for adultery, like in the Old Testament?
Oh,
happens
not
all the
in
time.
forever. Not in forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
So, in other words, there's a big difference. In Islam, you still do get stoned. You
Yeah,
get thrown
sure.
out of windows.
Sure.
You get killed by your own family members. You get killed for leaving
But
the religion.
nobody's making a dispute there. The dispute that we have is whether or not
Yeah, and so the
Christians
point I
have
was
any
making-
obligation to morally
Okay.
to support Israel
All
or
right.
support Jews who you, by your own admission, you say is an evil ideology.
And I was saying that Israel, against that ideology, is doing a lot of good. If there's a ring of pedophiles and a cop decides, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to beat the shit out of all these people and I'm
Don't
going to
beat
save all these
nobody.
kids, you go, wait a minute, isn't the cop a Jew? And I'm like, yeah. And you're like, well, isn't he a heretic? Doesn't he have the wrong ideology? Shouldn't we be rejecting him as much as the pedophiles? Dinesh, why are you making arguments for the lesser evil?
This is backwards. It would be like
How is it backwards?
like,
I'm saying that
it would be like
Israel-
a cop who was also a pedophile beat the shit out of 10 pedophiles.
How is the cop?
And I'm like, oh. I'm like, okay, that's
We just
right on,
agree.
pedophile cop who beat
Wait
up
a minute.
pedophile. Like, what are you talking about?
So
It's like an
pedophilia.
an evil ideology. You make me want to pick and choose, but why? Why should I support either? Why should I support either? Why?
Right. So because the cop is a drunk and he insults his wife and he got divorced and he has a mistress, we're not going to support him in his campaign against the pedophiles because he's no better than the pedophiles because they're both evil, according to you.
No, you're taking. So if you want to take the extremes there, we can actually do that, and we can look at that.
Why is
same-
it an extreme?
we can-
Let's
sure,
look-
sure. Hang on. We'll look
So
at we'll look at the
pedophilia
same logic. We'll look-
is Sharia.
Yeah, hang on.
Pedophilia equals Sharia. It's the comprehensive
Yeah.
Islamic law.
Are you
The
going to
Jew-
use your national resource or your resources? Let's just use your same example. We'll
Okay.
use the example of the drunk.
Yeah.
He's a drunk, and we're all morally against drunkenness. Let's say. I mean, I'm
Not me, but
I'm not.
perhaps you
but,
are.
But let's just say in this hypothetical that you are. So the drunk cop comes in, he beats up all the pedophiles, and we go, right on, man. You beat up these pedophiles, that's great. And what you're doing is a lesser evil, because we assume in this analogy that drunkenness is evil, right?
Exactly.
Now, are we going to give this guy any resources to go get beer?
Fuck the PDF files.
Yes, if he did a good job, I would give him
That's
some
it.
resources.
So you're gonna, so
I
you're
would.
gonna, so you're gonna support a thing you consider to be evil?
No, I'm not. I'm not supporting the evil. I mean, if you ask me if I was
Then what
gonna-
makes him evil?
What up?
What makes the drunk evil in
Well,
this
what
analogy?
I'm
then?
getting at is that the cop who did this deserves a medal. If you ask me, are we morally obligated to support cops
great.
who are
Give him a
kicking
medal.
the ass
Here,
of pedophiles?
we'll go over
my
every
answer is
time-
yes.
every time
and
a
it has
Jewish
nothing to
person-
do with what their
Yeah.
private lives are like and whether this is like.
Oh,
you
this
know,
is great.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is you agree. Let's talk about what we agreed. You agreed that Islam represents a kind of comprehensive evil. You agreed that because that is the case.
No, I agree. Both of these ideologies
and
encompass
are they
an evil.
So you would say, for example, that Judaism poses the same menace, for example, to Western civilization, to your and my religious freedom, to taking over America that, say, Islam does.
I would say that the embrace of secular Jews and that being a part of the extension of the ideology of Judaism, exactly because they don't have the same formations that you just explained Islam does create an existential threat of progressive liberal ideology all the time, including in their own nation, Israel. And I do consider that to be the existential threat of humanity right this second. Progressivism is the worst threat to planet Earth right now.
I agree.
Even above Islam, for now.
Oh, I know. I'm
agree.
muted.
See, okay, so this is why debates like this are good. I would argue that the primary authors of Western secularism are, well, if I had to name a single religious group, it would have to be the Episcopalians. Why? Because where is progressivism the most ensconced in America? The answer is in the Northeast. That's why the guy from Maine stood up in the beginning and said, Maine has been ruined. It hasn't been ruined by Jews, by the way. It's been ruined by white, Protestant, Anglicans for the
Agreed.
most part, but Unitarians. Okay.
So these heresies lead to
300 before
bad
the stream
outcomes
ends.
due to the fact
Let's
that they
get to
push in
300
secular
before the
ideas. But
stream
just like
ends,
you would
guys.
make the claim, and I
Like
would agree with you,
the freaking
that many
stream.
Protestant ideologies, especially out east, which is where it landed first, right? What we end up seeing is that they push in progressive value structures. The problem that you have with Judaism is it does the same thing. It often pushes for
If you
secular
support Andrew
ethics,
Wilson,
secular
like the damn
values,
stream.
due to
If
the
you don't
fact that it
support
does not
Andrew Wilson,
evangelize nor
then
have these same
fuck you,
foundations
and
you're
don't watch the
criticizing
stream, okay?
Islam for.
How about that?
Right,
How about
but
that?
it's not because
Is that
of-
true though?
No, because
No,
because
it is too
because
true.
you are
Bad.
blaming. Look, let's put it this way: with the Christians, you're saying that the deviation comes from departing from Christianity. So you would say, well, these Unitarians aren't really Christian.
Didn't
These-
Jews depart from Christianity?
No.
Judaism?
No.
Yes.
Hold on. Of course, Judy. Of
The
course,
main part of Christianity called Christ?
The analogy we were making is as follows. You are saying that secular Judaism is the fault of Judaism. That's why you said
Yes.
Judaism produces this.
Yes.
But
yes, I
secular-
am. In fact,
right.
just like I'm saying that this Protestants who have bad theology, that leads to a secular ideology,
Okay.
provably.
And let me
That's
ask you
what
this.
we saw with Judaism. Its same foundational heresy leads to secular values and progressivism. All we have to do is look at the state they're currently in that they founded, and what do you see? Dinesh, honestly, is it a progressive state or not?
Oh,
it is.
Give me a 1 if Andrew's winning. Give me a 2 if Andrew's losing. Give me a like if I'm fucking awesome and the stream is here and you're watching. Give me something. Let's go.
It's a progressive state, but so is America. And what I'm getting at
And
here
America's
is
founded
that
by Protestants who
what
are
I'm
in
getting at
heresy,
is
exactly.
Why does Judaism have to account for secularism as a fault of Judaism, but Christianity suffers no blame, no responsibility, no inherent objection
does.
by the fact.
Protestantism does. You just gave an accounting of it. You just said Protestants hit out east when
So if you're hitting 1 and you're not like the stream, then you are wrong. But I can't tell you that because you're wrong.
you have all these different
Even if you hit
Protestant
2,
radical
you're
sects
wrong.
out east. That led to a progressive ideology. I said, yeah, I agree.
Hold on one sec. Hey, Sean, I think the mic, we might have lost Andrew's mic.
Shut up, James. Nobody's talking to you.
Testing.
Okay,
I think we got
we're
it.
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I say I agree. The Protestant ideology led to progressive values. Somehow, though, when it comes to another heresy you agree was a heresy, which also led to...
Hey, hit 3 if you support the womb broom. Let's go. 3, womb broom. Let's go.
To huge progressive values in a state you just got done saying is progressive. That has nothing to do with Jews. That has nothing to do with Jews. It has nothing to do
I didn't
with...
say it has nothing to do with Jews.
It has to do with Judaism being a heresy.
How about you shut the fuck up, Renato? I'll do what I want because I want to. It's my stream. Go pay $25 to watch it on fucking Modern Day Debate. Go pay $10 to watch it on The Crucible, or shut the fuck up, okay? Thank you. Bye.
I said it has nothing to do with Judaism, just like I would say the same, that in the case of the Northeast, the progressivism comes out of a rebellion against Christianity. Now, what
like
the
Judaism?
Like it's a rebellion against Judaism, whereas you're presenting it as a manifestation of it.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying that the secularism in Israel is a result of a rebellion against Judaism, not a manifestation of it.
Woo!
You are maintaining that
It's a rebellion against Christianity. The reason that these people groups become so ensconced in progressive ideology is because they reject Jesus Christ as their foundation. That is Islam, that is Judaism, and from my view, that is also many sects of Protestantism, which are non-Trinitarian. The reason they have to adopt those things is because the theology is so bad, they have to fill in the gaps with other
All
things.
right, so what we're saying here, and this is a point of agreement, we are dealing with a menacing radical secularism that has developed in the world and in the West.
Yes.
The West invented it.
I'm
The
dancing
Jews
because
did
I
not
like to
invent
fucking
it.
dance.
Its authors.
Protestants didn't invent it
Well,
either.
was Charles Darwin a Jew?
Yeah,
you
but
know, was
Protestants
Nietzsche
didn't-
a
the
Jew?
Protestant
Was
I'll be honest, cheap musical gear. I'm dancing because if I don't, I'm gonna fall fucking asleep. I'm about a half a bottle through. I'm tired. This is fucking awesome. Y'all are fucking awesome. Let's fucking keep going.
Heidegger a Jew?
The Protestant Reformation paved the way for progressive ethics. I agree with that.
I agree with
but
it too.
It happened before the great thinkers of progressive enlightenment. The Protestant Reformation paved the way, but it happened before these things came to fruition. By the way, many of these Protestant heresies are considered by both Catholics and Orthodox to be Judaizing heresies for a reason. Same reason that we consider Jews to be heretics, not ethnic Jews. Remember, I'm making the distinction now between people who believe in Judaism theologically versus people.
Did you know for 17 cents a day you can support the broke gamers? Did you know that? By watching the Z Squad emote and get lots of fucking emotes, because for 17 cents a day on Twitch you can like the fucking show. Wait, why are you muted? Why are you muted, bitch?
With anything.
Delete.
Judaism theologically versus people who are just ethnic Jews. I don't have any problem with Arabs, and I don't have any problem with ethnic Jews. That has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
My point is, you can't look me in the eye and say that Protestant heresies led to the embrace of progressive ideology, but that Jewish heresies don't. And I can prove it to you. If you reject Jesus Christ, who is the source of all truth, what do you end up with? What do you end up with?
Let me say that even here in America, over the past 30 years...
This is not an answer to my question.
It is an answer. It is an answer. I have had a fair amount of experience with Orthodox Jews who have been fans of mine. They come up to me at events. Now, why are they fans of mine? They socially, politically, morally, they are to the right of me. They are totally against abortion. They are totally against LGBTQ.
So are Muslims.
And not only do they say it, they actually live it.
So do Muslims.
Hold on. So are the Muslims, correct. But what I'm getting at is that to argue that Judaism is itself responsible for secularism is stupid because the most religious Jews are not secular at all.
Great.
They are.
Then to argue, let me
on
show
the
you
moral
how,
issues.
I'm going
if
to
we
show you how
were-
stupid this is. Then
Oh,
to
yeah?
argue that Protestantism is responsible for progressivism is stupid. Because out in the hallway, I met some Protestants and they were really fucking based.
No. Hold on.
That is literally the
That's not-
stupidest
this
thing
is-
you've said tonight
This is
out
pure
of many
sophistry.
stupid things. No,
this is pure
it's
sophistry.
not sophistry.
Well, let me tell you why. Because what you do with an analogy is you misstate the analogy. If you could find me a group of devout evangelical Christians and say, these devout evangelical Christians who go to church on Wednesday, they go to church on Sunday, they are really into it and serious about their faith, but they happen to also support trans surgeries, they support abortion, I would be shocked because I would say no. If someone is devout and serious about their faith, they're not going to support those things. They're going to be solid on the moral issues.
So Episcopalians are not
don't interrupt
solid
me.
in their faith?
So
They don't
I
believe-
just
One
told
sec,
you
one
that
sec.
Orthodox Jews are
Uh-huh.
very solid on the moral issues, and they are not part of secular degeneracy.
Yeah, but this is
And then you
crazy.
switch the
What?
analogy and give me a generic Protestant.
I'm going to repeat it to you verbatim to make sure I got it right before I respond.
Okay.
I'm going to steel man the position and so that there's no doubt this is not a straw man.
Okay.
You are saying to me, there are Orthodox Jews who are just super based, Andrew. They don't like abortion. They don't like LGBTQ. They don't like any of that degenerate stuff. Right?
Right.
Okay. Can we agree that there's lots and lots of Protestants, including Episcopalians, who you say are
I was muted. I was muted the whole time. We need 300. Let's go!
responsible for the current state of progressive Enlightenment principles being enacted in this nation who are super based and also don't like abortion.
Right.
And they also don't like LGBTQ. They don't like any of that. True or false?
Yeah, and those Protestants, hold on, those Protestants fall into the Assemblies of God. They fall into the Baptist denominations, very different from the Unitarians, the Anglicans, the Presbyterians, and the Methodists. I mean, the reason
But,
people...
but you just said, you just got done saying, though, now you're in contradiction.
I'm saying that
the
the
second you say Episcopalians are responsible for this, but not some Episcopalians,
Put
you're,
this
you're
in the
making the
sink.
same,
Let
the
me
same
put this in the
argument with the
refrigerator.
exception that I would. You're right. Judaism is also a heresy, therefore responsible for the integration of progressive values, especially in Israel, but not all of them. Great. What the hell have we established here? Except that heresies lead to progressive ideology across the board, which is why the church has always been against them.
Heresies should be rejected theologically.
Yes.
But it's possible in a decent society
Hey,
to make
fuck you,
moral
Mars.
alliances with people who are heretics but agree with
Fuck you, Mars. I knew I was muted because there's a red light on my fucking screen. Bitch!
us on certain moral issues.
Agreed.
And so you could find someone in America right now who's an atheist, but they don't think that kids should be killed in the womb. They don't support euthanasia or infanticide. They don't support trans surgeries. And you would say,
I
guess
don't need
what?
sushi sing.
You know what, buddy? You're on the right side. Now, are you going to heaven? No. Theologically, you are
Z-Squad
on the
is the
outside.
But is it
community.
immoral
So,
not to
but-
support them? Is it immoral not to support them?
What I'm saying
Is it immoral not to support that same group you just said we could make an alliance with if we so chose? Would it be immoral for us not to?
It would be immoral to...
Just so you know, all my kids and came in here, and my wife came in here, and they were recording me where I couldn't see them, so that they could post this on social media to get some fucking whatever clicks and views, because I was being a fucking moron or idiot. So y'all are welcome. Y'all getting this for free. Y'all are getting this free. You're also getting Andrew Wilson for free. You're also getting Dinesh D'Souza for free. You're also getting me for free. You're getting me for free.
Reject them when they want to be in alliance with you on the side of good. It would be like the pro-life movement deciding that anybody who's going to hell cannot be allowed in the pro-life movement. It would be wrong and immoral to do that because these are allies on a good cause. It doesn't matter if they have bad opinions on their socialists and other things. You don't support them in the socialism, but you support them in the area that they are on the side of good.
Got it.
And that's what I'm saying about Israel.
And this makes complete and total sense to me. So if I'm breaking down your position,
Okay.
and I'm getting it totally correct, you're saying that if it is the case that, let's say there's a group of atheists who oppose abortion, you're not going to reject that help because the greater good
You
is
can
to
pay to
stop
get.
abortion.
You can pay for it without me.
You would not
but
reject
you
their help
didn't
in the
because
pro-life
you're here.
cause,
Right.
Bitch.
Right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it would actually
Margot,
be
you're a
immoral in that
bitch
context
you
to
didn't
reject
pay.
that help.
Correct.
Got it. Now let's get an equivalent analogy
Yes.
for how it is that if we decide that we're not going to send billions of dollars to Israel,
bet
we're
you
not
won't
going to
cook
send
me.
a single soldier over to help them
bet you
in any
won't send
time
thousands and
because the United
thousands
States
and
electorate
thousands of
doesn't
fucking
want
comments.
it. And if it is the case that we no longer want any Israeli influence in our government whatsoever, why would that be immoral?
Well, it would be a wrong decision both tactically.
Why would it be immoral?
It would be immoral because what we are ultimately doing is we are taking an ally that is on our side and is kicking the ass of the bad guys in a very dangerous
They're
neighborhood.
all bad guys.
No, they're not all bad guys on this issue. The Islamic project is global caliphate. There's
Yeah.
no equivalent Jewish project to that. The Jews are fighting that, and they're doing it with great effectiveness.
So then tell me this. Let's just play
So,
pretend.
so in other words,
I'll
I'm
grant
not
it.
saying that we have
Yeah.
democratically we could decide by the majority of people saying we don't want to have anything to do with it.
Let's dive right in.
And we have every right to do that.
Let's
by
dive
the
right
way.
in. Let's find out if this is true, if this is logically true.
Okay.
Let us play pretend.
Okay.
Tomorrow, all of these Islamic nations right around Israel unite and they crush it and they wipe Israel out in a single day. Let's just say in this
I love you too,
hypothetical.
Jeremiah.
What happens then to the United States? What happens to the United States?
What happens to the United States now is that you will have created what Islam has
283,
long
y'all
dreamed
suck.
of, which is a restoration of the. We haven't had an
Yeah,
Islamic.
why do I give a shit about the Islamic Caliphate though? Why do I care? They
The
now
Islamic
remember,
Caliphate
they have
is in
destroyed
Dallas.
Israel.
The
They've destroyed
Islamic
Israel.
Caliphate is all over Texas. It
Who
is
is
not
he,
only
Peyton?
taken
That's
over.
immigration, though. We
It's-
can fix
whoa.
immigration.
How do you know Peyton? XOXOE XOOE. Who's Peyton? How do y'all know Peyton? How do y'all? Whoa.
Whether or not you have a Jewish state or not.
Hold on. Many of these Muslims
Come here, boy.
have been here for decades. This project has been going on. Muslims came to Detroit in
what
the
would that have to do with
1920s. It
Israel
was the
being gone?
anti-Semitism of Henry
Get in here.
Ford,
Come
where he
on.
said,
Now,
"I
you
want to
gotta
go
stay
and
on
bring a
topic
bunch
here.
of
Hang on.
Muslims
You
over
gotta
here."
stay on topic. Israel's gone now in this hypothetical in a single day. They just steamroll it. They take all the land.
Right.
Okay. They are reforming a caliphate. Let's even say.
And you're like, "Who cares?"
Yeah. When I go down to
fuck,
my
Lord.
toolbox to grab the wrench to wrench on my fucking car, I care about this. Why?
Okay, why would you care if the same thing
Are
happened
you
to Alaska?
Gavin? That's your name?
Because those are my countrymen.
Oh, those are your countrymen,
Uh-huh.
but you still can go to your toolbox and you can work in your garage. And if Alaska's off the map,
No, that would have
it wouldn't
drastic.
matter to
That would
you.
have drastic, direct repercussions upon me if
How?
it was the case that one of the states of the country that I live in was steamrolled by Islam.
Oh, you too.
On the other hand, I think that there would be
No.
far less drastic and direct consequences were it the case that, let's just say, Israel steamrolled by Islam. What I want to know specifically, if it was, what the hell does the mechanic in the garage down the street, what does that do to him? Specifically, what?
Well, in your view of the world, if it is outside the geographic border of America,
That's
the
not answering
toolbox
the
guy
question,
has
dude.
nothing to do with it.
Answer
Would you
the
say the same
question.
about Mexico?
I want you to answer the question I ask instead of the obfuscation.
The world is a much more
Yeah,
dangerous
the world's
place.
a dangerous place. Dangerous neighborhoods
You don't
in the
care.
world. I know.
It
It's,
doesn't
it's
matter.
terrible. That's all rhetoric. Answer the question I ask. Forget the rhetoric. Give me the logic. Let's pretend. Seriously pretend. Game out the hypothetical with me. Israel's destroyed in a single day by its Islamic neighbors. Okay, that's what happens. It's gone. Let's just say. How the hell does that negatively affect the United States? What is it going to do to the average citizen here if that happens, even if Muslims are getting super uppity and want their caliphate?
not a girl.
Okay.
How, what?
All
what does
right.
it do?
Let's play it out.
Let's.
Okay, so number one, let's assume that a juggernaut
Right now.
launched out of, let's say, Iran and Qatar takes Israel.
Uh-huh.
And not only that, but now all the other Gulf kingdoms are intimidated, and so they submit to a single unified force. Let's just call it the United States of Islam.
Okay.
And that's the whole Middle East.
Okay.
It is fantastically rich. It has nuclear weapons, and it has a suicidal and genocidal ideology that says we love death, we don't like life. These guys, right, are now going to start bankrolling the Islamic project in America to a degree that you can hardly imagine. So we are now talking about the fact, and let's just game it out. You want to game it out?
Yes.
Let's game it out.
Okay.
Every politician in Texas, by and large.
Hey, Kevin, you're a
if
loser. Nobody likes
If you
you.
want to get their attention, just write them a check for $10,000 and they will call you within a week. Within a week to hear you out and what's on your mind.
Sure.
Now imagine an Islamic regime, 2 billion people in the world with almost infinite resources, offering every U.S. congressman $100 million in their pack. If they vote on the side of Islam.
every day.
What
Let's
percentage
go.
of Democrats do you think would say no? I would submit it's about 1 or 2%. What percentage
doubt
of
most
Republicans would
Republicans
say
would say
no?
no.
I submit it's about 10%.
Okay, great.
My son-in-law included.
Okay.
But what we're basically talking about is a buyout of the United States of America, Inc. This is on the table.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Excuse me, Trump. Mind your business.
Muslims say they're going to do
89 Bravo ammunition specialists in the Army, baby. Let's go.
They are doing it. We would fortify
And all that
them
stands in their
ability.
way is 10 million
so
Jews.
You started out.
All that stands in the way of all of the Muslim world uniting, even though there's nukes there now, even though they have a shared value to destroy Israel now, is 10 million Jews that are sitting. That's the stupidest thing that
I'm
I
getting
ever
yelled
heard.
at by the
Here's
wife.
actually
Well,
much more
you
likely.
started-
Hang
hold on.
on. I said let's
Okay,
game
go
it
ahead.
out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll game it out.
Let's game it out.
I'll game it out a different way.
Okay.
They destroy Israel in a single day. Isn't it equally possible that they open up relations with the United States and the rest of the West because they want to enter into massive trade agreements? Because it is the case that they want their own people groups to thrive? Because it is the case that they are geographically landlocked away from Europe for the most part and definitely the United States? Isn't
Okay.
it the case that we could then get oil for cheaper?
Yeah.
Isn't it then the case that there's all sorts of trade agreements we could have that we would no longer have to sanction them on because we don't have to have this protectorate there? That's equally logically possible. The problem that you have here, I'm not saying that this should happen. I'm pointing out an analogy that you are making the determinative kind of quality here that 10 million Jews are stopping this nightmare scenario.
Look,
and it's
Peyton's always complaining, "Ow, my body hurts. My body, my legs, my arms, my knees. Oh, my body hurts." That's Peyton.
It's absurd. That's not what's actually going on. What's actually going on is the United States military is what's stopping that nightmare scenario, not 10 million Jews in the United States. And if we had mass migration of Christians to that region for their own holy land, for them to have their own holy relics, for them to have the holy land back to them, that region would be infinitely safer than it is right this second.
So I think here we've reached the point where the core naivete of your position, which is that the Muslims are just like the rest of us, comes to the forefront. When the Barbary pirates were menacing American ships and Jefferson sent ambassadors, Jefferson's question to the ambassadors was, go talk to the ambassador in Tripoli and ask them, what is their beef with America? They've been fighting with Europe for a long time. We haven't done anything to them. Why are they doing this to us? And the ambassador, Abdul Rahman, replied, he goes, it has nothing to do with you. We are doing this because it asks us to do it in the Quran. You are an infidel, and our job is to fight, defeat, and destroy the infidels. This is in the Quran. It is
Nobody's
the actual
disputing that.
constitution
Yeah.
of the world of Islam.
Great.
So when
I
you
agree.
say, these are guys who want coffee shops and tall buildings and Trump Tower and high tech, yes. But I would say, and here is where you would say that the Muslims who want those things are actually the Muslims least attentive to the Quran. These are the Muslims who are actually less Islamic.
And less
the
inbred.
true Muslims
And less inbred.
The true Muslims see all of America as the house of war. So the idea that you suggest, which is that, gee, we're landlocked, we need to make some trade deals, is a complete misunderstanding of the nature of Islam. And this is part of the reason that you see Israel as an unnecessary add-on.
I just want to make sure the naivete is on my part that you believe the only thing stopping this future is 10 million Jews who are in that region.
No.
I just want to make sure that is the actual position.
I'm not saying... Look, you gave me a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Look, y'all have 11 likes
if Israel
left
is
to get to
obliterated.
300. Let's go.
The scenario I'm describing doesn't require the obliteration of Israel. It simply requires the complete mobilization of those countries. I think what Trump is doing is he's playing a game in which he's trying to set one Muslim off against another. He's like, listen, let me see
This is actually perfect. So that if it is the case, Dinesh, that this does not require the obliteration of Israel for Muslims to do this right this second. If they do begin acting this way, and I agree with you that they likely will, then I could see how Christians would have an obligation to intervene, especially in our own interests, because now they're coming here to kill us. Great. We would need to do something about that. But you see how you carefully took Israel out of that equation and 10 million Jews are out of that equation? What's the obligation morally that we have to go help them this second, when you just made the claim that without them there, or with them there, this can still happen, even without their obliteration?
Well, let's extend out the same analogy to see why what I'm saying makes total sense.
Okay.
Let's envision a scenario where it's not Israel that is overrun, but Australia, Canada,
6 p.m.
Great
Central
Britain,
Time.
France, and Germany are overrun by the Muslims.
With their immigration policy?
That's right, with their immigration policy, but not just immigration policy, massively supported by terrorist infiltration, money coming out of Qatar and other Islamic countries.
How did the terrorists infiltrate without the mass migration, Dinesh?
No, many of them are already in the country.
Because of mass migration, Dinesh.
Because of original mass migration, yes I agree.
Because what we've done is this is suicidal empathy, but that has nothing at all to do.
Tomorrow, 6 o'clock Central Time, we're playing PUBG. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock Central, we're playing PUBG. If you don't know what PUBG is, fucking Battle Royale.
If we have good border policy and we have good immigration policy,
I don't know why you recorded
locking
me.
Islam out of the United States and Western world, which I would love to see, right? This problem goes away regardless, regardless of us helping Israel or not.
Who else is going to be
Number one,
going to the gym at 4
many
o'clock
of them
in the morning?
already here.
Me.
Number two, the
Deport 'em.
the Muslim Brotherhood has made it really clear in its memoranda
4 o'clock in the morning at the gym.
we don't actually want to focus
No, you're Gabe, user,
on
whatever
Bin
your
Laden
name is.
types with long beards and white robes.
They
People
want
are
to focus
looking
on
for
the
that.
womb. They want to focus on the womb.
We want American-born kids,
Womb, yes.
dude, and American-born converts to take the vanguard. We need Islamic
PUBG,
warriors born in
Battlegrounds.
America. So unless you have some plan for getting out 30 million Muslims who are legal, and U.S. citizens, by the way, you're talking nonsense. You're just hypothetically saying if we close the border, the problem will go away.
We're not the UK, Dinesh.
We're not the
we
UK.
have very few actual Muslims here in comparison to the population total size. We have a lot of Hispanics here in comparison to the population of total size, especially illegally. If we were right this second to curtail off immigration from Islamic nations, this problem does go away. It's not usually the fourth, fifth generation Islamic kids, who by that time, by the way, have usually left Islam, who are the problem with this. What it is it's usually within the first couple of generations, or people coming in on H-1Bs, or coming in with different visas who conduct those terror operations. We've already absorbed Islamists. We've already absorbed a few million of them, but there's not that many of them. That's one. And two, over several generations of integration, that ideology, many of them moved to Christianity, they moved to secular ethics, they move to the general kind of civic ideology of the nation that they're in, if they're that small of a minority. So I don't think we would really have to worry too much about terror attacks.
Almost everything you're saying is factually untrue.
Which thing?
Listen, I want to say this. Y'all came for the Andrew Wilson. Y'all came for the debates, but you stayed because of me. Because I'm here. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. If you say it's not true, I will be like, you know what? You're right. But it's not true. You came for Andrew Wilson. You stayed because I'm here.
Okay. Number one, while it is true that European immigrants and Jews, hold on. No. I mean, it's my way of talking. There are other immigrant groups, including Jews, that have assimilated, that no longer practice Judaism. This is least true of Muslims in America. Why? Because the mosque in Islam does not fulfill the same purpose as a church.
Yeah, but that's a half-truth because...
What's with the constant moving? I'm very hyped up and I can't stay still. I'm like erudite. I'm like not so erudite. I'm cracked up on Adderall. I'm fucking going. Let's go.
Half-truth.
Yeah, so it is in fact the case. Do you agree with me that by the third generation in an Islamic family, the children by that time are actually way more likely to leave that faith? One leaves for every one that
so
joins.
I agree with
and
Andrew
usually
automatically.
the people who join, right? You have another one who leaves. It's a revolving door, which is declining. It is declining in the United States, not increasing.
You are missing a really important counter trend.
YouTubers are gay because they're gay.
Trend just as true in America as in Europe.
Okay.
The children and the third and fourth generation of Muslims are far more likely to become terrorists and radical Muslims than even the first generation or the Muslims in the Muslim world. Why? Because in the West, we have a crisis of identity. Like, who am I? I'm in a meaningless life. I have a meaningless society.
First of all,
so Islam provides for people in the West that sense of higher purpose, motivation. You can be a soldier for Allah. If you go tell that to some guy in India or Pakistan, he has no identity crisis. He's not going to be talking to this bullshit. If you tell him, listen, we all need to go pray in the middle of the street, he'll be like, are you insane? We don't do this anywhere in the Muslim world, but we do it in London. We do it in Dallas. We do it in America because the American Muslims have this sense of identity and they are much more likely to see themselves as fighting in a higher cause than some ordinary Muslim on the Muslim street in Jordan.
Yeah, but when we're talking about
that's true.
We're talking about domestic terrorism. Most of it's not even conducted by Islam. Let's be real. And by the way, the ones who are here already, if we cut off and curtail any more from coming in, this cross-generational problem does eventually go away. It has to. You're not having any more. You're not having any more come in. The ideology is terrible. It's spreading in Christian nations. Never been good at it in the West unless you import it. The thing here that's really funny, though, is that out of all of this, you still haven't given me an ought for why it is that Christians need to support Israel. With all of the tangential policy that we've gone over, which I think much of this we can find some kind of even ground. Like you, for instance, I'm sure you would love to stop Islam from immigrating to Western nations. I'm sure you...
Look, that's a bitch move. Bitch move. Hey, guy. Bitch move. Shut the fuck up.
You would love that, right?
Right.
Okay, I would too. So we have like an olive branch there. Neither one of us wants to see ethnic Jews persecuted, destroyed, hurt, anything like that, right? We can agree on that too.
Right.
And we don't want to see if that happened to Arabs either. We can agree on that too.
Yeah.
So we're talking about ideology here. So when we're talking about and we're discussing ideologies and these ideas, I'm still going to take you right back to the original point. The original point is that Judaism leads to the same type of secular progressive poison ideology. The Jewish faith itself does this. Just like it is the case that the heretical Protestants do the exact same thing. And I would say that that is 10 times more damaging even than if we had 10 times the amount of domestic terror attacks we have right now from Islam.
Let's test your proposition that Judaism itself gives rise to secular degeneracy.
Sure.
You've had Jewish communities in many, many parts of the world over many, many centuries.
Like Israel?
No, I'm talking about the diaspora.
Okay.
And I'm talking about through the Middle Ages, through the end of the Roman Empire, in the time of the Renaissance and the Reformation. Now, you would expect, if Judaism is the problem, that all this...
Hey, Provo, I don't not have the respect for my chatters, but my chatters are not talking shit about me, so I have respect for them. But you wanted to talk shit, so I don't care about your feelings, bro. Facts over feelings. Acts over feelings, and your feelings don't fucking matter. Yet.
Secular degeneracy would emerge by itself inside of these tribal Jewish communities. You'd expect, for example, that when Shakespeare talks about the Merchant of Venice, the Jews would be like having sex with a dog, or they would be, killing off their kids, or they would be engaging in all kinds.
Listen, Provo, after talking to my son, I apologize because that was kind of dark. Okay?
Kinds of moral degeneracy, you get the exact opposite picture.
Psych!
The Jews maintained not only their tribal identity, but a strict regimen of laws and codes and commandments. Shylock is upset with his daughter because she marries a Christian. But from Shylock's point of view, that is not moral laxity. That is a rigorous enforcement of Jewish orthodoxy. So, the secular degeneracy emerges in the West, outside of the Jewish community, then it penetrates and pollutes the Jewish community, and you're trying to blame Judaism for it.
No,
if you
I'm
like
not.
and subscribe, I won't tell you to call you a bitch
heretical
anymore.
ideologies
But if you don't,
lead
then
to
that's what
secular
it is.
progressive values because they don't hold the truth of Christ. If you don't hold the truth of Christ, you cannot know the truth. Period. You, for instance, Dinesh, I'll give you an example
Would you
of
like
how
me
it
to
is you don't
talk
hold
over them?
truth. You claim, for instance, that you would say that Jesus Christ isn't a Christian, right?
Hey, Michael, this is my fucking stream. You don't want to hear me talk? Shut the fuck up and get out of here, you dumbass.
Jesus Christ can no more be a Christian
Then Marx can be a Marxist.
Or Buddha could be a Buddhist, or Confucius could be a Confucian.
Yeah,
it is
great.
actually impossible.
Great. Is God omnipotent and omniscient?
Is God omnipotent?
Is God omnipotent and omniscient? Dinesh?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then that would mean that he saw Jesus' crucifixion at the same time that he made the earth. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the
Okay,
case.
well then great. And what did he determine at the very second the earth was made? Then if he saw the beginning of time and the end of time,
Yes.
as Jesus Christ was being crucified, what was Jesus Christ's purpose?
To come as the Redeemer of the world.
And is Jesus Christ God?
Yes.
Then Jesus Christ was a Christian. Thank you. That's what happens when you don't hold
This
truth.
is called philosophical horseshit.
How? Refute it.
I'll refute it. I'll refute
Go
it.
ahead.
Okay. I'll refute it.
I can't wait.
Okay. I'm going to apply your same logic.
Okay.
To
You're right. I don't know what's going on in the debate, but I'm listening to him. I'll watch later.
Let me think of what's
Yeah.
the best way
Because
to unfold this. Well, let me get to what I think you're doing.
Uh-huh.
The Bible operates on more than one level. In fact, the early Christians spoke about the fourfold way to read the Bible.
Only
The Bible should be read literally or
And,
historically, number one.
Okay.
17
Metaphorically or symbolically, 2.
Okay.
Morally, 3. And eschatologically or prophetically, 4. And the early Christians emphasized
Call
that
Peyton
all
and tell him to come
four
back in here and I'll do
readings
it.
are simultaneous. Neither refutes the other. So there is the historical Jesus. He came into the world just like the flood actually happened. And Noah really did build an ark.
How is this refuting my logic?
Here, I'll tell you why. Because you then go, is God omnipotent?
Yeah.
Isn't it the case that the ark represents Christ? Yes, it does.
No.
Metaphorically, the ark does represent
Can you
Christ.
just give me my-
Metaphorically, the ark was foreseen as a progenitor.
This is prattle, dude. Look, can
Prattle.
you repeat back my argument?
Stop
Okay.
fucking
And
prattling.
then refute
talk
it.
shit.
Okay, I'm refuting it thus.
No, repeat it first.
Okay. Your argument is that God foresaw that Jesus would be the Redeemer of the world from the beginning of the world.
Because God's non-temporal, he's omnipotent, he's omniscient.
Correct.
So if that's the case and Jesus Christ is God, right?
Yes.
Then how could it possibly be that he, as he saw Jesus' crucifixion, knew his purpose for the world and heralded it with every single prophet he had, that his purpose in life, God's, wasn't Christianity? And he wasn't a Christian if that was the entire purpose.
Oh, right. And he wasn't a Christian. See, so that's that last quick move that you make that's completely fallacious.
How's it
God could have
fallacious?
seen from the beginning of the world,
Yeah.
I will take an itinerant Jewish rabbi who was born a Jew named Yeshua,
W-O-R-D.
whose dad was a Jew named
Yeah.
Yosef, and his mom was a Jew named Miriam,
So?
who kept all the Jewish rites and celebrated all the Jewish festivals and taught as a Jew coming to save the Jews first and foremost, and then later allowing other non-Jews to be grafted in. The Bible couldn't be more clear about this. Jesus was the Jewish savior of the world.
This literally doesn't
Now,
refute my
in
argument
Antioch-
at all. It's not
it
even
does refute the
contending with it.
argument. It
If
does
God
refute
is
the argument
omnipotent
because
and God is omniscient, and God saw that the purpose for himself was to die on the cross for our sins at the very beginning of time, his purpose was Christendom, and he was a Christian. How could it be anything else? It's not even logically possible for anything else to occur. You say you can't call Marx a Marxist. What if Marx was omniscient and omnipotent and knew that he was going to institute Marxism? Could we call him a Marxist then? Could we call him a Marxist then, Dinesh?
Well, the problem
Could we call him a Marxist then?
If Marx identified and said, I'm a Marxist, I'm going to start this movement in which I am its first leader.
Right from the beginning of
and that
time.
did not happen with Jesus.
Perfect.
Did it?
What?
Did Jesus say, guess what? I am a Christian, and I'm starting this new religion called Christianity, and everybody who follows it now is going to take my name. Jesus did not do any of that.
He didn't need to.
He didn't need to, but he
fulfilled-
didn't do it, right?
He fulfilled the purpose. If you fulfill the purpose for which you yourself foresaw and heralded would happen, Jesus Christ knows that he is God. He knows it. He knows what the fulfillment of his own ideology is going to be, and that is Christianity. Yet you still say he's not a Christian, even though the Jews reject him. That's insane. He's omniscient. He's omnipotent. He's non-temporal. He sees the end and the beginning simultaneously. You can't refute this.
I am refuting it.
How?
Because you are using omniscience to get around logic.
2 minute warning.
Here's the logic.
Omniscience to get-
let me lay out the logic. Let me lay out the logic. Jesus,
Look.
hang on. Let's just pursue this for a minute. Let's think.
What are you doing? The question was asked, what am I doing? Bro, I have never had 900 people in my fucking stream. 900 fucking people. Y'all are awesome. I know y'all are here for Andrew. Y'all are not here for me. I get it. But it's still 900 people. And I'm fucking celebrating,
Jesus is a
bruh.
Christian. Okay? Jesus as a Christian is a statement of the type A is B. Right? A is B. Jesus is A, is a Christian.
Put a 1 in the chat if
now,
you love
in
Andrew.
logic, if
Let's
you say
go.
A is B, it must follow everything that is true of B is also true of A. Otherwise, A can't be B. A is B means whatever you say about B is true of A. Now, let's look at a bunch of things that are true of Christians.
Okay.
Okay? Do we follow Christ? Isn't that the meaning of Christianity? Yes. Did Jesus follow himself? No. We worship
Then
Christ.
who did? Hang
Hold
on.
on, let me finish my thought.
Who did he follow?
Jesus followed the Father. We
Jesus-
follow.
You're right. I forget to pause the stream. It's not my fault.
Jesus is himself. part of
Jesus
the
is
concept of
himself the Father, but
Just to be
Jesus
sure.
was
So who
also-
did he follow then?
Just to be sure we hear the last thought.
Who the hell was he following?
Do we as
Was he
Christians
following
hold
the
on,
Pharisaical
do
Jew?
we as Christians
just to hear the point.
Do we as Christians worship Jesus?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Jesus worship himself? No.
Who did
do
he,
we
who
as
did
hold
Jesus
on?
pray to in the garden?
Just to let Dinesh finish his point.
Number 3,
Yeah.
we as Christians are in need of
Y'all have a few
salvation
minutes
and we
of
need a
silence, and I
Savior
have
to
the
die
code
for
yellow,
us.
okay?
Otherwise, we can't be saved. Did Jesus need a Savior to die for him so that he could be saved?
he was the
No.
Savior, yeah.
Right. So now what you're doing is in repeating back to me what I'm saying is you are reluctantly agreeing that the statement A equals B cannot be true because I've just told you 3 things that are true of B that cannot be true of A.
Okay, so let me just make sure I got this correct. We'll see if this actually holds logical muster or not. Okay. So let's start with this. Jesus Christ, you say, is not a Christian. He's a Jew, right?
Right.
Okay, got it. Historically, right? He incarnates as a Jewish man.
Right.
Okay, so there's no dispute there, right?
Right.
Was his ideology Jewish?
His ideology was Jewish, yes.
So why did he die for our sins?
Because he was sent on a divine mission to do that.
By who?
And to do that
By
as
who?
He was sent by the God of the Old Testament, the God the Father, the God who chose the Jews, chose Jesus to come out of that Jewish line.
And who was he dying for?
And while Jesus died for all of mankind, his ministry was to the Jews. It later took a Paul, it took other apostles.
Do you think that Jesus never intended his ministry to be?
No, I think he did intend
Great,
it.
me too.
I think he did intend it.
So the fulfillment.
But so what?
So the fulfillment of Christ's purpose is Christianity.
No one denies that it is. Yes,
Okay, great.
it is the
So then
fulfillment
if-
of Christ's purpose.
so then if
but
it-
that doesn't mean that Jesus was
Hang
a
on,
Christian.
Dinesh, we'll walk it through.
Okay.
Okay, so if the fulfillment of Christ's purpose
Yeah.
is Christianity,
Yep.
then how can you possibly say, if he has the foreknowledge that that is going to happen, that he wasn't always a Christian? How? Did God change his mind one day?
No.
No. So then he always knew.
Hold on. If through the particularity of history, a Jesus comes, let's just say Jesus came from America.
Okay.
Okay? But he had a ministry for the whole world.
Yeah.
And he foresaw that the whole world would receive the message. Would Jesus cease to be American? Would he become a globalist?
No.
He would remain an American because he was born in America. He was American through and through.
Sean, I think
he
we're
ministered to the Americans,
Sean, I
and the
think we're-
fact that his
Sean.
ministry was worldwide and
Sean.
foreseen to be worldwide
Sean.
and known by God to be worldwide does not change one bit the fact that Jesus was, is, and will remain an American. That's a fact, and you know
And
it's
we
true.
agree that
but you
hang
have
on.
to.
So I'm gonna show you how stupid this logic is.
Okay,
real
how
quick,
so?
Dinesh. So you say Jesus would remain American, right?
That's right.
And we agree that Jesus remained Jewish, right?
Right.
Okay, great. But the fulfillment of his ideology was Christianity?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we know that from the very beginning of time, he knew the fulfillment for all of mankind was Christianity?
So
then,
Does
if
that
the
make him a
fulfillment
Christian?
of the entirety of the ideology is Christianity, and you have the foreknowledge of that is the way, the truth, and the light, and you have that fulfilled in yourself, he comes and dies, how could his ideology right from the very beginning not have been Christianity if it was the case that he was coming to fulfill Christianity?
Okay. I'm Karl Marx. I'm born in Germany.
Yeah.
I'm a German.
Yeah.
I foresee that I'm going to write a book, the Communist Manifesto, that is going to be adopted by Russia and China that will create massive communist societies on my model. And not only am I writing for that purpose, I know that purpose in advance.
So you have omnipotence.
Hold on. Does
or
that make
omniscience?
Marx a Russian or a Chinese? Of course not. He remains a German. He remains someone who has put out a German message, which was then picked up and adopted worldwide, but it doesn't change who he was in the slightest. You're acting as if because Jesus knew in advance.
Wait, hang on. Just want to make sure I get this right.
Okay.
So you're talking about his nationality. So
Well, I'm just by analogy.
Because Marx knows beforehand that people are going to accept his ideology, he's still a Russian? But
He's
we're
not a
just-
Russian. Marx was a German.
Okay, but I'm pointing this out, right? Whatever he is, let's just
Yeah,
say.
okay.
He's that thing still. We still agree that Jesus was Jewish and he was born in Bethlehem, right? And we agree to these facts?
And we agree that Jesus subscribed to Judaism. It wasn't just that he was Jewish in the sense that he happened to be born over here.
But he knew that his purpose, he knew that his purpose was Christianity?
He knew that, right. He did. He
Okay.
knew that his purpose was a universal gospel message.
Now,
and that
let's
his
take-
followers would go by the name
Perfect.
of Christians.
Now let's
they would
take,
take his
let's
message.
let's take the Marx analogy very
Sure.
quickly.
One
Let's
minute.
let us pretend just very quickly that Karl Marx had the gift of foresight and he knew that Marxism was going to lead to capitalism. That was going to be the fulfillment of Marxism. It was always going to lead to capitalism, and he knew it. And that's why he instituted Marxism and allowed Marxism to happen, because he knew it was going to turn into capitalism. Was Marx a capitalist?
No, he would remain a Marxist.
Okay.
Isn't it true?
This is,
Are you
we
saying
do
that?
have to-
Are you saying that if Marx realized that in the unfolding of history, Marxism would let's say Marx foresaw that my Marxist model will somehow be changed, and capitalism will replace Marxism.
He only had Marxism there to get to the capitalism. That's what it was there for, to lead to capitalism. Was Marx a Marxist then, or a capitalist?
Well, first of all, the reason your analogy is so dumb is it actually reverses Marx. Marx thought that...
I know it reverses Marx.
So
one more time, Marx foresees that Marxism is going to lead to capitalism because he's omniscient, and his ultimate purpose is capitalism and not Marxism, but he knows Marxism will lead to capitalism. Was Marx actually a Marxist or a capitalist?
Well, Marx would be a Marxist whose followers would be capitalists. It's obviously true because the fact that I foresee...
And you know logic, huh?
Okay, well, I think what we're talking about is history
wouldn't be a capitalist.
versus eschatology.
30 seconds.
Yeah. But that's my whole point. And
okay.
I think that went off on a side tangent. I did want to address it because I know it's part
Well,
of what it is that
you're
you believe.
using-
But I'll just point this out.
Okay.
We still haven't actually established any moral oughts.
Well,
at all for why Christians have to support Jews or Israel. Not one time.
Well, you're using Islamic logic. Islamic logic is to take
There's only
somebody
one
like
logic.
Abraham, who is Jewish, never saw himself as anything else, and you're going, the Muslims will go, he was a Muslim. They will take Jesus, who saw himself as Jewish. Of course, Jesus foresaw Islam, but they'll go, Jesus was really a Muslim. Now, the reason we would immediately recognize this as bogus reasoning is because you don't have the right to foist on people identities that you invented later and give them names and labels that belong to you as if you can somehow appropriate them out of their environment.
That's not
right.
why-
That's what you're doing.
That's not.
Mike, that's what you're doing.
That's not why we would
I
find
hate
that
to do it, gentlemen.
fallacious.
We have to. This is the time when we do normally go into the Q&A.
Oh,
but
okay.
it has
Can we-
been an amazing.
can we get a brief closing each?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
How much would you guys like? 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
Just 2 minutes. is fine.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay.
Yeah. You should close last. I agree.
Well, I went first in the beginning.
Yeah. No. I agree. You should go. You should have the last word.
Okay.
So first and foremost, this was really fun, and I really appreciate you coming up here and tangling with me, Dinesh. And by the way, I never take any of this personally. We have different ideologies that we're fighting for, slightly at least, but we have a lot of overlap too. And for that, I thank you. It's never personal for me. With that said, I kicked your ass in this debate bad because you never established a single moral ought or reason why it is that Christians have an obligation to support Jews or Israel. In fact, I got a lot out of you here I was not expecting. You claim that Judaism is itself an evil ideology because it's in heresy. You also claim that Islam is an evil ideology as it's in heresy, which is exactly my position. I believe those two things as well. And we both established another fact we can agree on, that ethnic Jews nor Arabs are evil because they're ethnic Jews or Arab. That's ridiculous on its face. So we can make this ideological distinction immediately. The problem that we have is that I think due to your bad theology, which I'm happy to tangle with you in a different debate on the theological aspects of this, it's led you down this road where you seem to believe, for some reason, there's this ambiguous moral reason why there's an ought or a must for why it is that we must support Judaism or we must support Israel, this secular state, which you agreed was a secular state, and you also agree, well, it also has religious Jews in it, and those religious Jews who are in it, they're following an evil ideology, and the secular state itself is part of an evil ideology because it's secular. We never got to the establishment of the ought. Now, I will give some credit to Dinesh. He had the harder position to defend, and usually that's me. So credit where it's due. It's a much harder position to defend that there is some moral obligation versus saying that there's not. So credit where credit's due. But honestly, my friend, you just never established one. And we tried and tried and tried and tried. Most of your analogies got turned back on you. Basically, every hypothetical you had got turned back on you, and your
15
reasoning
seconds.
was shown to be completely fallacious. And with that, I'll end the debate, and I thank you very much for having it with me.
Thank you very much.
One final call. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for hanging out while we watched Andrew and D'Souza, can't say his name, a debate. We also watched the Rachel Wilson and Not So Erudite debate. Thank you all for hanging out during this time. Like and subscribe. Last chance before it goes off. Okay, bye.
Ready for you.
As Christians, are we morally obligated to support the Crusades? Yes. As Christians, are we morally obligated to support the spread of the Roman Empire and the Roman legions who carried Christianity across Europe? Yes. Were the Roman legions good guys? No. Were the Crusaders always good guys? No. Were we morally obligated to support the Allies in World War II? Yes. Were they all good guys? No. But they were on the right side of a terrible evil that was being unleashed in the world. Were we right to support Stalin against Hitler? Yes, because Hitler posed a greater threat at the time. Having supported Stalin against Hitler, were we right to have a Cold War against Stalin himself? Because he represented an embodiment of a different kind of evil in the Cold War? Yes. The world is no different today than it's ever been. There are lots of bad forces in the world, and there are some good forces that are trying to counter them. It's a very big world, and there are in it Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, Jews, Muslims. The fact that they are not on board with us theologically is one thing. It says that we need to promote the Great Commission, we need to promote the gospel, we need to support missionary efforts throughout the world. I don't disagree with any of this. But this is being deployed in a kind of brutish fashion to somehow imply that Judaism is different than any. We make allies with countries all the time. We have common cause all the time that lasts for decades, sometimes centuries. We have special relationships with countries for good reason. We support, and we should support, South Korea against North Korea. That's why South Korea is a prosperous Western society. Now, maybe they allow a pride parade, but they are nevertheless a much preferable moral alternative to North Korea.
30 seconds.
The Jews are basically the good people in a really bad neighborhood made up of really bad people who wish us evil no less than them. Right there is a link, and this is not even considering the historical, the religious, the civilizational, the Athens and Jerusalem, the fact that our own heritage is inconceivable without the Old Testament no less than the New. We are linked historically, morally, and it so happens to be that there is a current serious threat, in some ways greater than threats we faced before,
10
and it's a
seconds.
threat faced not just by America, it's a threat faced by Christianity, because the Islamic project is a religious project. It is the first totalitarian religious project in world history.
And-
We've had other totalitarianisms, but not
And
based on religion.
time.
We're dealing with one. And what we've had, this whole debate, is a pretense that somehow there's no fundamental difference between the Islamic project and the
time.
Jewish project. And all of this nonsense about the fact that somehow Israel is just as
We're at-
evil
Stop talking. You've been timed
arises
out,
out
bruh.
of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nash.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
All liberals. All liberals.
That they don't know what the fuck
We're
they're
gonna have
doing.
a brief Q&A, and as people line up on the left side of this inside column, I want to give a final thank you to all of our sponsors, including Main First Project, Roar, Uncensored America, Apologetic.
Before we finish this, right? So 90% in the main YouTube stream said Andrew won, and 66% in the YouTube Shorts said Andrew won. So, are they wrong?
Arc and Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box. We are grateful for all of our sponsors who believe in fair debate. With that, we're going to start the Q&A. If you guys can move right over here, thanks so much, and we're ready for you. And then, folks, if you can do a favor, if you want to have a conversation, do us a favor, just do it in the hallway. That way people can hear people asking the questions and the speakers answering their questions.
By the way, before they get into the question and answer portion of the thing, I am a full-time live streamer on Twitch and YouTube, right? For PUBG. I stream 5 days a week, probably 3 to 5 hours a day on PUBG. So if you ever want to come and watch, I'm there. If you ever want to hang out, shoot the shit, I'm there. I appreciate y'all all being here for the stream, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, dude, for real. Thank you all for the likes, subscriptions, and the streams. I don't know what I fucking said. the likes, the subscriptions, and the YouTube and the Twitch Prime's on stream. I appreciate you all.
All right, here we go, folks. Need you to keep it down. Otherwise, it's okay to talk, but just go in the hallway and talk. Here we go.
Thanks, Blank.
All right, so my question's for Dinesh. Dinesh, the United States is $40 trillion in debt. Only 1 in 4 Gen Z adults own their own home. 69% of Gen Z reported living paycheck to paycheck in a 2025 survey. So my question to you is this. How much money am I, as a 22-year-old husband and father, obligated to give to Israel? Or if it's not that, if it's not a monetary obligation, do you just want, like, warm, fuzzy feelings towards the Jews in Israel?
May I ask you a question? What is
Can you answer mine first and then ask me the question?
Yeah, I'll answer yours. I'm asking you with a view to answering yours. What is the total amount of money that we give to other countries?
I don't think we should give any money to other countries.
I'm asking you what we should do. How much is it that we do give?
Couldn't tell you.
Do you want me to call you a bitch, Provo? Because
How much do we give
if
to
that's what
Israel?
gets you off, I will.
About $3 billion a year.
Okay. Do you think it's kind of interesting that you are super well informed on the $3 billion we give to Israel and
That's 'cause I
not
looked it
informed
up.
at all as to how much do we give to Egypt?
Well, you did say that in this debate, to be fair.
What?
That's also true.
That we gave $3 billion to Israel.
No, correct. But what I'm saying is, isn't it interesting when the
I
United
learned it from you,
States,
Dinesh.
What I'm saying is,
It's
the-
your fault that I know that.
The United States, unfortunately, is a profligate country that both domestically and internationally throws and wastes giant amounts of money. I'm simply saying it is really interesting that you have a surgical eye toward the $3 billion we give to one country, and you don't even know, you can't even say approximately, if we were giving, let's just...
Listen. You can't unsubscribe from me saying that. That's not right? Because at that point that I said it, you were kind of acting like that, bro. You were kind of acting like that. Let's take some self-ownership here and say, yeah, I was kind of acting like that when the time that I said it. I don't have a problem with you, bro. But at the time that I said it to you, you were kind of acting like that. So, hey, how about Joel? You shut the fuck up. But I'm a real G. I'm special ed, but I'm a real G. But I'm a special ed. So fuck you, but also thank you. You know? That's the same way I feel about Provo. Fuck you, but I thank you. You're a bitch, but thank you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Look.
Say, for example, $300 trillion or $10 trillion to other countries and $3.8 billion to Israel. Wouldn't that be interesting that you have no objection to all the others? You don't even know anything about them, but you're really
This
well
is
informed
entirely
on this
a
one.
non sequitur. You didn't answer my question, and you went on
Well,
this
I'm
random
answering your
tangent
question.
about other countries, and I asked you
Israel-
specifically,
Israel-
how much am I obligated to give to Israel? How much?
You're not obligated to give a single penny, but you're not obligated. No, you're not obligated.
Yeah, baby.
You're
No.
not obligated, but give me all your money.
We as a country have to make, hold on, we as
All
a
right,
country,
folks, need you to keep it down in the back.
we as a country have to make a,
Yeah, Bruce, I'm from the South. I'm from South Mississippi, town close to the coastline. I appreciate you. Hey, you shut the fuck up, and I'll do what I want, okay? Because it's my stream. You're watching it for free. You watched the whole debate for free. You just had to deal with me dancing in the background. So if you don't like it, shut the fuck up. If you do like it, I appreciate you.
political calculation about what is the value of our alliance with Israel. Zero. Okay. Well, what is the value? You know, we have NATO. We have alliances with South Korea and Japan. What is the value of having an alliance with India and Korea and Japan to check the growing power of China? You might answer again, zero. And that will put you into a position where the United States, by and large, is just remains to itself and protects its own borders. And that's a defensible position. I'm not arguing against it. I'm simply saying that with Israel, we actually do get a lot for our money. With other countries, not only do we get nothing, we don't even ask. We don't even ask what we're getting.
Well, Dinesh, should Israel pay us to protect them?
I'll stop pausing the stream when you shut the
Well,
fuck up,
I mean,
okay?
Israel, if the United States, does Israel buy our military equipment?
Just-
yes, so they do
Dinesh.
pay us.
Well, I'm asking
Sir,
them,
just so
should
they
they
can hear
pay
you,
us?
Dinesh, just so they can hear you, your mic. If you can bring your mic back towards you.
Right
oh,
here,
the
this one.
second mic, though.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm asking you specifically, should Israel pay us to protect them.
Yes, and I think it does. Israel does pay us.
What? How much per year do they pay us?
Well, does Israel buy our military equipment?
Do
Yes
we
or no?
buy theirs?
We buy theirs and they buy ours.
So that's a trade agreement. We actually send them cash. We send them money yearly. How much should they send to us for protecting them? I don't want to hear about we trade with them. We trade with everybody. How much do you think they should pay us to protect them?
How much should the Europeans pay us to protect them?
A lot.
A lot.
And
how
Trump
much do they
demanded
pay?
that they pay more.
No, Trump is not even demanding that they pay us. Trump is simply demanding that they pay more to their own defense. Trump has not even asked for $1 that the Europeans should pay us.
Yeah, but
so,
what's funny,
so why? Look,
then they should pay more for their own defense. But
Okay.
the thing that's funny is
all right,
the European Union is not even a protectorate. They can defend themselves. Israel can't. They can't defend themselves without us. How much should our protectorates pay us? How much? Can we ask reasonably? Can we ask reasonably for fairness? Why not $500 a day per citizen of Israel?
I can give you a chance to respond, and then we gotta go to the next
Yeah,
question.
how much should Taiwan pay us for preventing an invasion by China?
They should pay for whatever the naval cost is of doing that.
Right. This is why you're not president, because billing the Taiwanese per citizen isn't really going to work. We don't have to defend Taiwan if we don't want to, but it is in our interest to do it, by the way. It is in our interest to protect South Korea. It is in our interest to prevent bad stuff from happening in Europe. That's why even Trump, even though he's not involved in the Ukraine war, is keeping an eye on it. We do have interest.
Well, I'd actually
even
say
over
this
there.
is why you shouldn't be president, because we can easily force
Folks need
these
to keep it
nations
down.
to pay a protection cost for us protecting their asses from invasion from their enemies.
Folks need you to keep it down.
Okay.
All right, just to get to the next question, and then folks, do me a favor and just keep the background. Thank you.
All right, Dinesh, to get to the Bible, right, in Isaiah 63, verse 10, God turns his back on the Israelites because they disobeyed and broke the covenant. Hosea chapter 1, verse 9, they did the same thing, and he said to them, you are not my people, I'm not your God. And then Christ himself, when he was brought before Pontius Pilate, the Jews said, we crucify him, something like that, and they accepted the curse. So why should Christians be morally obligated to support the ideologies that put God on a cross?
Okay. I'm going to read you from Paul's letter to the Romans. This is 11, 28, 29. I'm reading verbatim.
Yeah, we
This is
cool
Paul
fresh.
talking
Provo.
about the Jews. Hold on. He's talking about the Jews.
Nothing but love
He's
here,
talking
bro.
about the Jews. Concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sake. But concerning the...
I just want to say this, Provo. We cool, bro. But I will never not call you a bitch if you acting like a bitch. That goes for anybody in the stream, anybody, anytime. If you acting like it, I'll call you that. That's just me. I'm real like that. So I'm not fake. I'm not gonna say, hey, you're doing a good job if you're not doing a good job. If you acting like it, I'm gonna tell you that, and then it's your job to fix your behavior and come back strong, and come back a different direction. You know what I mean?
election, they are beloved for the sake of the fathers, for the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. End quote.
It's never
the meaning of
any
this is that
malice
God
intent.
never permanently turns his back on the Jews. God never revokes his promises. You will not find a single passage in the Old Testament or the New which says God, whatever God gave to Abraham, God took it all back. Even though there are groypers who talk about that now, we should go occupy Israel. It really belongs to the Christians because Jesus was a Christian. The truth of it is that the salvation, Jesus, out of Jesus' own mouth, salvation is from the Jews. I mean, this passage must really... I talked about some suppositories, right? Here's one from Jesus himself. Salvation is from...
In the pinned comment is my Streamlabs PayPal account. You can donate there if you want to, and you can donate there if you want to. You don't have to, but you can.
The Jews, and the rest of us have the opportunity to be grafted in. In other words, there's no salvation without the Jews. Now, is anything that Andrew said today even remotely consistent with that? No.
You know that same chapter you brought up, Paul actually says the people of the old covenant were the ones getting crafted out. And then we, the
Cite the
Gentiles, are the
passage.
ones being put in.
11:22 and 27. It reaffirms the fact that the wild branches grafted can be cut off. There you go.
All right, we'll jump to the next.
Yeah.
So yes, Andrew did say things that remotely support that. Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it did.
He paraphrased something that he's interpreting in his own way.
I know. Who interprets the Bible? You? You're the ultimate authority.
Well, no, I
interpreter?
I read it for you to interpret for yourself.
Well, and I
it
just
speaks
did.
for itself.
I just did, and I
we'll jump.
interpreted it differently.
Ready, Jonathan?
Funnily, I was actually going to do the same scripture, but I think it's really we need to protect the Jews because God is going to say, hey, when the full number of Gentiles come, then the Jews have to be saved, and then the end will come. That's really what I would go with. And I actually have a great idea for your next debate. Should Israel become basically like...
Hey, I paused this one this time just for Sean Ramey, because he said I paused too much. But I didn't pause a lot. I only paused when I needed to make a comment about someone that addressed me publicly. So this is for you, Sean. I paused it because of you. So you're welcome.
Like a protectorate, like what's the word?
A vassal state?
Yeah, well, not like a vassal state, but more like how Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States.
Are you asking me?
Would you like to do that as like
no, I don't. Listen, what I think is this, is that I agree with a lot of what Dinesh says when he's talking about the rights of nations, especially when he's talking about conquest. I just think that you're not in a position to bargain if you're a protectorate.
Right.
The Holy Land does not just belong to Jews. An Orthodox church sits on the tomb of Jesus. Why is it that we don't continuously allow, Dinesh, for Christians to immigrate to Israel and make that demand that they allow it? Because there would be tens of thousands who would. And it's not like they're in a position to bargain. Why do we need to leave it a Jewish state? Exactly. Why is it necessary?
Well, first of all, we do live in a world of sovereignty where a lot of what you've been talking about, we need to seal our borders. America has every right to decide who comes in. But then when it comes to Israel, somehow they don't have that right. They can't decide who gets
It's not a
go to
right.
Israel.
Hang on. It's not a right. A right is what you can enforce.
This whole
a right is what you can enforce, and they have no choice. We do. We're the United States. We can tell you can't come in here, fucker. But if we couldn't, what do you say? Conquest. It's conquest. If you're a protectorate, you don't have rights except the rights that you are given by those who protect you, and that's that.
Appreciate you for hanging
so
out.
you have a holy land. By the way, the holy land is not just Israel, right? There are holy sites in Jordan. There are holy sites all over the region. The Muslims maintain iron control over the holy sites in their countries. Christians have no rights. If you've been to any of the holy sites in Israel, as I have, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is thronging with Syrian nuns and nuns from India and priests from Africa. It's open. All faiths can come there. There's no restriction. So the argument that we should use military force, or we should.
This is for all of you. If you didn't subscribe, you're bitches. If you didn't donate, you're bitches. If you didn't come to Twitch and subscribe and donate, you're bitches, or subscribing bitches. You just a bunch of bitches. I love you though. I love you all. Appreciate you guys.
Strong arm Israel. That we need 100,000 Christians to go over there to keep an eye on the holy sites. This is an invented solution to a non-problem. And it is done with just malicious intent because you would never say that of anybody, any other country.
Yes, I would.
No,
I would
you
say
wouldn't.
the same thing. Any protectorate that we have where we allow immigration to us, we should demand that they allow immigration there.
Shut up.
Period.
Okay, so what should we do?
And then we got to go to the
Okay,
next one.
let's keep moving.
Gordy.
Dinesh, if I decided to convert to Judaism tomorrow, do I have the right
Thank
to
you,
move to Israel
for the
and kick out a Christian
bro.
family from their home, live in it? And if the answer is no, what percentage of my DNA being ethnically Jewish would make this morally justified?
Let's go through it slowly because there are like 4 steps in there. If you have a right to convert to Judaism, which you do, and then you would have a right to emigrate to Israel if Israel takes Jews from all over the world.
Thanks,
it
Ryan
follows.
Jacobs.
The rest of it doesn't follow. So I don't think that you have some right to go kick someone out of their home. I don't agree that you would have the right to displace a Christian family. So, no, you would have the right to move to Israel. You could go buy an apartment in, Hatzor or wherever you want and live there.
But what about a nation's sovereignty, man? Like, couldn't
Yeah.
they just say, hey, you can kick out this Christian and you'd be fine with that because they're sovereign and stuff, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that Israel is a democracy. They can make laws within their country, just like we can make laws in ours. I haven't heard you propose that we go take Jordan by force, even though there are holy sites in Jordan.
Look, if you're a woman in this
there are
chat
holy
and
sites
you
all
didn't
over the region, by
subscribe,
the way.
then you're not
you
a
have
real
abstained
woman.
from
You
calling
might as
for
well
any
be a
kind of
trans.
strong arming of any Muslim country.
not-
Why?
I'm
Because
just
you know
saying.
that that's stupid and we're not going to do it and it's not even on the table.
Yeah, I
But
don't-
somehow when it comes to Israel, it's like, okay, because...
Yes, I don't think Christians want to immigrate to inbred Muslim nations. That big brain
we gotta
Dinesh
jump.
over
Okay,
here.
and
You're
why-
totally right.
guys.
Okay.
I do think
Sorry
that
to
they
do
would
that.
want to immigrate to Israel, the site
Just
of
to try to-
Jesus Christ, yes.
Try to get more.
Yes, this one's for you, Andrew.
Probably not. It's probably
this
going to be
was-
behind a paywall.
This was good, but at the same time, I was left a little disappointed, not from you, but because you weren't able
Because
to
I've
actually
learned
argue
from Andrew in the
thought.
grift. Yeah.
And so my question to you, Andrew, is if you came with any
Bro, I
idea
took too
of
many
if you
shots, I'm
actually
fucked
would have
up.
an ought, obviously that's not your
Ain't gonna
responsibility.
lie.
In my
But what would you
opening-
defend?
in
I
my
walked to the
opening
bathroom while-
statement,
Stop talking over me, Andrew. I walked to the bathroom a while ago and I stumbled and fell over my bed and I almost cried. Almost didn't get up. The donation link is right here. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Wait. Boom. I walked to my bed earlier and I almost fell over my bed. I almost didn't make it back. That'd have been terrible. But Andrew, you can keep talking now, bud.
I predicted that Dinesh would not actually have an ought for this. Now, to be perfectly
Scott.
fair, and I'm going to be fair to my opponent, right? It was a
Fuck you,
spirited
Scott.
debate. I get all that. It is the harder position. It is literally the harder position, and
Fuck you,
usually you
Scott.
guys are just used to me taking the harder position. But for once, he had to defend a position. I thought it was important that he did, but I did not think he would have an ought. No, because I don't think it's easy to make one for this.
All right, so let me say a word about this. Somehow there is a distinction between an is and an ought. And there's a
Somebody
certain
tell Scott what I
naive
think
view
about him.
that an is and an ought are unconnected. That somehow if you say an is, no ought follows from the is. This is
It
the fa-
doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's called Hume's guillotine. It
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
was.
And Hume
Someone
is
tell
not
Scott
only
what I
out of
think about
step
him.
with the mainstream of philosophy, it would.
Hold on, I do.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Want to let Dinesh finish? Want to let Dinesh finish?
I'm very familiar with Hume. Don't get me.
Stop. Someone tell Scott what I think about him. Everybody knows me already. Tell Scott what I think about him right now because he said because he's been talking shit. Tell him what I think. Someone say it. I don't have to say it. Somebody in there tell him what I say. Tell him what I would say.
Hang on. That door is gray. That implies what ought?
Okay.
That door
okay.
is gray.
Okay.
What implies
okay.
what ought?
All right. I am an author. I ought to write some books. I just gave you an is that implies an ought. I am an author. That's an is. I ought to write some books. He is a doctor. He ought to cure people.
We're gonna jump to
This
one.
is a
This is the
keyboard.
last
No,
question.
This is a keyboard.
What's the ought?
Okay. It ought
Scott,
to be
you
used
a
for
bitch.
computing.
This is the last question.
I just gave it to you. And because you're stumped, the best thing that you
I'm
can do is to
fucking stumped,
guffaw
all right.
because you think that in classical Christian philosophy, every ought,
All right, folks, need you to keep it down.
Jesus died for our sins, we ought to worship him. Is and ought is more closely connected
shut up.
than Hume conceded. Hume wanted to attack morality. And his way of attacking morality is to put all of morality in the ought column, and therefore to say that no ought can come out of an is. You think Aristotle would have agreed with that?
You just
no.
said. Well, first of
No.
all, these are two different philosophies. But you just
No
said.
promises I might
I
fall
said
over
this
the bed.
is a keyboard, and you said you ought to
Definitely
use it.
It ought to be
Okay,
used
great,
for.
great. Hang on. All I'm asking, I'm just going to ask a simple question. How do we get to the I ought to use it? Because I described that it is that thing.
Well,
Scott's definitely
ought
hanging out at the
is teleologically
YMCA.
derived from the thing that it is. I mean, a lot of the argument,
Why can't I just use it as a paperweight?
Okay, a lot of the classical argument
sexist
against
pig. Why would I be a
homosexuality
sexist pig?
is
I didn't
that
say shit.
you have a rear end it ought to be used for the purpose of excretion and not to stick large objects in it, right? There is an ought coming out of an is. There you go.
That does not defer an ought from an is.
Women are constructed in a certain way.
We do.
Hold on. Women are built in a certain way. That is the is, right? Women ought to live a certain way and derive certain social roles and responsibilities which arises out of their nature. I've just given you an ought that comes out of an is.
Hang on, Dinesh. I just want to, real quick, it'll take me 1 second.
Yeah, let's
I
let's
walk
pursue
into a
it.
room and there's a woman on the bed, spread eagle. I ought to fuck her, right?
Whoa, Andrew.
Is that what I said?
No, that's what I'm asking.
No.
Why not? The telos, man. My penis goes there, bro.
Whoa.
Wow. Wow.
We're going to wrap up.
Um,
I want to give you a chance if you would like to respond to Nash. Otherwise, we'll go
Wow.
to, we're going to do
Okay.
Do want to ask each of you if you can share for those viewing online where people can find you online, as we've got both of our guest links in the description, folks. But
Bro Gamers TTV on all platforms, baby. That's where you can find me online. Let's go.
you want to share or want to hear where you can
I
share?
do a weekly show called Dinesh. It's on X and YouTube and Rumble. I'm publishing a book on biblical archaeology in October. It's called The Stones Cry Out. And it is about the massive findings in biblical archaeology, Old and New Testament both, that support and authenticate the historicity of the Bible and support the foundations of Western civilization.
Thank you so much.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of The Crucible. I do everything from political commentary, news coverage. I do debates all the time. Home of the TikTok invasion, where we make lunatics seethe. It's my favorite thing on planet Earth. And that's where you can find me on The Crucible on YouTube and Rumble. Not one step back.
Thank you very much,
Not
gentlemen.
one
Please
step
join me in
back.
giving a round of applause. Thank you all for making this an amazing conference.
Shut up, James.
With that, one last time, if you think that you had the signed emblem page as one of your perks when you did get your ticket, probably got it back in April or May or earlier, go find the guy with the laptop in front of the banner out there. But with that, remember, don't leave anything in vehicles tonight. Thank you guys for coming to DebateCon. We hope to see you at the next one. Have a great night. Safe travels. Special thanks to our sponsors.
All right, guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me during this Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson debate. Right. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate you all for coming out. And the Jake and the Jay. You know. Fucking whatever. The Jay debate. Didn't that just Nash got rocked? Yeah. Maybe that's the truth. But my name is Broke Gamers. I am you can call me Broke. I am a PUBG streamer. I stream on Twitch and YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and all of the other platforms out there, Kick and everything. So feel free to subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, then you are wrong. Right? If you didn't subscribe, you are wrong. And I know you're all flooding out because you're little bitches, and that's the way little bitches go. I get it. But I appreciate you all. I'll be live tomorrow for PUBG. For PUBG. And I'll be playing with the hosts. The hosts, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can call me whatever you want to, but your ass is here watching, so you're a bitch, Scott. You are a bitch, Scott. Do something. Say something about it. And I'll be live tomorrow for pubs. Maybe with my boy Vinny, your cousin Vinny, hanging out in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Or Septimore, or my boy Septimore. And my boy Septimore came by, was playing. No, I don't do that, Scott. Thank you for the offer though. I don't do the playing with your penis though, this dipshit. But I'm gonna be streaming more of these debates. You know? I'm gonna be streaming more of this stuff. This probably won't be live, but you know where to find me. You know where to hang out. Okay. I look like Shane Gillis with Down syndrome. Okay, cool. You're such a fucking dumbass. Yeah, dude. The Andrew Wilson debate is already over. It was kind of mid. I honestly didn't pay attention to a lot of it. But, I mean, there was not a lot of good points going on. It was kind of like, I did this and you did this. Just sucking too much penis gave you that lift. No. Let me tell you what gave me this? Your mom. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Scott Richmond 3400. My feelings are fuck yeah. Shane Gillis. I mean, it's what it is, If I read and understood the Constitution, I would not be supporting Donald Trump. Well, I do. I support the Trump. I read the Declaration. I still support him. And ain't nothing you can do about it. If you refute what I said, Timmy. Yo, is Shane Gillis really with Downs? Nah, bruh. Bro, you just keep talking shit. No, you shut the fuck up. Who you talking to, Jamie? Jamie Degree? Who you talking to? I hope you're talking to somebody else. Cause this is still my channel. I still own this bitch.
Found a reason to me.
Why?
To change who I used to be.
What?
A reason. A
Reason to start over new.
And the reason is you. And the reason is you.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's to all the liberals out there. All you liberal pieces of shit trash.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
What'd I say? Hey, what'd you say?
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you doing, you liberal pieces of shit. That's true. That's real talk. I appreciate you all, guys. Let's see, who's live on the YouTube side that we can send y'all to? Do y'all want to go hang out with them? I don't know anybody on the YouTube side. Is there anybody you want to go hang out with? I don't know anybody on the YouTube side. I'm glad you give a thumbs up because at least you're supporting. At least you're supporting. Hey, I just want y'all to know, for 6 hours, we've had 600 people in here. For 6 hours straight, we've had at least 4 to 600 people in here. That is significantly way better than anything I've ever done, and I appreciate y'all. Is Speakeasy live? I don't know. Probably not, since he was at the BaitCon. Since he was at the BaitCon, I doubt he's live. Rob Nora's not live since he's... Oh, well, he is.
LeBron's there to make him trust the...
No, this is not Speakeasy. That's not right. Yeah, he's not live because he was at DebateCon, so you weren't. Why aren't you preaching? I'm not preaching. What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, Margie Cooper, thank you for coming by. Thank you for hanging out. I can't do the common thing like like Constitution or Declaration of Independence. Dude, I've been serving in the military for 20 fucking years. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking idiot. How about that? How about that, Timothy? How about that? You're a fucking idiot, Timothy. How about that? Does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel better, Timothy? That you're a fucking idiot? Does that make you feel better? Oh, it doesn't? Then fuck you, Timothy. I don't need your fucking I don't need your fucking approval, bro. I mean, come on, bro. What are we talking about? Hey, Zeg, thanks for your support, man. I've been doing this army shit since February of 2006. So fuck you, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have done nothing over the last 20 years except support the fucking Constitution from A to Z, bitch. You ain't done nothing. You ain't done nothing but sit here and comment on YouTube. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you dumbass bitch. If you subscribed, I appreciate your subscription, but you're still a dumbass bitch. Look, I have no malice in my heart, bro. I have no malice out there. I'm a supporter of all people, except for those T people. Don't care about them. I don't care about them. Israel's in the Constitution. Where did I say that? Where did I say? Did I say Israel's in the competition? Look, I'm fucked up, but I'm not fucked up. I don't know why you can't donate. Look, the donation link is right here. Donation link is right here. Isn't that? Thank you for the. I don't see your subscription there, Chicago Dave, but thank you for subscribing. If you did, maybe it's bugged. Maybe it's bugged, boys. I haven't had a subscription in 9 minutes, so I don't know. I don't look, Pro Joe. Me and you are cool again. Me and you're cool again. I'm not gonna get back into this angriness with you. Anger with you. Where in the Constitution of the Declaration does it say that this is a Christian nation? I don't know, bro. I don't know where it would say in the Constitution this is a Christian nation. But how about all of the majority of the signers of the Declaration were Christians? You know, that's just saying. One nation under God. I don't know. Well, I don't know who you think God is. They signed under the Declaration of one nation under God. I don't know. Hey, undocumented criminality. Shut the fuck up. I'll play PUBG when I want to. Being drunk on stream is cringe. You know what else is cringe? You, bitch. I'm not drunk, bro. I can do whatever the fuck. I can do whatever I want because you ain't nothing you can do about it. Man, it's 10:30 at night. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm gonna go to work and be fucking hungover. It's gonna be a terrible day for everybody. I can though. I don't know if I want to. Timothy, I don't know why you're coming at me right now with the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence being a Christian, because I don't remember ever saying anything about it. So you may be attacking the wrong person because you're a dumbass bitch that don't understand fucking context. But whatever, bro. Whatever, dude. Dun, dun, dun. All dudes half naked over here. The Tiger King, my bruh. Dude. My guy. It's the fucking Tiger King, my dude. How many people here play PUBG in 2026? Just give me an answer. How many people? One's in the chat for if you play PUBG, if you like PUBG, if you know PUBG. Obviously, I'm not a Christian, dude. I don't give a fuck what you think I am. I don't care what you think. Do you care what he thinks? You don't? Do you care what he thinks? No? Hey, what about you? Do you care what he thinks? No? Oh, we don't give a fuck over here, bro. We don't give a fuck about you. Woo. I don't have a lot of people here play PUBG. That's not good. Not good, bro. If anybody plays PUBG, here's my in-game name. Wait, where's my in-game name? Where the fuck am I? Broke Gamers TTV. Then who you talking about, stupid? Who you talking about, shithead? Because you definitely was calling me out, dumbass. Dumbass boy. So who are you talking about? Because it sounded like you were calling me out. Because I'm not all sensitive, and because I'm not all sensitive and do what you want me to do, I'm not a Christian. Fuck you, bitch. But who are you talking to then, dude? Because, look, whenever I see you chat up there, right, and you're not talking about some dude, here's the guy who plays video games and blames here's the guy who plays video games blames liberals for obesity. Are we on the same wavelength here? Here's the guy who plays video games blames liberals for obesity. Are we what now? Oh, you're one of them YouTube short dumbasses. Nobody cares about you, bro. Yeah, you know why I was interrupting? Hey, Mr. Drokes, you know why I was interrupting the whole debate? Do you know why I was interrupting the whole debate? Do you know why? You know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Answer me, do you know why? Do you know why I was interrupting the whole debate? Because it's my fucking channel. It's my fucking channel. I don't know why you decided to come after me, Timothy, but I didn't do shit to you. I didn't do shit to you, dumbass. But you just want to be you wanted to be an asshole about it? I didn't do shit to you. It looked so during the stream, right? It looked like you were talking shit to me about something that I didn't say. So excuse me if I took it the wrong way when you looked like you were disrespecting me, right? If you didn't, I apologize. But if you did, fuck you. And that's just the way I feel about it, bro. You're the host, and people who support you are in bad faith and dishonorable. Yeah, see, so no, I'm not gonna apologize for shit. Fuck you, bro. What is going on here? What is going on here? Well, I mean, because even though you were talking to the supporters, right? The way that you phrased your comments, dude, I can pull your comments up. The way you phrased your comments, you was being very disrespectful to me, dude, bruh. Because you said something about, let's read it. How do you call yourself a patriot if you never read the Declaration of Independence? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about? Because I'm the only person in this whole, I'm the only person that's hosting this stream here that said he was a fucking veteran of the United States Army. I'm the only person that said that. So right after I said that, you said, how do you call yourself a patriot if you're da-da-da-da-da-da? So excuse me if I took that shit as you was talking shit to me. So I don't know what you want me to say, bruh. No, it don't make you a hypocrite. Makes you a dumbass, so definitely makes you a dumbass. TPP is master race. Zig, get out of here. I'm gonna ban you, Zig. TPP bullshit in PUBG. Bro, get out of here with that shit. FPP all the way, bro. FPP all the way. Sorry I commented on your comment so late. Okay, so what were they supposed to prove you? What were they supposed to prove you wrong with on the Declaration of Independence? Which part? I'm gonna stop calling you a dumbass after I understand your concept. Until I have to understand what you're saying. I'm gonna stop. My bad. I apologize. I'm gonna stop calling you a dumbass until after you tell me what they supposed to be saying. Okay, what was your question? What was your question? Ask me the question. Ask me the question. What are we on? What is this only YouTube chat? Only YouTube stream? This is only YouTube shorts now? Does everybody else stop talking? Ask me the question. I get it. You were talking to the supporters. You were talking to the supporters. Ask me the question. Oh, Lord. Majority of the founding fathers were Christian in nature, but it doesn't say that they didn't put the Christian aspect into the Declaration of Independence. So I don't know what you're saying. But the founding fathers were Christian in nature. You're being very combative, bro. There's no reason of being combative. You're coming in and being very combative for no reason. Unless you just like to argue. I mean, if you like to argue, I'm a supporter of arguing, you know? We just watched 6 hours of debates. I'm 100% in favor of arguing in a debate. But when we get to the point where we start calling each other names because maybe I called you a dumbass or a dipshit or a fucktard or I don't know what I called you. Maybe I called you some names without knowing the context of what we're talking about. But I seen your comment. I was like, oh, whoa, whoa, fuck you, bitch. Maybe I said that. Maybe that's the question. Maybe that happened. Not maybe it happened. I'm gonna apologize. That definitely happened. I'm not Bob, bro. I'm not Bob, bud. I will concede to the fact that nowhere in our Declaration of Independence it says that we're a Christian nation other than the words "In God We Trust" or under God's what is it? One nation under God. I will concede that. Okay? Who is John? Why do we keep talking about John? And how do y'all know me? What are y'all doing? Molotov Juice Box. Thanks for the thanks for coming in, bud. Came in hot. Nice to meet you. The Declaration of Independence is a grievance to the king that continued to be fascist or fascist. Oh my God. The fascists out there I can't fucking speak. The fascists are authoritarian toward the Americans who lived here. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, maybe it was a grievous letter to the king of England. Maybe it was. I can't. America number one. All right, let's change the subject because y'all are getting angry about shit that don't matter. Or it matters to someone, but it doesn't matter to me. Who do you think won the debate? Who do you think won the debate? Hey, pay attention to me. Who won the debate? Who won? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Who won the debate? So Muhammad Allah won the debate? I mean, maybe. Maybe Allah did win the debate. He wasn't in the debate, but maybe he won it, you know? That's how Allah is, you know? Okay, Ali. Ali then. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. I get it. I know he's talking about the boxer. I get it, bro. Bro, y'all are fighting over shit. Who won the debate? We were the debate was on Israel and the Jews, bruh, not the Christianity in America. So debate is not still going. Dude, that hat is dope, bro. I'm fucked up. Yeah, thank you, bro. Ah. So according to my polls that I put into the chat, 91% said Andrew won the debate on one side, and 70% fucking A, man. 72% on the other side. No matter who you vote for, bro, you're gonna be a slave to the lender. So I don't, Travis, Timothy, I don't know why you're just attacking me right now, but you can stop attacking me because you need to go back and fucking understand what you're talking about. Freedom of religion does not mean the government can attack you for your religious. No, it doesn't. You're wrong on that. All right, guys, I'm done. I'm out of here. It's been fun. I'm out. I'm done with this. Have a good night. See y'all later. Later, everybody. I appreciate y'all coming by.